Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome to the opening call. This is TopstepTV. We've got John the Goat Hoagland. We got Coach Vince, head coach of the Market Makers. Good morning, folks. We are in early again, coming out of the gate swinging here. We just got in a short position in gold. House account short 5 micros from 33.0660. We were looking at that 1 minute opening range as we do every morning. Just triggered a short. So we are in the market. We've got a CYA all the way up at 33.1260, which lines up with overnight VWAP. We've got overnight inventory to the long side. Huge buying pressure coming in. We were just talking in the green room. Could this be see money, take money opportunity on either side of the market? Coach Vince, good morning. How are you feeling about this gold trade right now?
Well, let me try to share my charts. Maybe start with Hoag real quick because I'm just firing them up here.
You like this trade? Do you not like this trade? Yep. Heavy buying overnight.
We are holding above overnight VWAP. We're sitting right on it right now. It's right in the middle of a session gap from last week. It's a weekend gap, so there's no activity there. And we were looking at possibly a gap fill yesterday in gold. To fill the gap to the upside, it's 33.28.5. The bottom of the gap, which I think would be a good target for this short if it does play our way, would be 32.95 half. It's opening with a gap. Can't close the gap relatively early. We're looking for longs, but an overnight inventory could push us down to the bottom of that gap, and it still doesn't close the session gap to yesterday. So we'll see. We know the risk.
32.
The risk, it's a biscuit.
No risk it, no biscuit. 32.95 half. Just mark that on my chart.
Yeah, if you pull up my chart,
a couple ticks.
I'll take a look at it.
Vince, you look fantastic today, by the way. Love the hair. Did you get a haircut?
Thanks. So I know I need to get one. Actually, it's getting pretty long right now. So thank you.
You got the rock star thing going today.
Thank you. All right. So look at settlement, right? We have a lot of overnight inventory here to the long side. Settlement is at 32.8460, if I'm not mistaken there. We had 2 days of building open interest. So money came into the long side, but look at this overnight inventory. This has me really, really excited right now. Actually, I like the short because if these guys get spooked out, we're going to get a nice move here in gold.
And yes, you are correct, sir. That is settlement in gold.
Yep.
32.84.
As Hoag said, we got a nice gap to fill too. Gaps don't necessarily always get filled immediately, but gap rules will apply. If we don't see the gap fill in a timely manner, we'll start to look for position. We'll start to look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. We'll go get into more of that later when we get into the charts.
Yeah, so we have settlement down here. So I like a play to settlement. We have, like Hoag said, the gap closed around 32.94. So we, what a move yesterday, huh, guys? I mean, what a move.
I don't want to talk about it, guys.
Everything.
Let's move on.
Yeah,
we're not talking about that movie yesterday. Okay,
now
fine.
We do have a little bit of excess sitting down here around 32.95. There's an excess tail from 430. You can't see it on this chart here, but there is an excess tail from a previous trading day sitting around 32.95. So we might 32.95, 94. The gap closed. I might hunt for a long down there. But I do like a play here to settlement 32.846. But we have value high from yesterday sitting at 32.8830. So I do like this market retracing this overnight inventory. Now we do have this little trend line right here. So if we sit around 3,300, if we could break this, I'll feel more confident in the short. See how we act around this 3,300 level. But if we break that, I like a push all the way down to settlement.
We're having some trouble holding below 33.05 right now. Keep bouncing off of it or sort of jockeying around that price right now.
Overnight VWAP 33.06.5.
33.06.5 overnight VWAP.
So here's
Little
our
push came
overnight.
through there.
Let's see. Open range high
What-
right there, right?
What
Where we
price
short?
did we get a fill?
Say again?
Did we get any slippage on that fill?
What was the 1 minute low? Low was 33.0680. We got in at 33.0660, so 1 tick of slippage. Single
Got
tick
it.
of slippage on our entry.
Okay.
Not bad considering the selling that was coming in at that time. Pretty heavy selling pressure right on the bell.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
we're
can just slap this. What's up,
Hoag's
Vince?
gap starts at 33.02, right? Around 33.02 is where we start entering into the gap here. I think I want to try to get short.
302. Well, I'm looking at a couple of gaps here. The previous gap from a week ago, the weekend, that gap goes from 32.95 half up to 33.28 half. To close the session gap, you're right on the session gap there. 91.20 it looks like.
Okay. Yep. All right. Yeah, so we're in this gap right now. I love the short. I missed it. I wanted to get short there, but it left without me. So let's go house account.
So
Beauty.
yeah, we close to this 32.95, 96 area. Peel a couple.
95, 96. All right, I'm working a bid to cover a couple at 2 to 1 R. Oh, we just got hit. We just locked in
Yeah.
$230 worth of profit.
Nice. Yeah, so
Cover
we
2 at
see
2 to
again
1
a strong
R,
tail
and
there.
we're holding 3 runners right now.
There we go.
What was that? 33.
Yeah, if we break this area here, I like this push down to settlement. But we need to break below here. There's a little bit of excess down here that we got to work our way through.
Where did we get out of that? 96.
That fill price was 32.9460. 32.9460.
Nice. All right.
Nice trade.
So what does
We're
that
still
mean?
in on 3, still short 3. Just locked in some profit. We got a free trade
Yep.
on right now. Even if we come back and run our stop, we still make about $130 on this trade.
32.8890 is the gap, is the session gap close, which we've been unable to do so far. Seeing
All right, here we
a
go.
little bit of no icebergs.
I guess that excess held up a little bit there, huh?
Yeah. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's
shorter
see if we can
close
plow
in the
through it,
session
though.
gap to yesterday's high.
Mm-hmm.
32.8890. Half back on the range so far is 33.0110.
33.0110, half back on that move. Would you say that?
Yes.
Would you say move back above that half back price? Can you repeat that level one more time, please, Hoag? 33.01.
33.0110 is half of the range so far. It can be a mechanical short time frame level to trade against there.
Would you say a couple of closes on a 1 minute above that would invalidate this trade? That's kind of how we got stuck yesterday, right? We were in that long. We had a great trade in that long. We broke through that half back level, and we just fell out of bed, blitzed right down to our stop level, and then it came roaring right back. Yeah.
Yep.
It wouldn't have mattered how deep we put that stop, though. It pretty much ran all the stops before it.
I don't hate the idea with the lack of the gap fill to the session range yesterday and this 32.95 level kind of showing a little bit of support of peeling off one more here.
Yep. Futures Frank wants to get long gold on this move down.
All right. Time to buy gold, he says.
There we go. Which we're trading what, July crude?
Yes.
Front month is July crude, right. Yes.
Yeah, so make sure I got the right settlement price here. All right.
Do you take those off the daily bulletin?
Yes.
Yeah, I do the same thing. I got to double check that I'm getting the right settlement price.
Yeah.
I was once in a while, if you're watching open interest and Vince, I know you are. So yesterday, the preliminary open interest in the S&Ps said it was down about approximately 5,000. It came out on the final minus 12,000. Sometimes they are so
wow.
off on those preliminary numbers. You got to make sure and go get the final. The final comes out 9:30, 10 o'clock Central, somewhere in there. It takes that long for even the exchange to calculate open interest.
Right. You would think that everything computerized now would be easier.
No, it's like,
but I guess
it's like they got a bunch of people with abacus sitting in a room trying to figure out how many open contracts there are.
Yeah, you can't get real-time open interest data, folks. If anybody ever tries to sell you real-time open interest data, just save your money and come see me. I got a bridge to sell you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there have been a lot of platforms that have tried. All have failed.
Yep.
Really?
Yes.
That's interesting.
There were a couple of platforms, I don't know, a few years ago that said, yeah, we can get open interest in real time. No. Because you have to know if it's new positions, old positions, or transfer of risk. And it's impossible to do that with the data that you get from the exchange.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you don't know until all positions are marked to market. Again, why settlement price is so important also.
Mm-hmm.
We've gotten a repeat
like
request in the chat. Hey, folks, can we check PD and PT? What do you think that means? What are PD and PT?
PD and PT. Profit target?
You have to be a little more specific.
Or is that talking about a symbol?
I have no idea. I asked it a couple times, though. I thought maybe you guys would know. But anyway, let's take a look at the economic calendar for the day. We had MBA mortgage applications out this morning. Not very good data for the housing market today. Week over week, composite index was down 5.1%. Mortgage applications down 5.1%. Purchase index down 5.2%. And the refinance index down 5%. So pretty
little pop in the rate
shady
there too.
Numbers. Yep. Oh, palladium and platinum. I knew that.
Oh.
That's more in D's wheelhouse. We'll talk about gold.
You remember when platinum was worth a lot more than gold? Now gold is worth 3 times the amount of platinum.
Good spread. Long gold, short platinum. We don't trade palladium here.
Yeah, I don't think that's one of our offered markets, is it? Palladium.
Nope. Platinum, yes, but palladium, no. Too thin.
Getting real choppy in gold right now.
Yeah, a little bit. It's a little wiggle,
Jacking
right? Is that what Dolby calls it? The wiggle?
Wiggle, yeah.
Wiggle.
Hoag, you call it 32.95.50. Yep, that was
that means
last
it's
week's
going
high
lower.
Too, and we are jockeying around it right now.
In there. Trying to entice some buyers, that little pop. Like, yeah, get long. Go ahead. Get long. Get long. Get long.
Don't fade me, bro. All right. We've got 24 minutes until the top of the hour. We'll take a look at opening range trade in crude oil too. 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time, as always. Until then, Coach Hoag, Coach Vince. Tell us what's happening.
Let's
what are the
start
charts
with
telling
gold.
us today?
Let's start with gold.
All righty.
If we get to my charts, because we're already in a trade in it, let's just start with it, right? All right. So yesterday morning, we were in a kind of a rising pennant. We were really looking forward to this breakout above that, and we saw it initially early in the session. It did come back inside, and it wasn't until later on until we saw that initial balance pop to the upside during fast
Yeah.
markets. But that was a technical break to the upside yesterday. Open interest increased by an approximate 5,800. Remember, that is the approximate number of open interest increasing, but it does indicate that we saw some pretty good buying coming into the market yesterday on a little bit higher volume. Not bad. Medium time frame balance remains. Take a look at the 30. Take a look at the 30, and Vince, we'll get your thoughts on gold here in just a second.
Yeah.
So here's what we were looking at this morning. Overnight inventory was
Super long.
there we go, a little bit long, and we're seeing that overnight inventory adjust. To close the gap, we've got to get back down to 32.8890. That would close the session gap. We can't close this gap. We're going to start looking for longs at some point today because we have this weekend gap that remains unfilled. We tested to it by the end of the day yesterday, tested into it overnight, got a little bit too long for overnight inventory, and we're starting to see a little bit of basing occur here. The profile yesterday, double distribution trend day higher. This was such an unbelievably strong move. The market kind of balanced here initially. We had that nice long on the opening range trade, came back. We did profit on that trade, but not as much as we were probably hoping for. Came back all the way back, would have hit our original stop. We were out of the trade by that time. And then it was the initial balance high where the market really started to run to the upside. I mean, even on a 1 second chart, if you had a stop in to buy one tick above the initial balance high to start a new long position, you never took heat on it. It was a rip to the upside. It was a beautiful, beautiful opportunity. And we've been unable so far to close the gap. We're holding the bottom end of this weekend gap. And again, just to write this down if you want to, 32.95 half was their original target for part of our position. We're seeing this 50 session simple moving average showing a little bit of possible support. The other extreme of that gap takes us all the way up to 33.28 half. Above that, there's still some unchecked points of control above that, 33.4280, 33.62, 33.60 weekly kickoff high. Vince, your thoughts?
Yeah, if you go to my chart here real quick. All right, so this is on the short time frame, right? This is on the 5. So yesterday we have, like you said, we had a double distribution trend day, P-shaped kind of profile here. Now there's I put this trend line on here. So this is from the overnight London session. I believe it's the low of the London session. And then I just drew this trend line up here, and you can see that we kind of just broke structure on this short time frame move to the upside, and we got this kind of a a rollover here, So right now I like the short side, right? I like the settlement play to 32.8460. We do have a lot of gaps below this market. We have a gap from the 19th, so the 16th to the 19th, down to 32.1960, and then the bottom of that gap is 31.9560. Somewhere in that area. My charts are going to be a little different than yours, Hoag, because mine started at 8:30, so my number's going to be slightly off. I think yours started at 8:20, right?
Well, my profiles do, but yeah, the 30-minute chart.
The profile. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, so I'm looking at that right now. Yeah, on a different screen. So we do have some gaps. We have a lot of unchecked points of control below this market. We have a lot of points of control above the market. So gold is really a mess right now in my eyes, right? Like there's a lot going on. Did we leave that island top up there still, or did we ever?
Oh no, that island top still sitting up there.
It's still sitting up there, right?
Yeah.
So that is an interesting nuance here. But for today, I do like this short. Hopefully we can stay below 3,300. I would like to see us stay below there and then continue the downside pressure. We do have potential repair if we get below settlement 32.8460. We have a repair possibility day down at 32.50. So we might want to repair this zone. Okay, this was an emotional move, most likely. Not sure what caused this massive rally, but I do like repair between 32.82 to 32.50. All right, if we get back in here, so if we get a big push down, I'm looking to consolidate between 32.80 and 32.50 today.
Yeah, that could create the value acceptance play as well if we do accept inside value from yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, from 32.88. Well, actually, let me look at my other one here. Yeah, so 32.90 to 32.55. So that would be a big move. But I mean, gold's been running $100 in a day. So is it really a big move anymore?
Right. Well, and you look at
I
where
remember
it is.
gold had a $6 move and it was big.
Yeah. Of course, it was $1,000 then. Now it's $3,300.
Yeah. Big difference.
All right, let's check out the S&Ps, the NASDAQ, and finally we'll get to the crude, starting with the daily in the S&Ps. Vince, I know you've been thinking it. You've probably been talking about it. The upside auction in the equities has not been performing all that tremendously. The tempo has slowed. I think we gave the auction in the upside auction in the S&Ps a C minus over the last couple of sessions, probably about a C in the NASDAQ. And we're starting to see this kind of pulling off a little bit. So weakening upside auction. I think we brought in some short bets yesterday, an additional 13,000 in open interest. Again, that is the preliminary. Indicates, maybe we started to see some new shorts coming into this market. But when you look at the profiles over the last few sessions in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ, we've seen a lot of P-shaped profiles, which is short covering. A lot of those shorts have been launched. That short covering has been pushing price higher. Those shorts are now out of the market and ready to come back into the market. And I think that he did to some degree yesterday. It's kind of difficult to kind of gauge the direction of open interest yesterday in the session, but because it closed lower, I'm going with new shorts coming into the marketplace. A lot of indecision. I think investors are becoming a little bit impatient as far as looking for some sort of resolution with at least a few countries with the tariff information, with the tariffs that are going on. What do you think about that, Vince?
About the tariffs?
Yeah. About the market.
Well, the market, I mean, it's on shaky grounds, right? We get positive news one day, we get negative news the next day, positive news, negative news. Nobody knows what's going on. The tariff thing, first they're saying it's going to be terrible for the country. Now they're saying maybe it's not so bad. So I guess it depends on which news you're watching, Hoag, really.
Right.
It's all doom and gloom, right? And then it's all like, rally time. So this is an interesting time. So everybody that's been trading this market, I mean, this is one for the record books for sure. It's been exciting though, to say the least. I mean, it gives you a little bit of excitement, but I don't like when I'm in a position and then, you get some sort of unexpected tweet and then you get wiped out and it goes right to your target right after that. I mean, that's not cool.
Yeah.
But it's what we're dealing with right now.
Overnight inventory is to the short side, my good friend Vince.
Yes.
Looking like we're going to be opening with a session gap to the downside. We've got this afternoon pullback low that comes all the way back here to the 15th of May. Then for the last time it looked lower, we saw a nice pop as the market recovered below the level below. This looks like an interesting area for me to look for an opportunity based off of that afternoon pullback low and the previous rejection below it. And it was a pretty stiff rejection. This was an opening range, dead ass low, closing at the high of the day. Now, Vince, what does it tell you? What does it say to you when we see consecutive P-shaped profiles day over day? This was a double distribution trend day, but a P-shaped profile, another P-shaped
shorts
profile,
are covering.
Another
the shorts are covering.
Exactly. What does that do?
There's a ton of shorts in the market. It takes buying power away.
Takes buying power away. Absolutely. So if we did see some sellers coming into this market with new shorts, a lot of those shorts that just covered said, what did we do? Maybe we should get short again. I don't know when they're going to get too short, but when you think about it, I mean, Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days, largely in balance. I think it's going to be an interesting trading day today because we don't have any real news coming out, any unknown news. Can, as Vince, you just said it, it can knock it around, no problem. Yesterday's profile was, a normal variation, if the way I look at it, with some pretty deep excess, but opening below that excess low from yesterday, that's a bad sign. That's a bad sign. I think we've got, plenty of
Yeah.
room before we're really going to break market state. But, and I'll just leave it at but. Vince, what do you think?
Yeah, so I agree with you 100%. I mean, P shape, P shape, P shape for days. So the shorts are getting out of the market. I don't know if they're entering new longs, but they're definitely exiting the short side, which is bullish, right? It's kind of bullish. They don't like short side any longer. We do have an overnight low that's unchecked right now, right? In regular trading hours at 59.05. We're trading at 59.18 up against some excess from yesterday. Right? Not yesterday, 2 days ago. And then the overnight low is sitting just below value area low from back on 515. So there's a double distribution trend day back on 515. And the overnight low is sitting right at the initial balance. So I don't know, you can't see it on this chart, but 515 would be right here. So the initial balance high on 515 was, I know, 5.
Looks like 59.05.
Yeah, somewhere around that area. Yeah. Yeah,
Mhm,
59.05.
mhm.
And that's from the 15th. Yeah,
Yep.
59.05. So that's right where we're sitting. So, a test to that level. And if we hold it, I'm thinking there might be a good opportunity for a long. However, on the shorter time frame here, we're looking at, we have this, bounce, come back, check, bounce, come back, check, bounce. And we're flirting with this area right here, right? We're below, we're above it. I think this is going to be a point of interest for me. Okay. This is where like two areas meet, and there's going to be some sort of force at this level here at 59.29. I don't know what's going to happen here at this level, but if we break above it, I'm probably going to be looking long side. If we stay below this 59.29, I'm probably going to be short side. All right. We do have a overnight inventory is super short, right? We closed all the way up here at 59.75. And look at all the sellers, right? They've just been selling it and selling it, or they got long. Maybe they're just getting out. But they brought us all the way back down to point of control from May 13th, right? We're sitting at that point of control right there. I think I missed one day here. Let me put this on real quick. All right. So is this a naked point of control sitting out here? No. All right. But there is a area of interest for me, and I'm trying to find this rectangle here. All right. So right here is a very interesting area for me. Okay. This is where the market found sellers, found sellers, found buyers, found buyers, found sellers, found buyers, right? So this is going to be a very interesting zone for me to watch. Something is going to happen in this area. I don't know what. I don't know if it's going to be longs or shorts, but I'm going to be heavily watching this entire area right here. This 59.29 to 21, kind of like where we are right now.
Right where we are.
That's what I'm watching today. Yeah, that's what I'm watching today. You can see right now we're below, we're above it. We're trying to figure it out. We'll find out how we open, right? So
yeah. See if we open with a gap.
This
and
is
close the gap.
is the area
We'll go lower.
of interest for me. Yeah, so we have a lot of excess here, to the upside. That came off that low. I actually got long yesterday off of that.
It's a 5% off the all-time high in play right now.
At what price? What price is that?
59.23 quarter.
Oh, okay. So
right
that makes
in
a
the
lot of
middle
sense.
of your zone.
It's right. Yeah, there you go. Here, let me put it on the chart here. This is the 5% mark, 59.23 quarter.
Yep.
All right, let's just put it on the chart here. 5%, 59.29 quarter.
All right. Let's check out the NASDAQ now, shall we, Vince?
Sure.
Hey, Hoag, real
Yeah, go
quick,
ahead.
Hoag. We have breached that 50% back level in gold.
Uh-huh.
3301.
We have 2 on, right?
We had a mark. We have 3 on.
3
Is
on. Oh.
new market generated information invalidating this trade in front of our eyes?
Let me take a look. It's always about nuance, right? We did not close the gap. We traded down to that 32.95 level, which is the low end of a previous gap that we just got into last night. We've got VWAP at 33.0570. If we bounce off that and head lower, I still like it.
Okay.
Yep. We also have the intraday low from 5.8 sitting at 32.0240. That was actually my long target yesterday. 32.0220 was my long target for yesterday. So we are sitting right there right now. So if we reject that,
Okay.
like Hoag said, I like the short side still. But if we start to trade above it and get above that VWAP, then maybe something's changed.
Yeah.
Sounds good. We will wait and see then. All right, get back to it.
0110. So it's moved the point of control up a little bit too right now, at least for now. All it has to do is rotate a little bit lower here.
Oh, my POC is sitting at 98.70. Where's yours at?
Volume or TPO?
TPO.
33.0190.
Yeah, see that it's a difference in
because
the charts.
that's the 720 open.
Right. What's
That's
the
difference?
The VPOC 3300?
The 32.98.
Okay, yeah, so they're definitely different. Okay. Well, you can only use what we have, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, JD nuance-wise, the fact that we couldn't close the session gap and we found buyers there is probably the strongest nuance to me at this point with the information that the market has given us so far. Opening range remains the high of the session. That is another nuance in the opposite direction. I think we're feeling a little bit of cognitive dissonance in this trade right now. But if we can hold that VWAP, 33.0570 on the 30-minute chart. Yeah,
Are we a break even on that, or we have a full stop in there?
Trying to stack
We have
the
not touched the
nuances
stop
as we go here.
Okay.
We're almost back to our entry price here.
Yeah,
To me,
the nuances, the lack of the gap close, the support we found at the 50 session simple moving average, the support we found at the bottom of the previous gap that we just entered into last night, those are overpowering. I think the idea that the opening is the high of the session, but JD, this is the opening range trade. As long as that opening range remains the high of the day, is the trade invalidated?
That's the real question, though. Do we ignore some of the market generated information? Do we ignore volume? Do we ignore 7 green bars in a row rallying in our face?
That's
sometimes it's best to take another short and add to it.
Yeah, right.
Can't ignore market generated information.
Well, we'll continue to hold. We'll play it. We got a free trade on, like we said earlier.
Yeah.
Even if it does come back and run our CYA, we're still up some money on this trade.
Let's see what happens here.
We took one
we
off.
got about 4 minutes until we close this bar. So once this 30-minute candle closes, let's see what happens. I would like to see us close below 33.0240. I'd like to see us close below that level.
All right. Well,
maybe we got some rejection.
I mean, we looked at the S&Ps. It's almost the same as the NASDAQ. If we want to just go a quick look through the 30-minute here on the NASDAQ, my good friend Nick Nichols sent me an email last night and kind of he was looking at, the P shapes and the consistent P-shaped profiles that have been going on. And, that is short covering and that is taking buying power away from the marketplace. They're virtually in the same spot here. That afternoon pullback low, it's in play right now on the NASDAQ. We've got yesterday's low. Are we going to open with a gap in the NASDAQ or are we not? That is one thing that we will certainly be paying attention to. You can look at these charts and almost look at them in the same way. Afternoon pullback low was rejected here. Is it going to be rejected here? IB low from yesterday. Oh, that's from 2 days ago. I guess I didn't move these. Initial balance low is basically the afternoon pullback low in the NASDAQ yesterday. It traded right to it and then found buyers there again. So we have to see what this market looks like as the regular trading hours open up. Let's take a quick look at crude because I know we're going to be looking at the crude oil opening range trade daily. So we're at the upper end of the longer, well, I would call this a medium time frame balance area. Last night at just after 5 p.m. Central, Israel announced that they were thinking about attacking Iran's nuclear facilities. So that was that big pop that happened right as the market opened last night. But it wasn't able to sustain price above that. So I don't think that anything has actually happened there. Just the threat of it was enough to get that big pop as we opened up yesterday. We lost 18,000 in open interest on an inside day yesterday. 16,000 of that was in the June contract, which is the expiring contract. There's only about 4,000 left, and that's going to expire on Friday. Not really that much of an important thing in the numbers anymore because, again, it is very low in open interest and volume. There's that pop right after 5 p.m. Central Time. That's when that news came out. How do we look at overnight inventory on this, Vince? I mean, here's where the market opened. Here's where it traded. But, does it go too long and then now we're too short? What is it? What are we doing here?
That's the thing like I'm talking about. We get these, economic releases like on the fly, right? So it's so hard to really gauge what's going on in these markets. I was wondering what that was actually. I looked at it and I'm like, what the hell? But yeah, so, overnight inventory was long. You can see it's peeling off, right? So we're peeling off. We're peeling off. We have settlement sitting at 62.03. We have value high at 62.42. So we're about 40 cents off the yesterday's intraday high. We're at 9 o'clock. It's, I can still see this, rotating back down and testing yesterday's high. If we get acceptance back inside of that, then I like the rotation hope from value high of 62.42 to settlement point of control 62.42 to 62.02 and then potentially down to 61.76. So that is the play I like for today. I like the value area play. I think this was a just short-lived, but we do want to keep our eyes on a couple of things here. So let me just back this up.
Looks like we're open. JD, we're opening with a gap. Gap higher.
Switch over
I
to
like
crude oil.
Range trade on it.
Gold's still ripping on us.
Opening range so far.
Is it? Gold's moving against us.
We had the weak high 2 days ago. We're above that. We're opening with a gap.
Yeah.
All right.
Right here is interesting.
We've got a low of 62.74. Working on stop to enter.
It's going to be on a hair trigger today.
Yep. Okay.
You're trading crude oil. Make sure you put in stops. Something happens. Watch yourself.
Yeah, crude.
Right.
Gold's at
we just got triggered a short in crude. House count short 1 crude oil.
Okay. What's the open range? 20 ticks.
Oh, not even.
About 20 ticks of risk there.
13. We're going to take 20 ticks of risk on the trade. It was 13 ticks wide.
Okay, 13. Gotcha.
And we took some slippage on the entry. A couple ticks of slippage.
Yeah, if you go to my charts real quick, and just go to the crude oil chart. All right. So right here, around this 62.55-ish, I think this is going to be an interesting zone. So we're short right now. If we break below this line and get below 62.50, I like this continuation to potentially value area play. But let's see how we react right here around this 62.50-ish if we get there.
Yeah, there is a very long time frame trend line right on our overnight low.
Okay.
At least on my chart, 62.44. So I do believe that this area is going to be important to see if buyers come in or if sellers continue to take over. But if you look on the daily, this is where we're at. Okay, this is the bottom trend line from back in 23, and it's been on the daily chart. Broke through, resistant. Well, resistant here, supportive here, now resistant. Now we're right on it again. Here's where it comes in on that 30-minute chart. Right there, right at our low session low. And now look on the 30-minute chart, you can see how it's been kind of resistant, support, resistant, support. Just technically looking. Yep. Yeah. So I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, we're gonna see what happens there. I mean, if we blow below it, I'm loving our position on that.
Yeah.
Just got to see if we can get trade through it.
So yeah, but with that information that came out last night just after 5 o'clock, if you are trading crude oil today, man, make sure you have a stop in, because I think it's heightened awareness of something that is unpredictable coming out. Make sure you protect yourself. Always use a stop. Because I think this is a bit of a sore. I call these sore toe markets, because if you have a sore toe, damn sure you're going to bang it on something. And if the market has a sore toe, be careful if it bangs it on something. It's going to get nasty.
Yeah.
Headline risk is on across the board. Every market that we analyze and trade throughout the day.
And crude oil,
risk of a rogue headline.
Crude oil is a mess, though, too. If you really get into the nitty gritty on crude, I mean, we have a week high at 62.70. We have a week low at 60.066. We have gaps below. We have gaps above. I mean, crude oil is
gaps a go-go.
Kind of a messy market. Yeah, gaps a go-go. Yeah, there you go. Unchecked points of control all over the place. I mean, it needs a lot of cleaning up. It needs a lot of cleaning up to bring this market back to balance.
This is in structure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we got a couple ticks on this crude trade. Check back in on gold.
Yeah, gold popped, right? Let's see.
Yeah.
Took out the low of the opening range, trading back below overnight VWAP again.
Yep.
Overnight VWAP 33.059.
Yep. This is going to be an interesting zone right here. I mean, did we get stopped out, or we're still in it?
Oh, we're
still in. We never touched our CYA.
All right. Yeah, that's good.
Still up above the high.
Let's see if we do a little excess up here.
Ways above the high of the opening range. So we're at a true level of invalidation on our CYA. Hate to see it get hit, though.
So yeah, it did come back.
Let's see if we leave excess up here. That would be beautiful.
And found sellers there again.
Yep. Yeah, it's there's
did have some earnings come out. A lot of retail earnings. TJ Maxx beating on both earnings per share and revenues. Lowe's beating on earnings per share, but missing on revenues. Target missing on both. And another one of the larger ones this morning that came out, Medtronic beat on both earnings per share and revenues. Just the early returns there on those stocks. Nothing huge coming out today, other than those.
I like this gold. Let's get a nice little push here. See if
some
they
sellers stepping
have
in.
longs.
Step on it.
Yeah. You know, it's like fishing, JD, right? They throw the bait in, see who's going to catch the bait, and then they hook them. So we'll see.
Sometimes you lose the worm.
If we get below 32.02, you know, I feel more comfortable on it, but I think that's let's try to get below
Anchored VWAP at the session beginning, 33.01.
Okay.
33.01. That was also our halfback price, 33.0110. It's 50% retracement of the move.
Yeah, it's kind
The
of funny.
only thing I don't like with gold is that overnight highs, you know, it's unchecked. You know, that's the only thing. So we have an overnight high and an overnight low in gold that hasn't been checked. 33.2250 and 32.87.
Buyers stepping back in.
Yeah. It's a fight right here. It's a VWAP, right? Hoag, 32.05.
Yeah. 32. Well, yeah. Yep.
Crude's trading against us
They
now,
should
too.
they should get rid of that indicator. They should get rid of the VWAP.
Why?
Should get rid of it because every time it gets to it, people start buying it or selling against it. You know, just get rid of it.
Yeah.
Just get rid of
We
it.
held session VWAP there. Not liking that too much.
Yeah. I mean, we did bounce off that that excess tail I was talking about earlier. So that 32.95. But we'll see. I would just I mean, we have money in it, right? And what's the break even point on that, JD?
We're almost at it. 33.0660 entry price.
33.06. Okay.
We traded back through our entry price. The VIX at 1911 right now. Yield on the 10-year just above 4.5%, 4.535%.
Oh, what's the delta in gold right now?
80. Positive.
Positive 80.
Yep.
Yeah, gold never has like a ton of delta. It's not like the equities, you know.
I mean, it's pretty close to the point of control. So there's there's no evidence of anybody accumulating either longs or shorts here.
Yeah. I've been noticing though that gold has been really active on the U.S. Open, the Equity Open. I don't know if you've taken notice to that.
Yeah, that's what knocked us back to the Open yesterday, and then it ranged there for an hour and a half, and then took out that IB high and just skied.
And pow, yeah, it was pow. Yep. Yeah,
that was a frustrating move to watch after it took us out of the market.
Yeah. Let's see here. So ES is below that level right now. ES is below the level. So we're going to see.
We're sitting right on top of our entry price in crude. 62.71 is our short entry. And it's been bid for a couple minutes now.
Well, let's talk about that. I mean, there is the threat of an attack in Iran, which, could tighten oil supplies. Do we want to stay short?
question.
Got a gap higher, unable to close the gap.
Yeah.
So it leaked
Above
about
value.
So the leak is that Israel's preparing for a potential military strike on Iran nuclear facilities. How does
Right.
how does that kind of information leak? But there's no real
Right.
like target date for it. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
It's this is what I'm
How can
saying. You know, all this news comes out, and sometimes it's temporary news, and you know, by the end of the day, it's all right. We're best friends again.
Are the
So,
people leaking this information holding out on half of it, or are the people that they're leaking it to holding out on half the information?
yeah.
You know what I mean?
If only we knew.
Where's Beeks?
Ah.
Right?
I got a briefcase for him over here.
Oh
Meet
yeah.
him in the
Whatever
parking
happened to
garage.
that guy?
He's still with the gorilla on the ship.
Yep.
All right. Man, every time we get to 3302, it's been bouncing in that gold.
Anchored
We need
VWAP.
to get below that 3302 or else.
Want me to take it off the chart? Maybe that's just supporting it.
Yeah.
Should I just draw a line and order gold, not to trade above it?
We
We should
buy
try
one
that.
here. We buy one for the break.
Turn on the algo, JD. Just every time it gets to 3306, just sell 100 at a clip until it goes down. It's and gold's annoying right now, huh? It's like 3306 to 3302, 3306, 3302.
Now we're both lagging
Which
on
way
a
do we
3-minute
go?
chart. I think this thing's just going to rip in our faces.
Yeah, it might.
Wiki.
It might. I'm gonna pull it up on a chart here. Let's see. Gold.
The only nuance we have to the short side is the fact that the opening range is the high of the day.
Yeah.
The other nuance is, as we talked about earlier, stacked to the long side. I thought we only had two on. We talked about taking one off. Maybe we didn't though.
No, I covered 2 at 2 to 1R. That was it.
Got it.
Let's see. This 5-minute bar is going to close in like 15 seconds here. Let's see. 3308 20. Let's see, here's a wick high. Let's see if we can get
3
down.
strong looking 15-minute candles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of faith left in this trade. Gold's trading or crude's trading against us now too. The highs and lows of this business, the peaks and the troughs, roller coaster.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, it looks like we had the target, 32.95.
We did.
Yeah.
Equity's still hanging around those afternoon pullback lows. No gap fill in gold, no gap fill in crude.
No.
Wow. Gold's getting a little jumpy, isn't it?
Real
yeah,
jumpy.
It wants to do something here, but I'm hoping it reverses back down.
I'll keep my eye on it. I'm not gonna micromanage it though. I think we're toast on the rest on these final 3.
Well, this right where
coming for us.
the IB, your opening range high is what, 3311?
1 minute opening range high is
1080.
3310. Yeah, I have 1090. Yeah.
I wonder why that is.
331090.
Kind of weird.
Yeah, this
The
is an
data's the
interesting
data,
level
right?
here.
Crude is not being respectful of our position either. There's a 100 lot offered at 62.87.
Yeah. I mean, I still like the short side here in gold, honestly. Pull up my charts real quick. So we pushed up, right? We pushed up, and then we broke the upside structure. Excuse me. We took at this low here, and I kind of like below this 33.11. You know, I know that's our stop, but I think if we stay below 33.11, you know, we have a good potential to roll over here. So, you know, hopefully it doesn't get us. But I do like this area for sure. It's underneath this level here.
Starting to see some legs to the downside in the equities here a little bit.
Yeah, we broke that that zone. Here it is.
Yep.
Ooh.
Well, we got about a minute left here.
That's not going to help our cause in gold either.
Nah.
No, I've already written.
Gold's been rallying when the markets are dropping, so it's been, yeah. I've
already written off the balance of this trade in gold.
Toast.
Moving on to the next trade.
Toast.
Yeah, we're toast. We're toasting gold.
We're getting tagged. Everybody say
we'll let it play out. We'll let it play out just so we have a data set on our opening range trades.
Yeah.
But this will be the second consecutive day this week that we have hit 2 to 1 R, taken some profits, and then come back all the way to run our stop on the opposite end of the opening range.
That's good information.
Still in profit, though. Still in profits.
Yeah, it's still a profitable trade.
And that's good information you're getting.
Yep.
What do you think? We need a little butter with this toast or what?
Someone get the jelly.
Butter, slide it down a little bit.
Yeah, might be another example of the stop is a better place to get in.
Possibly.
Man, I'm telling you, this ES,
we'll see. Yeah.
That's right back to our entry price in crude oil, too.
Yep.
But, I see we got our 3 lovely faces on the screen right now. Welcome to the Handsome Contest, folks. We're here all day. Coming up next, we got Fast Markets. A couple of fan favorites. Coach Jay and Anne Marie are here to battle through these markets with us. We got a whole day of tradertainment coming your way. Coach Vince, any words of encouragement before we move on to Fast Markets? We got the Equity Open coming up in 10 minutes.
Yeah, well, if you're trading crude, if you're trading crude, wear a stop, right? All the markets, you always want to have a stop anyway. You know, you want to get caught out there. So just protect your accounts. The equities, be patient. We're already down below a certain level here, and you know we are inside of value from yesterday. So, we're outside of value. Maybe there's an open range trade, but you know I'm going to remain patient right now. There's a level here that I already broke, so you know I'm probably going to sit on my hands for a little bit and look for a good opportunity somewhere. So just be patient. That's all I can say today.
Sounds good. Thank you, Vince. All right, Hoag, take us home, my man.
Yeah, of course. As always, make sure you take a deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Pray for peace every day. Let's have a great session today. Blessings to you all.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Hoag. Stick around. We got a special treat. We got a newly live funded trader. We're keeping that a secret for a little bit, but special guests will be stopping in later this morning. Make sure you're sticking around. Plenty more tradertainment coming your way throughout the day. All right, we're going to step aside for our Fast Markets counterparts. 8:21 a.m. Central Time. We got about 8 minutes until the equities open, so we will take a short break and be right back. TopstepTV. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
We are absolutely thrilled to finally announce the release of the API for TopstepX. So are you a technical trader wanting to gain more control, maybe automate your edge or scale your strategies? Well, if you can code it, you can trade it. We're announcing the API access in TopstepX. It gives traders the ability to automate your strategy, connect external tools, and build more risk controls.
I'm on TopstepTV from bell to bell every single day. I love hearing Hoag's breakdown of the market. I am always open to hearing something new, hearing another twist on how I might look at something or how I can add another tool to my toolbox. You have to be flexible. You have to be nimble.
I wanted to get a nice car and I ended up buying a car for my payouts. So it's paid for, no rentals, no lease. But
What kind of car is
sharing? What kind of car?
it's a BMW 540i 2018.
Okay.
I love it.
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
You know what really helped me hold my trades longer?
Hmm.
I bought a recliner instead of, coaching over.
It's incredible.
Gave me chance to become uncomfortable after 4 hours of trading.
Did I hear it was impression day?
It
is?
Yeah, who do you got?
I could try D. I mean, the whole move with the RBOB. That's I gotta figure it out. She trades RBOB.
If you say so, Ali.
RBOB at London Open.
Introducing the all-new Topstep dashboard. It's faster, cleaner, and includes real-time stats and instant XFA activation. Payouts are deducted instantly so you can get back to trading. Bank your resets and use on any active account. Every reset gives you 30 days. No rush, more control. Experience the evolution of Topstep. Join the waitlist today. And it even, quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller, quarter, half, the orders, and even.
6,000 likes.
Hey, everybody.
Ooh.
Good morning. Get your YouTube appeals in the gate. Andre, we're free men and women again.
Wow, yes. Talk about an inside joke. There it is. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets in the house. Lower right, you know her, you love her. Anne-Marie in the house. Lower left, head coach of the Lunatics, Coach Jay. Upper right-hand corner, still in front of that beautiful mountain. Jack in the house. You saw Hoag. JD in opening call as well. Let's get right to it. Anne-Marie, we got 30 seconds till the opening bell. What are your thoughts coming into the day?
Well, we've been rewarded with every big dip being bought. And so let's see if we can get down into some lower support zones and see if the buyers take traction. Otherwise, we're going to have some range expansion. Saw an article this morning from Wall Street Bets that said, shorting is cool. So let's see if they get their hats handed to them or, they get to step on some necks.
I did not have Anne-Marie reading Wall Street Bets articles on the bingo card this morning. That's okay. We are now open. Jay, my man, what are your thoughts coming in?
Equity markets have been in a range over the past couple of days. Let's see whether or not we break out of that range finally. We have seen some volume trade up in this area, but really not directional yet. So let's see if today is that day or if we stay in the range. I'm going to be patient and wait for that for the market to decide.
Yes. Patience. Jack, I just took a quick peek at the 10-year yield. When are we going to start paying attention to it, my friend? How you doing?
I'm doing well. I got the 30-year up right now. Every night, they're coming in and selling it till it gets to 5% yield. Then it gets knocked down again in hours right now. We're above 5% right now. We're at 4.54 in the 10-year. It's hindsight capital. I was going to say initially that, kind of like Anne-Marie, I was looking to 5,900 or something like that. See if we can draw back to 5,920 to 5,925. We're already doing that. This is kind of my no-go zone in the ES, and we'll see where it goes from here.
All right, sounds good. For those just joining us, welcome aboard Fast Markets. House account short, one crude from $62.71, about 5 cents in the money. House account short, two micro gold from 33.06. See how we're looking on the open. A little bit of buying in the ES. Last trade 59.24. Up about 9-10 points there on the open. Dow's catching a bid. NASDAQ catching a bid as well. Crude not doing much. Gold isn't doing much either. Spy gig. Lisa wants to know what is the inside joke there, Jack, on getting your YouTube appeals to the gates.
We got this notice over the weekend that one of our episodes was taken down for, what was it? Harmful content.
Flagged us. Yeah.
You mentioned it was probably one of MP's trades. However, we still don't know exactly what it was, but we appealed it, and they're like, "Well, you're innocent, but be careful." So, Andre, no more flashing your firearms on this stream, I guess.
Yeah. Whoa, man, and then we're flagged again. So
and yeah, thank you, Jack. Well done. Let's take a look at the tilt here. Nothing really jumping off the page just yet. We'll stay patient. All right, NASDAQ coming up to overnight VWAP right now, 21,330. 333s now. S&P's following the same, up to overnight VWAP, 59.27. Can they push higher here? Right up against it. Look at the ladder. Nothing really jumping off. Upside or downside, Jay. We saw a lot of huge offers on the NASDAQ ladder yesterday. 800 lots, 400 lots, 600 lots. See if we have that.
At the bid
they
or
like
the
that
ask?
400 area. On the offer, they like that they like that 400 area.
They're defending it. They're definitely
Financial
defending
advice.
it.
I'd buy the bonds right now if I was allowed to do so.
Yeah, just to get back under 4.5.
The bonds under 5%. It's just doing the same things as yesterday. And if it breaks out, fine. You know what your out is.
Sure, like that.
Yeah, the big trade. A lot of investment managers are looking at right now is buying puts in the junk, and so in the spreads on the chains, they're like HYG and JNK, not so much JNK, but HYG, they're buying puts that are 50% lower 6 months out. So
What does that tell you, Emery? What does that say about the overall market and the overall sentiment? At least like that?
Well, there's a bit of a cross current there. So how Jack just said, hey, listen, it's a good place potentially to buy bonds. And really, they have been lifting off of that floor fairly well, right? So bonds go up, yields go down, right? But if that doesn't work, somebody's going to have to flip. But because the bond market is so big, they could come in like a big fat gorilla and just tear up the place. And so what they're thinking about from high yield junk is that high yield junk is going to have no reprieve, that those interest rates are going to stay sticky, and that's going to send those things into default, crashing down. And if you pay, like, say, 75 cents or $75 for one put, you literally could have 10x, 20x, 50x, depending on how tragic that gets. So it's just on the high yield junk side. It's got nothing to do with treasuries or corporate credit risk.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. All right, Hoag, we're about 5.5 minutes. I'll come right to you, Jack. Hoag, 5 minutes into this open. Thoughts on the equities? Dead ass low for the opening range here?
Yes, it is. So far, we open with a gap below the session low from yesterday in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ. Opening range remains the dead ass low, and we have closed the gap in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. So there's a little bit of a fight going on here. Are we going to re-accept range from yesterday and move higher? We do have overnight inventory to the short side. You can see the overnight VWAP is, steeping, dropping steeply. We've traded right to it in the S&Ps, which is right at the low from yesterday. So, our current high in the S&P and the NASDAQ is at a very important level in short time frame, if you ask me. Now, the NASDAQ, yes, the opening range remains the dead ass low. First thing we did was close the session gap to yesterday. That gap closed at 21,298. We're wrestling with that overnight VWAP, which again is pretty steep to the downside. The question again remains: are we going to reaccept range and value from yesterday, which could bring us all the way back up to settlement in both of those markets? Which S&P settlement 59.75, NASDAQ settlement 21,447 and a quarter. All a matter of we reaccept and range from yesterday or reject and continue lower.
Good stuff, Hoag. Jack, cut you off there. What'd you have? You forgot.
I was just saying, like someone was mentioning about the heaviness in bonds. True, that is the trend, but the demand just seems to come in every time they get above a 5% yield, especially during the day time frame.
Oh, you're looking at 30 year.
Yep.
Also, if that trade doesn't work out and we get a day session where they actually kind of break down below that and keep selling, I think that then we will see us test lower levels in the stocks, in the equities.
For sure.
By the way, is
What
it
do you
is it
think about
elitist
this?
to say equities? I saw a tweet today that was saying that like people that use equities instead of stocks are bad. Let me know in the chat.
There you
Somebody
go.
being
I'm going to say
judgy.
no, Jack. I'm going to say no.
Exactly.
Good.
Somebody being judgy over a word.
Yes, they are. I love that. Is that being elitist? Take a look. Yep, like Hoag was saying, we're up here against overnight VWAP. Only thing really moving, I'm seeing crude move to the downside. Last trade there is $62.50. House account short from 62.71. All right, pinned to the top of the chat. Topstep daily levels. Again, we refresh those, update those before every New York open. Click on that. Open that window up. Have a little real estate on the screen for that. If you don't have any real estate, it could do you one better as gold continues to sell off. Click on that tab, top of Topstep X indicators. Type in Topstep daily levels. Boom, have them slapped, overlaid on top of those charts.
Yeah,
Gold
little
selling
update
off.
on our gold trade.
Yes, sir.
It did come up and take out the high of the opening range, but it did not hit our stop. Our stop was up at 33.12.
That's a good stop.
60. So now I think we're in a pretty good position here because we just looked above the initial balance high and rejected. We have a failed upside auction above the high of the IB in gold. So still holding on to two of those. We got out of another one down at 33.03 half last time we got down to anchored VWAP off the open. So, but I think we could see this market rotate and come all the way back down to the IB low if we do not take out the current session high. Current session high. Where is it? 33.1180. So missed us by 8 ticks on that stop. That's why you move your stop a little bit further away when you do take an opening range trade.
Yeah.
They just came out and took out those stops that were just above it. We weren't one of them. We weren't liquidity yet, so we're still holding on to that trade. Pretty nice thing going on here in crude oil, though. We're about to 2-to-1 risk reward on that crude oil opening range trade right now.
Nice. Hey, Jack, got a question for you on the 1 p.m. Eastern time 20-year bond auction. Do you think it'll do anything?
It'll move.
No, not the auction itself. I mean the equities based on what goes on in the auction.
Yes, it depends on what happens, but one thing to keep in mind, because you don't think about that number a lot, noon central today when they have the 20-year auction, just be careful with your orders in the stocks because it can be enough to wick you out. And I think that's one of those numbers that sometimes catches people off guards because they're like, these aren't bonds. These are stocks.
Yeah.
See, I'm like the everyman now. Stocks.
What equities? What happened to equities, Jack?
I'm a stocks man now.
You're a common man, a man of the people. Absolutely. Let's take a look at that. Emery touched on the 20-year bond auction at noon central. What else do we have? Not seeing too much. We got EIA crude inventories at 9:30, about 50 minutes away. Trump greets South African president, and we bark at 11:15 a.m. And that 20-year, like they were talking about. So pretty light right now, but you never know these days. You really don't. So we'll keep an eye on that. Upper left-hand corner of the screen, see the hashtag fast markets, hashtag power hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV. Again, we've got a little Topstep TV on the X. We've got a little contest going. Send us your trader station, your battle station setups. We're going to pick the top 5 and send those top 5 a $50 gift card to the swag shop here at Topstep. I saw a couple of them. Personally, I like the one with the pizza box. I thought that was the best. They're not listening to me back there. So send those in. And
innovation.
It is innovation. It's absolutely. So send those in at Topstep TV on the X, hashtag fast markets, hashtag power hour.
Hey, John, can we have an update on Delta for the ES?
Yes, negative 280. NASDAQ negative, now positive 80.
Okay.
So basically
divergence
flat,
there
right?
in the S&Ps. Early, but a little divergence. That anchored VWAP in gold held again.
Yeah, I'm thinking about a long in gold here.
Okay. Last trade 33.07. Stacking networks.
See what
I haven't
you
seen them all.
see.
What do you see? What are you guys seeing? Talk to me. What are you seeing?
Time frame.
Yeah. So this 3-minute candle here, 7:27 Central Time. We're kind of holding the high of that right now. There was a lot of negative delta there, and we're holding the high of it. And if we look at VWAP attached to it, it's kind of channeling upwards. So I'm going to take this trade. I'm long 4 micro gold from 33.0760. And my risk is near the low of that candle. Really, I don't want it to trade back into 50% of it, but 33.0760. And we'll look for target on this. 33.20. On a 3-minute, yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Here goes the NASDAQ. Just went through overnight VWAP last trade in NASDAQ, 21,360. Wouldn't be surprised if we go test those 400s. 21,400 has been the sticky price for the last week and a half, 2 weeks in the NASDAQ. We went through overnight VWAP. S&P's trying here, still stuck on overnight VWAP, 59.27.
So, Jay, your opening candlestick in gold with that big volume spike, you trading that long because you're up and over it? And
yep, yeah, that's correct. Yeah, so because we closed above this, and there's a bunch of negative delta in this candle here, I'm assuming that whoever created that negative delta is now underwater if
back
the
foot.
market's above
Yeah,
their position,
they're on
right?
the
So
back foot.
just looking for
Okay.
them to cover it.
Gotcha.
Short squeeze. I mean, short squeeze. That's
Yep.
71% long in the NASDAQ right now as we trade 21,360 average long. Ooh, we're going to like this. 21,337, about 29 points in the money. ES 69% long. Gold and crude 50-50. NQ seeing some more buying. Coming up on these 70s, 370. S&Ps got through overnight VWAP. Now trade. They're going to go test these 400s, aren't they?
Yep.
Every damn day. Every damn day. Bond selling off here. 71% long ES now.
There's nothing up there at 400s right now. We've
Just
seen
seems
them
like the
trade so
price.
much volume in that area, though.
Yup. Gold catching a bit of a bid here. Take a look at the ladder on the NQ. Jack, any price levels in the futures in the ES correspond with
Yes,
the
sir.
options? Hit
Right
me,
where
my
we
man.
are now, basically.
Damn
Sticky
27s.
level 59.25, 59.20. That area could be sticky for the options, especially if we don't get much news. We're kind of in a holding pattern, waiting for the bill of beauty and bigness to figure out what we're doing there. Above it, spent a lot of time at 59.60 yesterday. 59.70 would be the 59.50 SPX strike.
59.50. All right. Saw in the chat Bitcoin all-time highs. Bitcoin cannot keep a good market down. Look at micro Bitcoin here. 107,430 last trade. Overnight highs over 108,000. Thank you for keeping us updated on the micro Bitcoin. We're trading all sorts of markets. I know we talk about, the big three, the big four, if you call them, NASDAQ, ES, crude, and gold. But we're going to try to move a little bit more of an effort to talk about some other markets out there, not just the big four. So Hoop likes the Ags. Hogs.
Yeah, actually, Hoop called on Sunday night at market kickoff. Hoop said, "Hey, listen, I think we get to 110 as the next upshot in micro Bitcoin." And
we're getting there.
It looks like it's climbing there for sure.
Yeah, hit
For sure.
108. And I'm looking at the spot per usual, but we hit above 108 last night.
Mm-hmm.
And now
What
we're
did it get
ripping
down
towards
to?
it again.
Was it in the 70s? It was in
When?
Yeah,
70s.
78,
Yeah, it was.
74, 76, something like that.
All right, seeing a bit of a dip in gold. Maybe a little bit of a sell. 33.01. Last trade there. Let me push higher here. Will we go get those 21,400s in the NASDAQ? About 30 points to go. ES stuck in the mud right now. We do have that 72% long tilt in the ES. Average price 59.25. So about 3 points in the money. And Q still
Give
long
up that anchored
70%.
VWAP, Jay.
Yeah, it did. It's still holding 50% of that candle Hoag, which is
it's still holding
where
it.
I sometimes
Oh,
like to
do your
get an
stop.
entry just because of this.
Uh-huh.
So it's not my stop. It's usually where I like to enter the trade.
Oh, okay.
I took this with micro, so I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this price action as long as it doesn't take out and kind of close under this. If it closes under that 50%, then yeah, this trade is cooked. But this was one that was just I like the idea and just getting into it.
Yeah.
Shout out to
Don't
Jay
you
in the
just
chat.
love
Don't care
micros?
about the tilt. Oh, sorry about that. What's up, Hoag? Sorry.
Nothing.
Sorry, Jay. 73%. Oh, shoot, I scored the tilt again right there. My bad. Hoag, overnight VWAP in gold. I have it at 33.06. We gave it a test beneath, right? Couldn't get down to 33.01s. Gold saw a nice rally yesterday. Now range has got a little tighter.
Yeah, it's holding basically above the range from yesterday. Let me get the right market up here. Hang on a second here. Below the range from yesterday, I should say. Okay. Above the range from yesterday. What am I talking about? Let me look at this. Above the range from yesterday. We barely closed the gap if we did at all. and we're in a previous range. So this is the gap that Dakota was talking about yesterday.
Yep.
It's a weekend gap, goes from 32.95 half all the way up to 33.28.5, and we're kind of ensconced in it right now. The anchored view app is what we're really kind of focusing on here, which is from the overnight, from the opening bar. I have it at Jay's got it on the big down bar there, but they're basically in the same spot. So we're kind of watching this 33.03 level to see if we still see buyers there. We just gave it up. We saw some buyers come back in. We do have the failed upside auction above the initial balance. That probability states that the market could rotate all the way back to the initial balance low. We got a little fight going on here, don't we, Jay?
We do, Hoag. We do.
Like
you guys are
clock.
Go ahead, Chuck.
I was to say, like clockwork, we are bouncing a little bit in the ZBs right now.
Yes, we are.
Yep.
Had
Oh,
my access taken away.
21,384 new high print in the session in the NASDAQ ES 5931. So keep an eye on that 21,400 level.
Missed that long there in ES. Just kept going.
NASDAQ's creeping inside of value from yesterday. One of the
going.
things we talk about is that value acceptance play. If we'd accept
What is the value acceptance play, Hoag? What does that mean?
So, yeah, here it is. So here's the range from regular trading hour session range from yesterday. On this platform, value low from yesterday is around 21,371. High of value of 21,442. The market opened with a gap below it. It is driving back inside the range, and if it finds acceptance inside of value, there's a good probability that price will return to the other extreme of value, which could see NASDAQ up to around 21,440 approximately. But the hard part of this is what marks acceptance. We used to say it was 2 30-minute bars closing inside of the previous day's area of value. But if you wait for that, sometimes it's just going to leave you behind and do it without you. You preempt it, it'll come back out, come back in, come back in, come back out. It's kind of a tough play to trade if it doesn't go right away. So we're not in value in the S&Ps. We're pretty far from value. Just the NASDAQ really seems to have some legs this morning to the upside. We got value high. The S&Ps, way up here at 59.50. We've got 18 points before we even think about a value acceptance play.
Essentially, today's market is going to try to test yesterday's range, and we are into it right now. Like Hoag said, once we got above 21,371, that was the lower end of yesterday's range. Hoag was saying we're now trading 21,394, closing in on 21,400. 390 there goes no stops. 400's print. I want that shit, Jay. Clockwork, man.
Yeah, right. Straight to it.
73% long ES, 70% long NASDAQ.
No size up there either. Maybe today's the day where they just let it go, where they need to stop. They don't need to sell anymore. Right, so buyers can just keep pushing.
Plus, they're super extended from a chains perspective. They're in the option chains. They just need to get it back inside of that range where they can start to get themselves out of the pickle that they're in.
A little bit of a headline here. Germany's chancellor on tariffs. There are signs that the U.S. could be interested in a deal with the EU.
Oh, jeez.
Some of this move to the upside.
There are signs that we're interested?
Man, I'm just reading the teleprompter. Don't ask me. I'm just
shocking commitment.
Oh, man. That's all.
He'll say anything that's on the teleprompter.
You will. Keep that in mind. Financial juice.
Yes, it is 75% long now in the ES. Last trade 59.32. Keep an eye on that. 75% long ES.
There are like three. I see that too, Andre. It's like there's 3 weasel words in one sentence.
Love it.
We got
weasel
there
words.
Are signs
weasel word
that the U.S. could be interested. That's 3 hedges in one statement.
That's clarity. If I've ever
There are
seen
no
it.
signs.
No.
No.
All right. NASDAQ kissed those 21,404, down about 30 points from there. 21,370. Who's in? I heard someone's in.
That's me.
All right. What do you got, Anne-Marie?
I took a short at the top of the range in the MES. It's a test, so I'll be able to get out with just a little nick if I'm wrong. If I'm right, I'll add on the way down, but we should see if sellers show up. I suspect they need to show up here. And if they can't show up, then we've got ourselves a rotation, likely, all the way back up 59.60. So
It's Anne-Marie, what
just
price did you
testing the
get?
waters here.
What price did you sell?
59. I'm blind as a bat here. Oh my gosh. Hang on
Heyo.
2 secs.
All good. 59.31. All good.
Yeah.
59.31 last trade in ES. Jay, you're still in this trade, yeah?
Yep. Still long, yeah. So this is
Oh, yeah, hold
where we kind of came down, held that 50% almost to the tick, where you could be a little bit patient with your entries maybe, and we'd have a trade that's in the profit with no drawdown. But the fact that this happened, I don't think that I even need to risk where I am right now, because this is the price action that I'm looking for. Didn't hold below that 50%, so I could take $100 of risk off of this, but I'm going to leave the stop where it is, and let's see if we can get some buyers step in here. With the equities rallying, though, I don't know if I love being long gold, but trading the market that I'm looking at.
That's it.
Go ahead, Hoag.
I was just saying to Jay, we gotta recover this anchored VWAP, which we just did.
Yep.
Oh, how are the house accounted trades holding up, or is that on JD's?
Well, we're still short the 2 micro gold. We're still short the crude oil. Sitting in profit in both of them. Was hoping we'd get to that 32.95 in the in gold to take another one off. We stopped short of that. We'll see what happens.
Thank you, Hoag.
Thank you, Hoag, indeed. We were talking about that gold equities correlation. We had something cooking a couple weeks ago. Let's take a look at that correlation matrix, and we can post a link in the chat. It's not as strong as it appears. We're looking at a 12 or so on that correlation between the NASDAQ and gold. So it's not as strong of a correlation perhaps we may have thought like it was a couple weeks ago. Hoag, if you throw that in I could do it, I guess.
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
Very, very handy. Very, very cool.
I'm looking for it. Hang on.
I got you. Yeah,
I
check
got
that
it.
out.
I'll post it.
It's not as strong as perhaps it feels.
Got it, Jay. There you go.
Have you
Thank you,
have
Jay.
you ever looked at any of the charts, Andre? I'll see if I can find one of like the SPX priced in gold.
They can do that?
Oh, they can do marvelous things. Unless your Bloomberg's down. Did anyone hear or was affected? The Bloomberg terminals, like 90% of them went down last night.
Uh-oh, Vatican in trouble. Vatican in deep trouble.
No, it was a big deal. A lot of places weren't making
Yep.
trades, and I was kind of wondering. I had almost a hypothesis. It almost adds to my bonds bouncing back that there was maybe a little less to go through with people kind of unsure with their Bloomberg terminals. What is it they have,
400.
Andre? 17 Bloomberg terminals at the Vatican?
For 800 people or something like that? Was that right? Yeah. It's
Good stuff.
insane. Trading firms. There's like 800 people in trading firms. They don't have 17 Bloomberg terminals in the office.
Yeah. Where do you trade? The Vatican.
The Vatican. How about you?
Yeah. He has got a big, like,
reserves
bunch
are
of
deep.
terminals right in the basilica.
Yeah, man.
A lot of guys
Here
in
they have
headphones.
fantastic internet
Priest
service.
robes.
Yup. 59.31. 59.30 in the ES. Coming up to the top of the hour. Yes, top of the hour. It is Wednesday. We told you what the tip of the week is on Monday and Tuesday. Well, by golly, we're going to remind you every single day throughout the week. And this has been an interesting one. Back and forth. There it is. Tip of the week. Embrace the power of consistency. Trade the same hours daily. Avoid jumping between instruments. Stick to a fixed risk-reward ratio. Focus on process over profits. Of those 4, trade the same hours daily. I like that. Avoid jumping between instruments. We always see, like Jay's trading from instrument to instrument, but you know what the instruments are. Same hours.
Same hours would be the key for me. Yeah. Same hours. If I trade during the day, for me, I'm a volume trader, right? So I like to trade when the most volume is trading during the day. That's usually going to be during this New York session. My results feel a lot more random when they're not during this time. So if I focus on consistency, it's trading at the same time all the time.
Amreeth, they're telling me you're muted. Is that true? Very serene background. Zen. She's just vibing over there.
Yeah, I was.
Wait,
I
there
was
she
just
is.
chatting up a storm.
Were you talking to yourself the entire time there? Were you just wondering why
I thought I was talking to you guys, but yeah, I was talking to myself.
Sorry. What were you saying there, Anne-Marie?
Oh, I was saying I agree with Jay that trading around the same time would be the one that I sit at most routinely, because I do move between instruments. I do have to expand my risk to reward depending on what instrument I'm trading. So I would say that top one is what I stick to. But it's kind of like what Dr. Brett said yesterday. You really have to keep distractions away and just become focused. Now, some of us can focus on a number of different things simultaneously. I, unfortunately, have the attention span of a Cocker Spaniel. And so I can't, when I'm focused on a trade, I'm really drilled in. And so I can move from instrument to instrument, but my thought process is always, are you focused in terms of what the market is trying to tell you?
How do you know if you're focused, Anne-Marie?
I'm with you. I can't do more than one thing at a time.
I know when I'm not focused. Yeah, I can't.
Not a multitasker.
Sometimes I think when I'm not focused, I can easily tell when maybe my camera is turned on and I am attached to a feed where people are seeing me. And so
whoa, big buying here. Come here. Something just hit. A bomb. Big bomb. Damn. Huge pop. Whoa. Wow, we're going way down. What the hell was that?
Wow.
Huge tape bomb to the upside. Popped about 20 points in the ES. Take a look at the NASDAQ. Popped about 100 points there. Right back down. What was that? Nothing else really moving. ES and NASDAQ are the ones that really popped.
See anything on the line here?
Nothing. What the hell was that?
I wonder if it was just a liquidity grab.
That was a big one. Whoa. Wow.
Yeah, 1 second chart showing some big volume there in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, 2.5 thousand ES in a second.
2,500. Damn. What prices did they clean out, Jack? From 25s up to 44s?
Yeah, it took us, well, in that 1 second, it took us, there was like a mini bump and then it set off something because we went from 59.32 to 59.44 in a second.
Woo!
And then in about, we retraced it in about, it looks like 15, 20 seconds. That's fun.
Ooh.
I like that.
It was. Everyone wake up. Everyone sit up straight. We are locked in here on Fast Markets, TopstepTV. Huge tape bomb coming in the ES. We saw the NASDAQ go to the upside as well. Gold selling off a little bit now. Underneath 3,300. Last trade, 32.98. Crude pushing a little bit lower, but that was a big one. And then we went right back down. Man, oh, man. Stephen L in the chat said that was crazy. Yeah, it was.
If you're there to
tape
watch
bomb
it,
took us to the upper extreme of yesterday's area of value in the NASDAQ.
441, Hoag.
Yep.
59.44 was also.
That's why I don't like putting in profit targets and have them sitting in the market if you're there.
What would you have done, Jack, if you don't have a profit target? You're right back to entry. Obviously, you would have gotten steamrolled, right? So
No, it's only if you're watching it. What I'm saying is, if you're long, what I'm saying is that if you leave both your stop and profit target there, more than likely, it means that you will always get your profit target in a tape bomb, and you'll probably lose slippage on your stop. But that's going to happen no matter what. If you are sitting there and watching closely when something goes off, right? You can take advantage of the tape bomb more on the profit side of it. Right? Well, because you might have, like, let's say you had your profit target sitting there 3 points above the market in the ES, you'll get filled there on a 20-point ripper, or even better, like, think about one of those tweets where things are just off to the races.
Yep.
Whereas you can just monitor it and take it off higher.
So mark it out. Essentially, no ups, no profit target, but essentially mark it out, because it's the only I could see. I got you. All right, good stuff. 2,500 lot in the ES just took out all those offers to the upside, right back down.
So,
Amory, you're in this trade. How'd that affect you? You're in this trade. Sorry.
Not at all. My goal is I'm getting in front of where I suspect the move is going to take me, which is back down into the support structure. So I start with an MES, a micro, because if I'm wrong, a reflexive event or liquidity grab is not going to scare me to death. So my stop still way above. It did not do anything to me. What you're looking at right now, this shading up here, is the Globex opening hour. And I always divide it in half. I use a GAN box. And if I reject that halfway spot, I usually head to the bottom. So the question is now, this move that came, is it a buy to cover because somebody short finally puked out? Or is this simply someone trying to bid the market up? My thought today is that, and I'm going to flatten this down 50 something bucks because it should be old. My thought today, because of the volatility compression, because there's so many people talking about shorting, this market has the juice to rocket to the upside and have a whole bunch of shorts puke their guts out. And I mean big size. So that first question about, hey, we just saw that hit the tape, and now the question is, okay, so what does that tell us? And so I think the movement post this one is really going to tell a story. I suspect that we'll stay compressed, but I really do not have any idea. And when a number comes in that big, I have to go, all right, where's the follow through? You know what I mean? It's just sort of like looking at it and going, all right, let's see if the follow through is there.
It might have something to do with this headline. The EU prepares a trade proposal for the U.S. to steer momentum into talks. These are so vague. You're telling me algo went to, but
so ridiculous.
Still right back into the range, right? If you look at this daily range in the equities, it seems like a huge move, and it is tradable, right? Because it's a big enough range to trade, right? We just had from the lows, 150-point move up to the high. But when you zoom out, the markets have not gone anywhere. It looks like they're waiting for something. So it's not surprising to see that lack of follow through, like you're saying, Emery.
We've been giving the upside auction a C- in the S&Ps and in the NASDAQ. I mean, it's still trying to go, but it's been kind of waffling as far as open interest is concerned. And we've seen some P-shaped profiles rather consistently in the last 5 to 6 days, which indicates short covering, and short covering takes buying power away from the market. And we are basically kind of in that range. So waiting for new information.
That's what I think's really happened.
I think investors are getting really tired of waiting for some sort of resolution on some of these tariff issues.
Well, they're not getting it, Hoag. I mean, they're not getting it. It's all just vague talking in circles.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and I
it's
think
going to be
people are getting
months and
so
months and months of
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
Months and months and months of this.
I know I'm already tired of it.
July 8th. Did I
Yeah.
hear July 8th is the new deadline? The new after the new 90-day deadline. So we're gonna.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if they kick the can down the street when that time comes.
Mm-hmm.
What a trading environment. Lambos for everyone says SSS. Yeah. Well, again, July 8th. Thank you. What is the crime? So we've got another 2 months. 2 months of this. All right, pushing higher here, 21,410 in the NASDAQ. Again, high just up at 21,441. ES, like Jay said, right back into range. Gold didn't really flinch at that headline. Crude still selling off, 62.33. Hoag, are you and JD talking about how we're managing these trades in crude and gold back there? Take us behind the scenes.
A little bit. I suggested we take another micro gold off if we get down to 32.95, which was our original target for the trade. But if we do follow failed upside auction rules, it could rotate all the way back down to 32.91 half, which is the IB low. We got a little bit of help from that little bit of information on that, but we have to wait and see if we're going to see if it plays out. Right now, we haven't talked at all about crude oil because it just keeps going our way. And I love that. So we've closed the gap from yesterday. We're at the high of value from yesterday. If we can accept inside of value, I mean, crude oil could go down to 61.80.
Yep.
Value low from yesterday, which would be another 40 points, 40 ticks on that. Holding below the IB low, which I like. We'll see what happens.
Gosh, I
Right
was
now,
a
we're
regular salad hands right
We're
there.
just comfortable being uncomfortable right now is what we're doing.
All year. All of 2025 right now. That's what it seems like. Yeah, and we got crude number, about on the hour, crude EIA, crude inventories, Deanna's favorite number on the calendar. What do they got expected here? What do they got? $1.1 million one barrel drawdown. They're never even close. Expected and actual, they're never even close. It's always a hoot, if you will. ES going down. Yeah, 59.30 coming down to overnight view at 59.28.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. I should have just sat in there because it gave me my clear rejection zone. You know, there's
Where did you
always
get out
that
of that?
space. Me, I flattened at 59.35.
Basically scratched, right?
Yeah, like $12 or something to the downside. No, 30 something bucks because I had two of them sitting there. I put a short that if it popped up into that range, as long as it didn't go over the 50% mark, I would take two of them. And it was just a standard mechanical trade I do all the time. And, you know, once in a while, I come on Fast Markets, I get ants in my pants, and I'm like, God, get it. So, wouldn't it be the absolute worst if you actually got ants in your pants?
That
How
would
bad
fire
would that
ants
be?
too. Fire ants would be very, very uncomfortable, Anne Marie.
Yes, I got fire ants in my shoes once.
How'd that
I
go?
did too. Was it in Florida?
No, it was in the Carolinas, but yeah, easily it could have happened in Florida.
Yes.
Yes, selling off. What?
I know it.
Happened on the golf course, Andre.
Is that true?
no.
Running
I did not know
around.
that.
I
Yeah,
hope
I was playing with my
that was a
dad.
public course.
What's up?
Because if it was, I said, hopefully it was a public course. And they were like, listen, because if it was a private course, you'd be able to go and race some cane.
Go ahead, Anne Marie.
Yeah.
What do you know about public courses? Anne Marie, what do you know about public golf courses?
It was private, but I also was hitting from somewhere I should not have put my ball there to begin with. Didn't notice the fire ant hill.
All right.
All right, coming in about 15 after. Got that big tape bomb, maybe because of the headline.
Yeah.
2,500 lot clearing out. 10, 15 points in the ES to the upside, right back, and markets are just trying to dust themselves, pick themselves up, say, what was that? Jason on this
What
trade
if
house.
we tried to buy the VWAP right here? Sorry, what were you saying?
No,
No, it's. I was thinking the same thing, Emery. We got overnight VWAP,
good.
New York session VWAP right there, 59.28.
Yeah. All
Kind of
right.
lower that volume spike that we just had.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just,
Yeah.
for me, trading the equities right now, with them being so range bound over the past couple of days,
Ugh,
every time I look at a
awful.
trade in the equities, I'm thinking, how much room is there in a potential move?
Exactly.
Right. So I right now, this kind of feels like middle of the range, hoping for a breakout. I would love to buy it somewhere lower than this right now, just because of the condition that
Yeah.
the market's been in over the past couple of days.
Yeah. That's where I've got some buys lower on the edge. I have yesterday's Globex opening candle high, and then I have the range of low at that 59.12 Jack was talking about a little bit ago, and the other one is really that 59.04. So I'll be a little patient here and see what gives. I am moving against the trend of that moving average, but we are bottoming. We did just make a higher high relative to the wave. We're making higher lows. So it's either going to chop around here and move up into a little bit of a higher range, or, we're going to fall through and stop. So I've probably got about $100 of risk on this altogether if all of them come in. It's just an easier way to trade for me with all these tape bombs that come across using a Topstep account, right? I mean, I can sit around in I spent a lot of times in the options market. I could sit around in there and let it wiggle up and down against me, but you really have to manage risk inside of these accounts. That's the only way you get from one place to the next. Micro Bitcoin is holding up.
Still pushing?
Yeah. Yep. And it's got, it's about to cross over. And these lines that I have, these vertical lines, what I'm using them to measure is momentum. And so when momentum shifts positive, I just look for the floor of support and try to pick up. So talking about focus, I would have had, based on this line, pulling here, I would have had old resistance, new support, tell me that I have the potential for a long, but only up into resistance, simply because it rotated back down long, but I always follow with overall trend. And I wasn't paying attention. I was distracted. And so I always know I'm distracted where I look back on the chart and I go, good grief, you know exactly what you're going to see there. Why wasn't your order just waiting for it, right? Because if you're trading the micros in small number, it's okay to go, I'm going to test the waters right here. And as it moves in my favor, I will add to the trade.
Question in the chat. I do believe Jay is the one that coined this term. Jay, what is a tape bomb?
Tape bomb. It's a spike of volume, and you can see every time we get one, Jack moves over to the 1 second chart. You'll see them more clearly, but it's just a kind of seems a random spike of volume, where it clears out. It's either clearing out stops usually. I think more important than what's a tape bomb is what happens afterwards. And we talked about the follow through, right? Lack of follow through. So we just had that huge spike of volume in the S&P and the NASDAQ, and look at what the markets do afterwards, right? So anytime I'm looking at one, that's what I'm reading, right? What is the market's reaction? Is there follow through? Because if there was, right, and we just continue to see buying, then that's not a move that you want to fade. But if that was a move where market participants don't necessarily need the market to keep going up, then you know, somebody could have seen that price action and say, "Oh wow, the market's rallying. Let me get in long," and you bought the high of that move, and you're down 15 points in the S&P right now.
Yeah.
So watch the market's reaction instead of trying to.
Big ass trade. A big ass trade
Yep.
coming
Yeah,
to the
and you
market.
can
Just big ass
see-
trade, just clearing
I-
out stuff.
I went to
BAT.
the aforementioned 1 second chart here. If we go to mine, and you can see this may be like kind of unclear, but the 1 second volume,
cow.
you know, it's a huge
That's
outlier
insane.
of all these other seconds. So something big went down there.
Apparently, I guess that term. A lot of hot takes on the word tape bomb. I did not.
I didn't
know
create it.
anything
Yeah, I
about
didn't create it.
Okay, you did. Okay, well,
You know,
it's the first time I heard
you know,
it.
the you know the internet hates that, right? It's like this guy's
Yeah.
repackaging information. It's
All
like
right, sorry.
It was
I
Jeff
artist
Tape
say.
Bomb.
Would you like to say just a big market order? Tape bomb
big
sounds
market order.
cooler.
There you go.
Market order. Apparently, it's been around for a while. Okay, well, it's the first time I heard it was from Coach Jay, head coach of Lunatics. Starve at the buzzer. You see him on slow markets with Dakota as well. You on slow markets today? Typically, you're Wednesdays, right?
Yeah, slow markets Wednesdays. Yep.
There you go.
Slow markets Wednesday.
I like that schedule everybody's got for, so I know, hey, on Wednesday I can go see Jay in slow markets and that kind of stuff. So that's cool. I like it.
It's been good.
Comments.
Yeah, it's so good. The chat's on fire today. Bottom of the hour in about 10 minutes. Take a look at some of the tilts. 50-50 around there. Take a look at the old 10 years, 4.52%. Stuck above 4.5. We'll see. Looks like NASDAQ's, no one's left. 21,400. Just stuck. Last trade. And then take a look at ES, 59.32. Again, house account short 1 crude from 62.71. About 36 cents in the money there. Short 2 micro gold from 33.06. We've been looking at 3,300s for a lot of this morning. Last trade there. Payouts. We got some.
So,
ahead,
Andre,
Jack.
real quick, instead of news today, I sent a couple of charts to the production box. I'll let them set up real quick, but I got those charts I was talking about of the S&P measured in ounces of gold. Okay. So this is 10 years.
yeah.
And this is how many ounces of gold it would take to buy the S&P 500. And you see the chart looks very, very different.
How many ounces of gold it would take to buy?
You
Okay.
know what the really depressing thing is?
I'm
Looking at
about to
that
go to
chart.
it.
No, I can't do it.
Let's go to the next chart. This is 30 years. How many ounces of gold it would take to buy the S&P 500?
Break it down. I can't. I don't fully understand. What are you seeing here?
By breaking your brain. So instead of dollars, this is basically, the S&P 500 is at 5,900 or something like that right now in the SPX, right? So how many ounces of gold would it take to buy that? And this is following it back. So you can see that the peak, at least in the last 30 years, of the S&P 500 relative to gold was during the .com bubble, and the low was when we started bottoming out following the Great Recession.
Gotcha.
So this takes out, like, when people sometimes, I like thinking about this when people short stocks, is the longer term trend, even if we're talking about inflation and stuff in the future, is the stocks are going to go up because the dollar's worth less, right?
Yep.
We've
Yeah,
been in a
that's the
pretty tight
depressing
range,
part.
though, that if, Andrea, can we go back to that first chart of the last 10 years?
Gotcha.
I would like to take it off the log scale, but I just screenshotted this, and this is what they had. My apologies. I don't like logs either. But we're kind of testing that 1.6 level of ounces of gold at S&P 500. We did it in 2020 and 2016. These are some longer term trends.
So it gets beneath that bad news, above it good news. Beneath that bad,
the thing is,
above it good.
is just remember when you're shorting the stock market, you're not just. It's still going to go up in the future, even if things are shitty.
Right.
Right. So you're taking a bet that's pro dollar as well if you're trying to short the market.
Gotcha.
Anyway, there's my soapbox.
Thanks, man. That was cool. I appreciate it. Learned something today. How about that? Topstep TV, always learning. Jack always bringing the goods. Click like, follow, and subscribe. We are a little light on the likes. We got Anne-Marie, Coach Jay, Jack as well. Hey, Anne-Marie.
I'll do it if we have
time...
to. I'll do it if
What's
we
that?
have
What
to.
do you got?
We talked about it in the green room.
Incredible, man.
Oh my God.
Incredible. You should see. Gosh. Anne-Marie, remember last time you were on us? Yeah.
Oh man.
Anne-Marie, remember last time you were on this? Jack was talking about how he listened to that podcast about, what was that? Just about yields and inflation. That amazing podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah, the odd lots.
It was the odd lots.
Yeah.
Thank you. So good, man. Jack's always knows his stuff.
Yeah.
All right, you guys, everyone's still in these trades. Jay, you're still in this trade. Anne-Marie, you are in a trade as well.
Yeah. So I was just going to ask Jay, you know, so we're trying to hold above the VWAP in the ES. What would you want to see in order to either add to the trade or potentially initiate the trade?
So in the ES, I think if you're looking to trade it right now, buying anything from 59.27 up to 59.30s is a safe trade, right? And then looking to rotate back up to the higher end of that that big ass trade that we had. So I think it seems like a safe trade now. The reason I'm not trading it is just because it's in such a tight range. And for my own trading, I realized that when I trade in this range, I usually get chopped up. So I'm already in a somewhat of a range trade in gold. But yeah, anything 59.27 to 59.30 seems like a safe buy in the S&P right now.
Yeah, we're just dancing around this VWAP, which kind of stinks. Because the VWAP is, you know, it's got itself a little downward slope. So we really... We really wanted to change direction.
Checking in on the Mag 7. They're down minus. Google's up 3%. I heard, I don't know if this is the reason, but you see they're doing like real-time translation for video calls between English and Spanish, I think. Pretty cool.
Really?
Wow.
People are complaining about the
I gotta
price.
test it out.
Yeah, let's see where they want to take this. Still selling here in ES. A little bit of selling in the ES. NASDAQ not convinced. The 50-50's on the tilt right now. We got EIA crude inventories at the bottom of the hour. Who was here yesterday? Who was watching that amazing session with Dr. Brett Steenbarger, Anne-Marie, and Hoag? There it is. Get that graphic up there. That was awesome stuff. I hope you guys watch it. We are going to
really good.
isolate that and put it in on the YouTube. Hoag, Anne-Marie, you were on there. Anne-Marie, you got a little emotional. Hoag, what were your thoughts? What are your favorite takeaways in that session?
Well, I think, you know, the way it opened up, Anne-Marie had some really good questions out of the doctor's blog space. You know, what is intention? You know, what is focus? And I think he really brought the goods on that. And Anne-Marie, thank you very much for bringing that in to kind of open up the segment. And you know, this I think was probably my favorite time that we had with Dr. Steenbarger. I think the questions that everybody sent in were deep, very poignant. I mean, we're all traders. We're all in this together. And we all feel a lot of the same things. And I thought it was just absolutely fantastic how we got into forgiveness and how, you know, we got into people that are used to taking losses and almost feel addicted to kind of feeling losses. It is going to be isolated. It is going to be on our YouTube channel. And I suggest, you know, that everybody watch it because Anne-Marie, wonderful questions and wonderful insights. The good doctor, I mean, you know, Dr. Steenbarger is every trading psychologist's trading psychologist. he's really the, you know, the pinnacle of trading psychology. He is, you know, he's a professor. He's written several books. He's worked with the top traders all over the world. I was absolutely, I mean, I don't know about you, Anne-Marie. I had chills up and down my arms several times during that session. It was so good.
Yeah,
so
same. It was really good.
Yeah. It was.
Emery, why'd
it
you
was
get why'd you
fantastic.
get emotional? If you don't mind me asking.
Of course. Of course I mind.
All right, moving on. No,
just kidding.
Emery, I'm trying to sell it. I'm trying to sell the segment here. So come on, help me out.
You know, I've fallen down as a human being a lot of times, and I think I reflect on that a lot. I feel that I could have done better, I should have done better, and so those sorts of things stick in my mind all the time.
Mhm.
And I always immediately try to ask for forgiveness, and sometimes they give it to me, sometimes they don't, but that's okay. The hardest thing for me to do is forgive myself. And so when he started talking about that element of forgiveness, it just sort of overwhelmed me because, you know, a lot of times when we're trading and we're really through a tough patch, a lot of us feel the emotion of shame because we feel we should be doing better. And when we feel that shame, we feel, oh, you know, I'm letting X down, I'm letting Y down, I'm letting me down. And that turns into this big emotional whatever, and it totally short circuits the prefrontal cortex. And so we live in shame and regret and woulda, coulda, shoulda, and our brain's not clean. And so the first place to get to is that state of, I'm going to be in the present. The past is the past. The only thing I can do is make amends to those that I have wronged, and then forgive myself and move forward, and just move forward. And so it just sort of, it reminded me of my old trading journeys. It reminded me of, you know, sometimes when I size up too big and I have to run back in there and go, holy crap, what are you thinking? And change my trades around. And all of that, it just sort of came right out of me. And you know, I'm a crybaby anyway.
No.
So
Yeah, and we got the link to that segment. The segment replay pinned to the top of the chat. Crude selling off here. Hello, crude down 60 cents on this 5-minute candle. Yep, $62
that's a beautiful
even.
trade.
Wow, we are still
Yeah,
short. Yeah, yay. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jack. Yeah,
Oh, it was the
Yeah,
what did it say?
was. Question. All right,
One
actual.
point-
Go ahead.
1.328 million versus an expected minus 1.1 million. So that'll get people short.
Quite a build, yeah.
Not even close again. Well, I've seen worse.
Sorry
Again,
it took so long to answer that, Andre.
All good, all good. We're all watching these wires here. We got it up, expected 1.1 million barrels drawdown. Actually, it was a surplus. Go figure.
Yeah.
Higher supply, lower the price. This Jay, what's up with this trade, man? This is the longest.
I was just thinking about cutting it. I'm sitting over here thinking this trade sucks. Just because it's not moving anywhere. But
Jay,
this it's not invalidated yet, right? I marked out that 50%. Still holding. Nothing to do. It's just do something.
You're long, we're short, and neither of them are invalidated.
Right.
Yeah. And there a ton of volume just rolled in there too, because I have a volume bar that shows up on one of my other platforms. And so this could be a really sticky spot.
Okay.
Did you guys hear that the Euro's planning on turning their digital currency on in October?
Or what? What does that mean?
Scary.
Oh. I'm sorry? What is it?
The digital currency is supposed to be unveiled in October.
Oh, they're doing this.
I see that look on Jack's face. All right, spill it. What do you say? What do you think?
I don't know. It'll be interesting. That's for
Yeah.
sure.
In a terrifying kind of way.
Somebody asked before if we go over to my charts real quick. They asked, like, show the money supply along with it. Well, I deliver. This is going back to 1987. This is the maroon line is the M2 money supply in trillions, and the right is the S&P 500. Good stuff.
Yeah, more money, more
more money, more
Exactly.
Where's 2020?
Yep.
Where's 2020 on that chart? Is that the huge? Yeah, I know where 2020.
2020 is when this line goes ballistic.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then you can see that
$6
trillion, it is this easy. You just got to listen to the Fed, man.
Don't fight the Fed.
Tightening, market went down. Untightening, market went up.
Oh, incredible.
This is why you listen to Powell.
$6 trillion will do that.
The Russell kind of let us lower here. Looking for a potential short in micro NASDAQ, just risking above this 400 area. Seeing some nice selling coming in.
400, popular 400
Good for
level there again.
Yep.
We've been hearing about that for
It's
days.
It's right in the middle of the opening candlestick in the Globex, too.
We already took out the stops above it.
Second networks. Yeah, 399, 21,399 in the orders was that 1,500 lot. It's either here nor there at this point. 21,400 is the big magnet in the ES. What else do we have on the calendar? Of course, calendar is always changing. President's greeting, South African president, in a little less than an hour. Barkin speaking, 11:15 a.m. Central Time. And you got that 20-year bond auction as well. Anything with earnings? What do we have for earnings? We had some home. Yeah, we had Target and Lowe's here in the States. Nothing really after the bell. No, Snowflake and Zoom. If you're into that kind of thing.
Super Bowl is next week, right?
Super Bowl. Oh, 800 lot
yes.
filled upside.
The 28th, I believe, is NVIDIA earnings.
Ah, okay.
1 week from today.
I'm going to guess it turns out to be a nothing burger, and option sellers end up making all the money. Not an unreasonable
That may be
bet.
the case, but I want to get the credit card, Andre, and see if we can host a little party for it somewhere.
A watch party in Chicago.
Watch party, even if it's just you and me.
This shit only works in
the
Bay. That only works in the Bay, man. That's it. Well, hey, yeah. Belly
I'm
up
in.
the
Let's
bar,
go to
watch it.
Let's go to Right Liquors and make them turn on the
Stop it.
NVIDIA
No.
earnings.
Oh my god. Right Liquors. That place.
Yep.
24/7.
No doors
Yeah.
in the bathroom.
Yep. Oh shit. 21,395. Let's trade 50-50 on the tilt. Coach Jay in this marathon of a gold trade. It's incredible.
Yeah.
This trade sucks. I mean,
It's still not invalidated. Maybe it gave me an opportunity to add off that 50%.
Yeah.
And this is one where, like I was saying, the better entry was right at that 50%, and I'd be sitting in the money, or maybe have taken it off already. Just gonna leave it on. Market's really not doing anything. Kind of across the board. I know the house is in that crude short, which has been a nice trade.
Yeah, beautiful trade. Absolutely incredible.
I mean, we're also only an hour and a half into the session, right? So
yes,
there's going to be some opportunity coming in later. One of the best trades in the S&P, I think, yesterday from my playbook was at like 1:45 Central Time. So if you have the patience to wait, there's going to be a good setup, but
yeah,
got to be around for it. Hoag, is there a target for this crude short?
Talking about it behind the scenes.
Just talking about it.
Well, when we get
I'll
JD
be
in
back
here,
I'll
we'll
be back
have
in a
them
couple
two.
minutes. We'll take a look.
59.23. Saw 800 lot coming on the offer.
S&P?
Yes. I don't know if you saw that got filled right away. I'm trying to find the price. Time and sales.
Was right around 25s. Yeah. It was like a little bit of a range here. It was 59.24 up to 25.
Crude beneath $62. Last trade, 61.98. Oh, we had was that fireworks of the EU headline. I don't know. We just saw it.
Yeah, here's another thing. What if you're somebody that needs to get out of your trade on the high, and you've got yourself a slick little way of letting something leak? I see moves like this all the time. Out of nowhere, people go, "Oh, well, you know what I'm saying? Of course it's market manipulation, but I think a lot of people get away with that in the oil space."
You don't say. Sure do.
Yeah.
Is it a coincidence that the headlines drop at perfect technical levels?
What was that headline that dropped? Oh, what was it? Convenient
It was
timing.
the opening tick for the Iran stuff, wasn't it?
Well, yeah. When we get JD in here, we get JD and Hoag. Yeah, that was a doozy. Crude trading $62 right now. Yes, another VIP drop in checking form. You know it's coming. I can't tell you when, but it will have another one today. We're checking number 21 coming at some point today. So make sure to get those in. And the draft, it will be in June. Season 3, you'll be a lunatic. Pop Squad. Anne-Marie, are you interested? I've heard your name getting thrown around for perhaps being a coach, perhaps being a commissioner, if you will. Commissioner, like Goodell.
What's the team name?
Roger Goodell in this thing.
The team name I got when I did one of the 150K subscriber things. I said, "Hey, I want to be a coach next session. Help me out with a name." And some crazy ones came up, and one of them sort of resonated with me, and so we're going to call it the Hive.
Oh, the
Nice.
Hive. Wow. Like,
Although
yeah,
I like the idea of Anne-Marie as commissioner, and like everybody who gets chosen in the VIP draft has the awkwardly like
the hug.
the handshake and hug thing with her like
Handshake and
Goodell.
hug, dap up. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, put you on stage with some war hero so that they can't boo you. Be great.
Look, all right. We got Hoag ready. Give me a thumbs up, Hoag. And JD, if we're good to go. Andrew, give me a thumbs up because we got this house account trade we got going on from the opening call. We're going through it. Bring in JD, bring in Hoag. Let's talk about this house account trade and payouts and P&Ls.
All right.
What's up, guys? We've got about $650 in unrealized profit on these two trades combined right now. Holding both of them. Looking pretty strong so far. Hoag, how do you feel? We've been in these trades for a couple hours now.
Well, the crude trade opening range still the high of the day. We are now below the initial balance low. We looked below it. We rejected. Now we're back below it. We're just about twice the initial balance, which would in itself be a decent target. Settlement would be a decent target, but we're also now seeing potential for reacceptance of value, and I've got value high from yesterday at 62.09. If we spend some time below that level, I like a target of 61.60 because I've got value low at 61.55, and I like to go a little bit short of that for targets. A little unnerving because we're at twice the initial balance. That's a pretty decent range for the day, particularly lately in the S&Ps. It's a 96 tick range. It's a 95 tick range yesterday, 120 tick range the day before, 100 ticks the day before that. So we're getting close to kind of almost an average daily range on this. So I want to see us again stay inside or below 62.09 to mark acceptance of value from yesterday, which is right about here. Now this is volume value. This is a little bit different than what I'm looking at. TPO value is that 62.06 level. Settlement isn't a bad target. Twice the initial balance isn't a bad target on its own. if we're going to Lenny the trade, I don't want price to go to resolve back above the initial balance low, which is 62.41. Nothing wrong with taking a profit on this where we are. But again, showing acceptance inside of value, we could get TPO value low yesterday. Again, 61.55. I like 61.60 for a target for a value acceptance play if it plays out. This can be a tricky trade to play out.
Very tricky, yeah. Those average true ranges are a great indicator too when you're looking to hold a trade for a significant amount of time or more time than you normally would. So we're coming up on that average true range in gold right now. So how much, or I'm sorry, crude oil. Yeah. So the question then becomes, how much are we expecting to actually squeeze out of this trade right now? We're sitting right on top of settlement price, 62.03.
Right. Which is, a perfectly respectable target, especially with overnight inventory that you could kind of view as longish because of that big bar to the upside at 5 o'clock last night.
Mm-hmm. Well, we are at 3.5 to 1 R right now. Okay, I kind of like what you're saying. I'm going to work a bid to cover this trade right now.
Okay.
See if it'll give us 3.5 to 1 R.
Oh, here we go.
All right.
What's up, Jack?
You put the bid in.
As soon as I put the bid in, it rallied 10.
Yeah.
10 cents in our face.
Now, what do you think about the gold trade? Still
Let's
hanging
switch
around
back over to gold.
We're also testing the lows of the day again in the 10-year future. There it is.
Lows in the 10 years?
Yeah. It's the first time during the day. This could be bearish for the equities.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Our gold trade, Hoag, we are sitting...
What
was that, Anne-Marie?
For the bonds on the 10-year, 3 days ago, the low was, 109.20 or so?
Yep.
Hoag, this gold trade, we're sitting right underneath our entry price. Again, short 33.0660. Got a couple ticks on this one right now. It's been real choppy for the last.
So, to me, the biggest kind of longer time frame nuance is we did take out the high of the opening range. Our stop was far enough away, thank goodness. We established the initial balance high 33.0990. And we did leave a failed upside auction above that. If you look on a 30-minute chart, if you kind of want to go to mine for a second. So opening range right up here somewhere. We put in the initial balance low in the first 30 minutes, put in the initial balance high in the 8 o'clock bar, looked above it and rejected. That's a failed upside auction. Probabilities states that if we do leave a failed upside auction, the target is to the initial balance low. We haven't been able to do that. We've got, a narrowing range. And to me, there's two nuances. That opening range close to the high of the day, we did take out the stops above it. That's not a bad thing. And the failed upside auction still has me thinking this could rotate back down to the initial balance low. We are, seeing a narrowing range. Dolby would call this a Dorito. Very eloquently put. We're even if we just leave the stop where it is, JD, we're gonna make money on it.
Yeah.
Our goal is to stay in these trades as long as possible. Are we out of that gold, that crude trade yet?
No, we're still in it.
Where's the
We're
bid?
sitting right on top of 3 to 1. 6201.
203 is settlement. Just kind of hanging at the high of value from yesterday in that crude trade. Let's see what it does. What do they say, JD? If it doesn't scare you out, it'll wear you out. I feel like we're wearing out our welcome in this gold trade.
Agreed. Working the bid. And we're out. Got out at 6209, Hoag.
Okay.
It's a nice trade.
It was a very
Really
nice
nice
trade.
trade.
Yeah. What's the realized P&L now?
Realized P&L plus 866 house account.
So we're out. So we're flat in crude too.
Flat and crude.
Okay.
Very nice.
So 2 for 2 for the opening range trade today. Not what we were looking for, but at least profitable.
We're still short 2 gold.
Oh.
I didn't cover the gold.
Oh, okay.
But running our stop will still put house account up 750 on the day.
We got 6202 on our exit for crude.
6209 exit on the crude.
09. Oh, okay.
62 ticks off that trade and on that trade.
Beautiful. Love when a plan comes together.
Going for new lows
All
right
right,
now, too.
opening range trades for the win.
Yeah, it's been a good week. Good
Big
week for the
support
opening
level
range.
in the SPX.
Where are we at for the month on these opening range trades? If you have that handy, JD.
I've got the last. Let's see. I took a look the other day. Since the. I've just got the last 2 weeks. We are up 3,200 the last 8 trading days on opening range trades.
Nice. Easy
Trading
peasy.
one lot. Yeah, trading 1 lot in crude and 5 micros in gold.
Micro Bitcoin
Bitcoin.
about to run. Yeah.
You saw
into
that in
the
the chat.
implied
Yeah, this
volume.
is
Yep. I actually
where
have
all
it
the
on
money's
my.
going.
I'm watching it. Yep.
New high 108,365 in Bitcoin spot market.
JD,
How about that?
we just traded right to the IB high in gold and fell off.
We want to just get out of it. Is it time to flatten all? People are laughing about me shuffling papers in the background. I am a pen on paper kind of guy when I'm sitting at my desk. I got the pen in my hand at all
I'm with
time.
you, JD.
You might hear it clicking pretty often. That's me.
Real
I'm
trading.
with you, JD. Yep. You got to write down your journal too. Just seems to stick better if I write it down.
Yeah.
Who wants to know where the notepad is? It's right next to my trigger finger, Hoop. There it is.
Yeah, my handy dandy Topstep clipboard here. All right. JD, what do we do with this? Do we just let it play? Do we move the stop
I tell you
down
what.
to just above the session high?
Let's let it
Which
marinate
is
for
basically
another
where it is.
second. Yeah, let's let it marinate for another minute. I'm going to go over some P&Ls real quick.
All right.
See where the market's
Awesome.
at after we finish this. All right, here are yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. We've got Owan and Ubraj trading the NQ. 17,560 for one. Owen, and $10,050 for Ubraj. Isaac, no, I'm sorry. Chun Lin trading the ES. $5,437 for Chun Lin. Our guy Dakota, number 5 on the big board, $4,243 and $420 $4,242 in total profits trading gold and the NASDAQ. Dropped about 150 in gold, made up the rest in the NQ yesterday. So a pretty decent day for Dakota. Then Regina rounds out the top 5, trading the NQ, $3,991 for Regina. Excellent P&Ls for our live funded traders. Next up, we got some payout numbers. Mid-week payouts, here they are. Pranerin, no stranger to Topstep TV. Pranerin's been on a couple of our lists throughout our tenure on Topstep TV. But back on the mix, taking a $22,000 payout yesterday. Ezra took $20,000. George T, another popular name. We've seen him quite a bit on our P&L list and payout list the last couple of months. Taking another 20 grand out of the live markets. Justin O on the big board. He's in the top 25, $17,000. And Paulo, $16,111 payout yesterday. Big shout out to these traders lining their pockets with real money from the real markets. Pro Ball Trading. That's what we say now.
Thank you very much, JD.
You
Andre,
are welcome.
back.
I didn't know they were going to break the trade down that long. Yes, I am back. I never left, Jack. How would they know if I left? They never saw one way or another. But yes, I am back. Yes. Let's take a look. These markets, man. Jay, you are still in this trade, this gold trade. How's the count in this marathon trade as well? Yeah, Marie, also in a trade. Everyone's got a trade on. Everyone's just chilling. Take a look at the NASDAQ. Let's go around the horn here. 21,415 in the NASDAQ. 59.27 last trade in the ES. Crude, $62.08. Gold, $33.08. 50-50 on the tilt across the board. Coming into the top of the hour in about 5 minutes. We do have another VIP check-in. Let's see if NASDAQ wants to go test these highs. About 20 points to go. 19 points to go now. Those highs, 21,441.
Micro
Hey, Marie, are you still in that S&P short?
No, I actually went long.
Oh.
I should have stayed in the short, but I was a sell at hands, and so I did not.
Where are you long from?
I am long from 59 to 59.30, 50.
Okay, right here. Okay.
59.31,
right.
Sorry.
Same prices. All right, NASDAQ's going to move first. Might be leading the way higher here. Catching a bid. 10 points to go. Now 9 points to go. Here we go. Closing in on highs right now. 2 points. There we go. New highs. NASDAQ, 21,447. Just printed. ES lagging a little bit. Taking some move to the upside here in the NASDAQ. The ES go. S&P's follow.
Bitcoin is screaming.
Is that what's going on, right? Okay.
Screaming higher.
108.87.
Oof.
S&Ps are stuck in the mud.
S&P's gold, everything.
Stuck in mud.
Yeah, I'm about to take the $12 here. It's a terrible hourly rate, but
Well, you're taking off the gold trade?
I may just take it off and wait for a volume. If it's going to move, it'll give me an opportunity to get into it.
Fair enough.
I'm thinking about, is the mental capital I'm spending on this trade, or I could just not look at it again. But is it worth whatever the risk is on this trade?
Mm-hmm.
SPX bounced off of a really important support ledge at 59.02, just as an FYI.
Yeah, that
We
5,900.
stopped making, big number. And we stopped making new lows and advancers to decliners on the NYSE. That number is negative 1,500 and
Really?
then some. So advancers to decliners, a lot more decliners. And we don't normally end up this low on the average day. And so we could see a bounce. The bonds also just upticked a little bit, and for the first
did.
time, really, we are above the low of the prior day in the ES and just sort of creeping to the north. I would not be surprised if we see a topping formation in micro Bitcoin here. I've moved to a 2-minute chart because it's coming up against the daily implied vol, the expected move. So if it jams up and through that, I'm going to watch for it to fail, and that'll open up a potential short into the support zone.
What price will that be?
That would be, I'd like to enter somewhere around 10. Where are we? 10. I'm blind as a bat, folks. Hang on.
Good. NQ's making new highs here. 21,456.
Yeah.
That's right. 454. Crude might be looking to the downside. Tilt's just chilling right now. NASDAQ is woken up, pushing higher here.
109,300. But it's
109,
got to get below that level on a failed retest. So now we're pushing things out. I think the ES has got itself a little bit of a bid right now, so we'll see.
Yes, it
Yeah,
does.
let's see if we get the follow through. The bond scalp is kind of working out.
Yep.
You know, buying with the yield above 5%. A lot of buyers there at 5%. What's your target, Anne-Marie?
My target would be the 50% range of the opening Globex. That's about 59.41. And then if it behaves nicely, 59.54. And there's the rejection in Bitcoin, but we expect the buyers to sort of try and hold this space unless it falls like a stone, and then
everyone's got a game plan, Anne-Marie, right? Everyone's got a game plan until you get punched in the face. I get it though.
Till they
I
get
love talking
punched
about
in the
these trades.
face.
It's true, but I love talking it out here in real time. That's what we do. That's what we get on Topstep TV, day in, day out, bell to bell. If you want to be part of Topstep TV, if you want to be part of this wild circus that we call Topstep TV, real transparency, real traders, always positive, good vibes around here, supporting one another. How do you do it? Casting call. Boom. You see it there on the screen. We're looking for traders who want to come on Topstep TV, trade live with us, share their story. You see new people coming in all the time. We want new, fresh faces, as well as the ones that you're so used to and love. Got the form pinned to the chat. Let's get that up there. But yes, open casting call for Topstep TV. See if you got the goods to come on here, share your story, share your trading, open up some ideas, open minds to things perhaps they didn't see.
So I need to check my camera settings. As someone pointed out in the chat, I am very white, but I'm not as white as I'm showing up on screen right now. So my lighting and the green screen sensors.
That
Like,
mountain,
I
man.
promise you, I don't look like this.
Well, I mean, what do you mean you don't look like? I'm not even gonna go.
I'm not. I don't have electric light washout in real life unless I'm standing underneath a very electric light. I did look like this when I was working nights. There's some pictures from back then where
those days.
Yeah, that was something else. Oh, Andrea, I don't know if you got them yet, but those photos I sent of my proposed venue. No rush.
Venue
Yeah,
for?
Well, for our NVIDIA watch party.
Oh,
maybe I can't
So
get it
you're
going
really-
this time, but
doing this. We're really doing this. Andrew's laughing back there. I'm wearing sunglasses because of Jack. Man, Jack's taking shots right now. Hey, look at NASDAQ. NASDAQ's pushing higher here, 21,462. Just printed highs, 465. 20,465. Oh, I see what's coming. ES just will not follow. Yet. I got the.
Yeah, I was just gonna say yet. It looks like it wants to go.
Yeah. Go.
Here, I'll make myself very red instead.
Wow, sunburnt. Man.
Toasted.
Here we go.
Ooh. I just ran a
1,460.
bunch
Come
of
on.
stops in Bitcoin. Look at that. They're just running a ton of stops at that expected move.
Might have some headlines. What we got here? Nothing yet. And push NASDAQ, not done. ES finally woke up. ES not the highs yet, about 5 points to go there. 59.39 last trade in the ES. 21,478. Can we get to the 500s? We're in that holding pattern for a good hour or so in the NASDAQ from range to range. Now we are breaking out to the upside. No volume. Jay, the volume. Give me a breakdown on the overall volume. I know you were going to do a line shift here, Jay, but tell me what you're seeing on the overall volume before you get out of here. Just
yeah, let's take a look. So over the past couple of days in the equities, volume is decreasing, right? We haven't had a day above average volume in the past 7 days in the equities, and I think it's not surprising that we're kind of sitting in this range that we're in right now. There is a decent amount, and we saw it at the highs in February, right before we kind of sold off. There is still a decent amount of trading going on in this range, and it's not directional. So, like we said, it's building momentum for a move in a direction.
Yeah.
Whatever that first daily volume spike is, that is probably going to be the direction for the next 2 weeks or so. Kind of how we're consolidating right now. It's just building momentum for the next move.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, Andre, I got the picks ready for my proposed venue.
Look at this spot.
Andrea, hit us.
Oof.
Here we go.
Yikes. Yeah.
Right Liquors.
So what is this
a
place?
cocktail lounge. Well, it's a cocktail lounge in the same way that Rikers Island is an apartment in New York.
So bad. Place is awful. This place is
I
awful.
love
Does
this
anyone in the
place.
chat know Right Liquors? Does anyone know this
Inside,
place?
you have an actual like liquor store bodega. You can see there, you get your box wine, you get your ice house. But it's also a bar. So this would be the interior. This is where we can watch NVIDIA earnings. We go to the last picture here. Here we are.
There's not even a TV in there, Jack.
It's my kind of place.
You see it up there?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, this is a place. Let me know in the chat if you have gone to Right Liquors. I went there many a time back in the day. I don't think my wife lets me go there anymore, but I did go there the night before my wedding, and everything turned out fine.
Got a lot of options on that bar.
Yeah, and you can buy them and just walk out with them.
Oh, wow.
Jay, when you're in town, I'll show you that place. We'll walk by.
Slashy.
We'll walk by.
We'll walk by.
Hey, here we go. Gold waking up a little bit.
Well, is waking up. We'll push to the upside. 33.11. Finally, he got off that overnight VWAP, pushing higher. Overnight VWAP 33.05. Coming into the bottom of the hour. The bottom of the hour is also the London close. 23 minutes. Photos are good. Let me know. Do know we have got D in the green room. Very, very excited for this. Hi, D. You just threw a peace sign. Yes, yes, yes. Got some exciting news about D. She's a head coach of the Chameleonaire. Also see her on the Euro trade, but we got something cooler to do. I'll let her break the big news when she comes on in. Get NASDAQ pushing higher here. New highs.
So do she and I switch right now, right? Or do we? Or we are here together?
Who's switching? What do we both let you know? Stand by.
Well, here we are.
Coach J and D are going to be swapping out.
Yeah, I think I'm heading out.
Yes, Anne-Marie, why you want to get out of here? Where are you trying to go?
No, I'm good to stay.
Okay.
Great to stay. Here we are, coming into the target.
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 We good to go? Okay, thank you.
Nice
Yes,
trade.
yes. Thank you very much. Coach Jay, thanks for jumping on here. Head coach of the Lunatics, team on slow markets tonight, as well as, at the buzzer as well. Making new highs here. Coach Jay, come on in. Let's sign you off. Quick words of wisdom before you get out of here.
Trade well. Markets are finally moving. So let's catch them. I will catch you guys for slow markets with Dakota tonight, and at the buzzer with Coach Paul. But good trading, everybody.
Awesome. Thank you, Coach Jay. Let's bring in the star. Yes, that doorbell. Get her in here.
That may take a few seconds. But
All
we're cooking.
right. Yes, we are. We're pushing the upside, pushing higher. 59.48 new highs in the ES. 21,514 in the NQ. Nothing else really moving here. Jack, any prices?
SPX bill will be 59.40.
59.54. Important around there as far as like possible targets.
Yep. Same.
59.54, 59.70. Sorry, 59.65. I'm back to saying equities.
Okay. Who hit the buy button? Who is cooking here?
A lot of single prints just showed up there, so might have been stops getting run just up there. Wiggling it around that 50% mark of that Globex open. Listen, if you don't watch that hour, that first hour, because you think, there's hardly any volume, those lines in the sand have been so important lately. You can just see all the traders just leaning on the math to keep them in between the rails.
See if
Bitcoin making a run at 110. We're at
Oh, my
109.250 in the spot market. Google up
Amazing.
5%.
Higher Kirk's micro Bitcoin on a tear.
Alexi, we've been talking about Bitcoin.
We have. Finally, you saw Bitcoin. $54. I did see 71% long in ES. The average price. Sorry about that. 59.33. They are in the money by 12 points. Let's see what we do these 59.40 or 59.50s. Didn't quite get there. Anything on Hoag? You got any levels? I'm just pull my Michael here. You got any levels up here in the ES? Taking a look at it. What the 50s? ES is lagging right now. I know you're off. I'll take a look for you here.
Yeah, we've got the NASDAQ has already finished the value acceptance play. The S&Ps are lagging way behind that. If you can see on my chart here, close the gap. I've got TPO value low in the S&P is just about at the session high right now, 59.48 and a quarter. 48 and a quarter is TPO value high or value low. So there's been no acceptance of value in the S&Ps where we've already been through the value area from yesterday in the NASDAQ. So the S&P is certainly doing a lot of lagging on this. But if we are looking for targets above, we've got value low, TPO value low, 59.48 quarter. We've got TPO point of control, 59.5675, and we've got TPO value high, 59.6675. Above that, I see last week's high.
Dong.
Yes.
There she is.
Come on in. Yes, there she is. Lower left-hand corner. Hello, D. D? Tell us the good news.
Hello, what's happening? Sorry, I was like zoning out here, waiting for the doorbell.
Yes. All right, D, come on in. What is the exciting news that we have for you? You are going, tell us, D, please.
Yeah, so it looks like I'm back in the live account. Didn't take long. About month and a
Fantastic.
half, under 2 months. So yeah, we're back.
Awesome.
Super
Yes.
exciting.
Look at that.
Congratulations,
What
Dee.
were you mainly trading?
I was trading copper, natural gas, and then in the last week I was also kind of dipping into platinum because platinum is starting to break out. It's actually looking pretty interesting for some continuation moves. Broke through the top of the weekly range, so it's back on the market for me. But mainly what I was trading was copper and natural gas by probably about 80% of everything that I was doing. And it's working out pretty well. So we're going to keep that going into the live. Obviously, some slight changes there. And I think I'm going to be pretty active, giving some feedback to the team as well about the platform and stuff this time around, being a little bit more vocal.
Oh,
but yeah, super exciting. Yeah. Back on the live side of things.
Excellent. D, you said what of those three, copper, nat gas, and platinum, what was the most profitable of those three? Where'd you find your sweet spot amongst those three?
I think copper. Copper has been my baby now for a while. It's a vastly underrated market. You do have to watch the volatility on copper. There's a measure called C-vol, which is kind of the VIX for copper and for platinum and for everything else. And I have sort of my cutoff points when it drops a certain number to or below a certain number, I will not trade it. But when its volatility is at a particularly nice level, like between sort of 22 and 30, it makes it very, very tasty. So it's been a good, easy trade, mainly directional. Respects levels. I seem to be reading it really well. And natural gas was kind of along the same lines. It was not as affected by the Trump tariff volatility as some of the other products. But it was also beautiful. Once it moves, it moves. There's a reason why we call it the Widowmaker, right?
Yes. Do you have any trades
Well,
on
just
right
an
now?
update
D?
real quick, in case
Hi,
we
Jeff.
missed it.
No,
Speaking
but I'm
of
smoking
metals,
platinum.
we did covers of generous way to say stop out that gold trade, but the house account's flat, up $743.
Nice.
Good job.
Absolutely. D,
Yeah,
you're
I'm
in
thinking
you're in a platinum
continued
trade.
platinum. No, well, not yet, but I'm thinking that we go higher towards the 1100s, which is where the next options strikes are. And it doesn't seem to be stopping. This is a daily chart, but
Look at
maybe
that
we can
chart.
go to my chart for a second.
Dee. Always thinking markets. Congratulations, Dee. Been friends for a
Thank
long
you.
time. I'm really happy for you.
Thank you. Yes, it's good to be back. To be back.
One of the hardest
Definitely.
working people I know.
Oh, thank you. So kind. Well, you're my mentor. You're the reason why everything's happening. So
Well, it's all you, man. It's all you. This is fantastic.
I'm not sharing my
really,
charts.
really
Yeah,
pleased.
that would be helpful.
Look at crude.
Hold on
Crude
a
down and to the
second.
right. All good, D. Oh, we still got this crude trade
Yeah.
going. We're short from 62.7. We're about a buck in the money. Yes.
We're out of it.
We're flat.
We're out of that.
Get with it. Get with it, trade.
We're out of
Come
that.
on.
Up around $62.
All right.
Right around settlement. But yeah, it is finally playing out the value special situation play. But
All right,
three
share
and
my
a half to
charts now.
one reward over risk on that trade is a good trade.
Nice one. Here we are. So, weekly chart of platinum. It's been stuck in a range forever. And today we broke through this 1080 level. If we look on the daily chart, it has been building volume to the upside. That is typically quite conducive to breakouts. So I don't necessarily want to go against this unless it's like very late in the day. And we'll see if this can continue. I am looking for some imbalance on the dome to the upside, something that we can hunt to the upside. Right now, I'm not seeing anything.
Mm-hmm.
But if I see something, the long platinum is going to be first one on the cards because it smashed through all of the averages. That's typically a good sign that we're in a single direction day. And on those types of days, the mean reversion D has to sit in the corner on the naughty step, while the directional D does what she's supposed to be doing. So, yeah, we
I
have
like
some
that
single
naughty
prints. We
step.
can lean on those. Yes,
Sounds
naughty
good.
step. The mean reversion naughty step. I don't know whether you remember, there used to be a show called The Nanny or something like that. And there was this woman that was going around people's houses dealing with naughty children. So she was employing the naughty step as a behavioral measure. When kids misbehave, she would send them on the naughty step. So they would like sit there and cry. Well, I'm a mean reversion trader by nature, but some days that part of me has to be like, sidelined. And it's something that goes against my nature, but you have to do what's right for your P&L, not what you think you should be doing. Follow the plan, follow the data, and stay objective. So that's what I'm trying to do here.
Is that the one with Fran Drescher, whatever her name is? Am I thinking about the same
He's
thing?
talking about a
No,
reality
no,
show.
that
or
was
something.
a sitcom. That was a sitcom. Yeah,
Take-
there was what
taking
I'm talking
notes.
about is the reality TV show.
Yeah.
Yes, Jack.
Sorry.
Same Jack over
Jeez.
there.
Yep.
The naughty steps.
Sorry,
There's our
man.
sending
Naughty
people to
step,
the naughty steps.
Yep. All right.
Yeah.
D, last time you took a crew trade, you over crewed, just in the rearview mirror, get out of here.
I took a crude trade, I think it was 2.5 weeks ago, and it did
Get out, yeah.
work. So, yeah, so every so often I'm like, okay. But then I told Hoop right away, I was like, Hoop, I traded crude oil. And he was like, no. And I was like, no, it worked, it was fine. But I try not to go to it too often because on most days it's just not my type of a market anymore. Back in the day, you had like $3 to $4 of range. And if you were
Miss those
wrong on
days.
the trade, it would show, yeah, me too. It would really show you that you are wrong and then enable you to correct and profit to the opposite side. But what's been happening for the last, I don't know, year and a half now is that it kind of does one move for one day and you're thinking, wow, this is it. And then the next day it's stuck at like 100 ticks, like barely $1 range. And if you miss the one move, you're done. So this is why I moved away from it. I don't like markets like that. And as soon as something falls below 180 ticks per day, I'm like,
Later.
not touching that because that's across 3 sessions as well. It's across Asia, London, and NYMEX. Whereas before, NYMEX was the one that had at least 250, 300 ticks on offer. So I need my tickage. I need the amount of tickage to be available for me to do my type of trading.
Excellent. Congratulations. D. We got 8 minutes till the London close. Anne Marie, any levels? Look at some supply areas, perhaps up at this 59.50. Last trade 59.46 in the ES. Maybe you'll push lower here. I know you're a mean reversion trader, Anne Marie. Where'd she go? Anne Marie, yes. We're gonna get back to the mean. Where is that exactly? Looking at the ES here.
So I think really what we're battling against is the close of yesterday, which was that 59.54-ish number. And we just rejected it. My take profit was at the 50% marker. So I'm flat from there, from the move from 31 to 47 and a quarter. And so now I have to wait because it's sitting in a space where I suspect it's going to hold, but I'm looking for that move back into just a super heavy congested zone. There's a high value node at 59.48, and then yesterday's implied vol move event was 59.44. So those are the areas that I that I suspect the traders are going to try and press through. And, you know, we're going to get shorts caught flat-footed if we breach that 55 area that could take us to Jack's 50, excuse me, to 59.70.
59.48.
Yeah, we pulled back and checked the top of the initial balance in the ES. We're still hanging out just above it. We haven't taken out the 59.54 yet.
Long bonds trade still working.
It is, yeah. I put it on as a practice thing. Got to get MP to uncork that for me. I've peeled off about half of it.
What was it? Oh, you're leading up against the 5%?
Yeah. And
Okay.
that, especially during the New York session, I feel like that's just kept on getting rejected.
Might be another leg higher here in the NASDAQ. Was that a bull flag? NASDAQ. D, you made your bread and butter, copper, nat gas, platinum.
Yeah.
People might ask, equities, not your thing, never has been your thing. I remember S&Ps back in the day. Remember it was like an 8-point range? Remember 8-point ranges in the S&Ps?
Oh,
Four,
I do.
4-point range.
Well,
I
I
still
remember
trade
4
DAX.
points.
Yeah, 4 points is what it was on when I started working for Prop, and I couldn't understand why people would be ever trading it. I was like, what do you get from this? This is painful. And then obviously COVID changed that.
Yep.
It kind of
What
got
year
a
was
little
that
bit
when you
better.
started, G? What year did you start? trading the
2013.
S&Ps?
2013.
13, okay.
Yeah, a long time ago. And, you know, it's still traded every so often, but for the most part, it was just like, oh, yeah, a few points here and there. I don't know. It never really resonated with me. But DAX is lovely for London. And in fact, when we started the London streams, the idea was that we're going to have DAX. And then we didn't get DAX. And then D was like, oh, God, what do I trade now? Oh, no. So I kind of went through this big another learning step. And, you know, trading is all about continuous learning anyways. I don't have a problem with that. But, you know, to do it so publicly, that was a little bit difficult. But at the same time, I had people like Carl Hungus who was saying to me, hey, look at copper. It moves well for London. So it was Carl that made me look at it. And then I spent about 3-4 months just doing combines, you know, trying to see whether my style of trading would work on it, how it does it respect levels, how much does it overshoot levels for or buy. And then I started combining everything with the options levels as well. And that was a real game changer because it gave me another layer to whatever was going on. So even if I didn't have my levels, I still had another way of looking at the situational awareness. So yeah, and from there onwards, everything became a little easier. And now that's what we trade for London. So, you know, go figure. So thank you, Chad. Thank you, Carl.
Hungus. Is Hungus here today?
Oh, that's a
About
nice
that,
hat
Hungus.
tip. Nice hat tip to him.
Yeah.
Grinding. Markets in our holding pattern.
Right.
It's just hurry up and wait. Right when D came out, we saw some buying. Now we're just holding. Stair stepping, as Dolby Time would say. Speaking of Dolby Time, we'll see him after the morning recap with myself. Zamco will be joining us. No Zamco. Then
Nice.
Gabe, Anne Marie, and D for Lunchbox Trading. Awesome. Deanna, you're going to be on Topquiz with Gabe. Are you prepared? Did you study?
I know. I've spent all week studying for Topquiz, yes.
They've had fun questions. He did. They had fun questions.
Yeah.
Speaking of Gabe,
middle
come
of the
on in
week.
here. This is day 8, day 7, day 8. Chat,
Day
what is he
8,
coming on here
dude.
doing now? What is he coming on here? Go ahead, Gabe.
Have you heard the good news? It's last call. So today at 5 p.m. in Discord, Coach Robert, aka the Riz, is doing his final Q&A as of right now. There might be more in the future, but for now, he's doing a Q&A for all the traders who are in the Discord in the TopstepX API channel. It's going to be, once again, 5 p.m. Central. A great opportunity to get your questions answered. Spend some time with the community, those that are already building some of the tools that they've kind of had the opportunity to crack open with this new release. And if you're not aware, TopstepX has the API feature available to you now. It gives you the ability to automate your strategies, connect external tools, and build custom risk controls. So a great opportunity Possibilities are endless. You know, you have lots of different languages you can choose from. So depending on what you're comfortable in developing in, whether it's Python, Java, .NET, or whatever, you can unlock access to TopstepX APIs directly through your platform. You can go to the little gear icon on the left and go all the way on the right side next to miscellaneous. You'll have an API connection button. It'll take you directly to the Project X dashboard. You can also actually just follow the link that we're going to be pinning in chat for you. So if you want to get taken directly to the Project X dashboard, you can subscribe for $29 a month. You can use code TOPSTEP for 50% off the duration of your subscription. But that is what I got for you. Day 8. This will probably be the last you'll see of me forever.
No.
Just kidding.
Forever?
Just kidding.
Forever?
No, not forever. But
okay, good.
I've asked Danielle kindly to remove me from this announcement. You've seen it too many times.
How does it feel to be done?
Oh, it
You do it
feels
so
great.
well, Gabe.
Oh, I appreciate it. It feels great. You know, it's been a long time coming. Been waiting for this moment. Shout out to Mom. She's been really encouraging me through the motions of each day here. But yeah, it'll be good to have a day off tomorrow. So, but yeah, excited to be on Topquiz later. I actually still have to write the quiz. That's what I'm going to go do now. So, Deanna, shoot me some questions if you have anything specific you want me to throw.
Wow, stacking the deck.
Is that how we're doing?
No,
this?
no. I didn't say that. What are you talking about? All right, I'll see y'all later this afternoon.
Thank you, Gabe. London close 5 seconds. London close 5 seconds. Get back to work, Gabe. Yes. We got Deanna in the house going live fun, and we got Anne-Marie in the house. Jack and Hoag. Selves Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. London has closed. Let's see what happens here. We got 25 minutes. Fast Markets. Another stair step higher. Take a look at the news. What do we have on tap? Bottom of the hour. President is, this is all they say. Trump greets South African president. Every day, they got hour by hour what the president is scheduled to do. Maybe he speaks every time there's a microphone. Has the propensity to speak, so we'll see that.
Boy,
Seems
does
like the
he.
market's getting a little numb to anything from there.
Yeah.
Anne-Marie, are you still on?
All right.
No, sir. I took it at my 50% target up into that little blue area of the box. So I am flat.
Okay. Nice trade.
All right, let's try this platinum.
Thank you.
Long.
What's that?
You win?
I'm trying a platinum long, very wide
Shit, hit me.
stop because of the size of the candles on the 30-minute chart. So we'll see what happens here. I entered at 88.4, not the greatest, but
Okay.
kind of forgot about the euro close. Usually I wait for a bit of a shakeout, but here we are. We have a little bit of an imbalance around 1086.3. So we'll see if they want to hunt that back up. And let's see what they want to do with the last half an hour before lunch.
88.4. Okay, what's
All
your
right,
upside
Andre.
target, D? You're looking at 1100s to the upside, D. We didn't get there. What's
I'm
I'll come
looking
right
at-
back to you, Jack. Yeah.
Yep, 1100 as the upside. That is where we have some call resistance from 0DTs, gamma wall. So given the fact that this has been pretty directional, I expect a bit of a wiggle here and then a continuation at some point. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. That's fine. Risk is controlled, risking 350 on this trade. And if we get all the way up to my level, it's going to be a nice sort of 585. So nothing too large. It's just a combine. I'm waiting for my live account. Obviously, that usually takes 3 to 5 days. And in the meantime, we're just going to keep a pulse on the market.
Okay. What's up, Jack? You had something. You had a hot biscuit for me. What'd you have?
I just downloaded some new webcam software. I should look a little less electric white now.
There you go.
What do we
Thanks
think?
for the update, Jack. Appreciate
I
it.
can
look
go
good,
more. I can
You
go
look good.
more.
I think it's
Little
still a
bird.
little overexposed I'm sitting
100%
here in
is,
a pretty
but
dark
I can't
room.
mess
Yeah.
around. I can't mess around right now with the lights and stuff in here.
No.
I'll get it set out for tomorrow because that's what people want to see.
Hey, that's what they came here
Yeah.
to see.
Well, hey,
All right.
I'm all right with staying Jack in the house. No problem there. Big halo.
Let's trade in platinum. 1086 half. All right, let's see.
Yeah.
Get cooking here. All good. And we do have the another VIP check. How many VIP we got? Was it 21? How many 21 for 21s do we have out there? How many 20s? How many 15 for 21s do we have out there? Who has more? Who's cheating and has more? 21 for 21. I'm just kidding. If you win Topquiz, top 25 and Topquiz gets you an additional entry into the draft. Have them all. Good job, James Hansen. There you go. Donato, good job. Draft next month. That's all I can say. Can't tell you. Can't tell you exactly. All right back to entry here, D.
Mm-hmm. With days like these, I don't like to nitpick on stops, especially not in and around Euro close. So I would usually start with a small size, see how it goes. If it gets back up to entry, I might add, or I might just, leave it at the original position. So we'll see. It's a very directional day, so I don't feel like fighting it.
Tell John. Nah, K-Trader, don't start. Do not start. We don't say those words around here. Actually, we were in a merchandise meeting yesterday, brand meeting, and talking about some cute little catchphrases we could put on some merchandise, some swag here. And that word was brought up, K-Trader. Put that on
sure
a T-shirt. Yes, it was. I guess we'll have catchphrases in there. But yes, we'll see if we do that. That just leads to complete chaos. We do say that word. Shout out to Andy. Where's Andy been? I haven't seen Andy in the chat for a minute. Might be pushing lower here in the ES 5945. Dolby time gets on here. Take a look at these trades. D, what is your strategy? UJ wants to know point blank. What is your strategy, D?
My strategy is a unique blend of supply and demand, market profile, includes volume profile as well, quantitative extremes, which is kind of my concept. I use those as levels rather than just a measure of where we are. I also use some options levels because right now, these days, we have quite a lot of activity coming from zero DT options. So I think if you're not using them, you're probably not seeing the whole picture. At least that's the case for me.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's basically it. I have about 4 different pillars of my approach. Time of day is a big thing for me. If level gets reached at the wrong time of day, and then it doesn't really do what it's supposed to be doing, I stay away. But I have statistically tested times of day when we expect the price to either reverse or to kick up in volume. And that's usually related to, again, some options activity, but also things like lunchtime and Euro close and the overlap between London and USA. So it's probably more complex than most things out there. But for me, I look at it as, you know how you have an orchestra and every instrument has its own place in there? It's the same way. So I look at each part as a necessary side to the symphony that we're seeing play out in front of our eyes. And if, of course, it doesn't mean that I'm always right, which is where the risk model and risk control comes in. But for the most part, I maintain an accuracy between 43 and sort of 52%, and a higher risk reward that flows between 1.7 all the way up to 2.3 R. And we're not talking 1 week, 1 month. I'm talking nearly 18 years of doing this. Whenever you're trading, you are, no, actually longer than 18 years. It's going to be more. God, I'm old. And, when it comes to sample sizes, the more trades you have, entropy increases. You can't get away from the second law of thermodynamics. So, if you're not familiar with it, it says that in a closed system, the more time is introduced, the more chaos ensues. And I think that's where a lot of traders go wrong, where they use a very small sample size of like a week or a couple of weeks, and they're like, "Yeah, I'm profitable. Let's start a hedge fund." And I'm just thinking,
Zona.
a year, you know. Yeah,
Great
but 2
idea.
weeks sample size. Yeah, awesome idea. How to lose money for your friends and family. Yeah, lovely idea. But when you have 1 year, when you have sample size of at least 500,000 trades, if you're a scalper, it would be more like 10,000 as a sample size over a significant enough period of time. Then you've got something. Then you will see where your edge is. Until you have that, I would take everything with a pinch of salt, keep journaling, keep tracking things, keep tweaking, trying to get better. But yeah, so that's kind of how I trade. Time of day, supply and demand, quantitative extremes, market profile. Those are the main cornerstones.
That's their strategy. Who asked that? Asked and answered. That being said, all right, got a few minutes left here in Fast Markets. James, everyone's favorite segment. Everyone's a little bit. Come on in, James. You got some hard-hitting news. I see you up there. What's up, James?
I got hard-hitting news, Andre. I got good things today. Starting with a story we've kind of been following all week. If you were watching earlier, we talked about the jailbreak in New Orleans. And much like, I'm sure there's a philosophical question out there, if man can bet on it, will they? Well, I have news for you. Much like Pope Watch, we have started the new betting system of which Louisiana inmate's going to get caught last. There's still
sick
5 at large, so get your numbers in now. That's right, your bookie will be closing bet taking any day now. So if you haven't heard, Louisiana inmates of New Orleans penitentiary escaped through a hole in the wall. There were 10 total. We are down to the final 5. If you go to the next slide, this is from a Instagram or Reddit post. This is, a little bit dated because it says final 6, but here are the odds.
Come on, Lenton.
You can
Come on, Lenton.
Yeah,
They
a lot
caught
of people.
A few more people. Let me look it up on Twitter.
Go ahead. I just found an article that's from this morning. It says there's still 5 remaining. If we're down to the final 4 or 3, please let me know. This is.
I want to say we're down to the final 3.
Okay.
Derek, Jermaine, and Lenton are still on the lam.
Never been a better time.
I'm on the favorite. I'm with Derek.
Again, internet loves to make light of things that might be serious. So if you're in the New Orleans area, please be careful. But at the same time, just because you can bet on something doesn't mean you should.
You got your money. Sorry.
Do you guys actually know who these people are then? Is that
no? Hopefully we don't.
I should know.
No, they're just escaped inmates.
Fugitives on the run.
Fugitives on the run.
Has anybody?
Story. Yes, thank you for the disclaimer.
Has anybody checked admin yet? We checked for the new
these
pope.
guys traded with us.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good bit.
What if Derek's at the top of hot streaks?
Oh, we gotta have him on. We'd have to.
You get computer time in prison, right? All right. Speaking of computer time, my next story. Almost half of young people in the world would prefer a world without internet. Half of 16 to 21-year-olds support a digital curfew, and nearly 70% feel worse after going on social media. About 46% of the study said they would like to live in a world without the internet altogether. I think it's pretty well knowledge that too much internet is bad for you. I like the internet. I think it connects a lot of ideas. You to talk with people you'd never talked before. So I don't know why anybody would not want the internet, which kind of leads me to my next story. Oh, I know why. The viral hit Skibbity the Toilet is got to be a Michael Bay movie.
Oh, gosh.
Anne-Marie, Deanna, do you know what this is? Jack, do you know what this is?
No clue. No clue.
I don't know what it is.
But I'm
coming
scared.
to a theater near you from the producers that brought you Paranormal Activity, Interstellar, and the Transformers franchise. We're getting Skibbity Toilet, the movie. You can quickly Google this, go to YouTube. You'll find out what it is. A brief overview, though. It's really just like a 2.5, 3 minute, I don't want to say music video, but it's an animated music something using assets from the video game Half-Life 2 and a Timbaland song. It is captured, I think they're calling them Gen A.
2.
Yeah.
And
Oh yeah.
Half-Life 1.
Love
Yeah.
Half-Life
Wow.
2.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for Half-Life 3.
Yeah.
I'll hold my breath till I die
Same.
for it. But yeah, there's not much to it, right? Generation A, Gen A is what they're calling the new guys, I think. Generation Alpha, who knows? They love it. I've seen this animated head out of a toilet at Target in the toy section. I've seen it referenced on like Saturday Night Live. There's merchandise, there's t-shirts. It has let me give you the exact view count right now on YouTube.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Skibbity. But look, it already pops up, autofills for me. The original video has 1 year ago, 8 million views, and that's just the beginning. It's current. The guy who makes these, he makes a different video every so often. His most current video, Skibbity Toilet Entry 78, was uploaded 1 month ago and is currently sitting at 30 million views.
What are we doing wrong? How do we get those view numbers?
We're either doing too many drugs or not enough. I don't know. I think we need more to figure it out. Anyway, once we see
maybe
the
we
gritty...
should start vaping on TopstepTV then.
I think yeah. It's a good way to get the numbers up.
Oh,
too many.
Eddie.
Hit it.
I'm down for that.
Well, coming to a theater near
same
you,
here.
Michael Bay. I'm sure it's going to be lots of explosions and things like that. We'll know about it more when the trailer hits and it gets a bajillion crazy views within a matter of minutes. Just like the Minecraft movie, Chicken Jockey. That's all I got for you guys.
All you got. That's all you.
That Minecraft stuff was wild.
Wow.
Crude,
I'm afraid
crude
for the
Nulo.
future.
Oh, what happened? What has happened? What happened to the good old days? No, 61, 66, new lows in crude. Can we get another push to the upside in NASDAQ? Are you still in the platinum trade, D?
Yeah, I'm still waiting.
Okay.
Like I said, very wide stop because of the massive candles that we've had today. So, see, we've had a bit of a reversal for the Euro close, which again, I wasn't keeping track of the time. So, usually I like to wait until this is done. But, it's still looking fine. We still have some buyers coming in. Nothing really much on the dome. I was hoping we're going to get like a bigger order on the upside, and then that would be a front run of this. But yeah, so for now, I'm just committing to the risk. Like I said, it's only 350. Also, it's a combine. So we wait. We stay patient, hands on the butt. Okay, so we have 28 contracts now to the upside at 84.7. We'll see whether they want to hunt that. And then maybe they crawl back up there. But yeah, for now, nothing to do.
Andre, this may be
What's up?
unprofessional, but I'm gonna be silent for 1 minute while I watch. I've never heard of Skibbity Toilet, and I need to watch it right now. So I'll be here. You get to see my reactions, but don't try and talk to me for 1 minute and 7 seconds. Sound good?
Sounds good. Sounds good. Sounds good. Jesus, look at this. Good reaction shots. Yeah, good reaction shots. Anne Marie, is this what you had in store for today? We start off with you reading Wall Street Bets articles in quotations. And now we got this going on. What has happened?
Look at Jack's face.
What has happened?
I get it. This song's pretty good.
Oh no.
Let me know. Don't do it. All right, get JD in here while Jack watches this nonsense. Come on. This is like potential. Ooh, stick with it. Is it good? JD, come on in. Yeah,
I just
go
watched
ahead.
the
Come on.
Skibbity Toilet video myself. I'm so confused. I have no idea what's going on with that. These generational gaps are beyond me. All right, let's take a look at some hot streaks from yesterday. Here we go. We got one change to the list from yesterday. We lost Warren, just didn't trade yesterday, so that moves Miroslav up on the list. But starting at the top there, Richard, now at 60 days or $12,409. Dario made $500 trading the MNQ, now at 50 days we're $13,963. Sebastian made a nice pocketed a solid $1,071 trading the micro NASDAQ yesterday. Now sitting on a 45-day heater with $17,400. And then Leon Miroslav in a little race for Hot Streak's high P&L. Leon now at 44 days worth $56,480, and Miroslav at 34 days worth $51,599. Leon's trading the MNQ and Miroslav trading the NQ. So we'll keep an eye on that battle. We do have a couple traders that are on hiatus right now. If they come back in and hit that $200 mark, they'll be up on the list again. So I don't know. We'll keep checking in on this just to see where these P&Ls are, but Miroslav might not be on the list again tomorrow. All right. Let's get into those live funded trader call ups. Who do we want to do first? All right. We got Mohammed from London. Mohammed closed out 5 150K XFAs. Took a total of $75,000 in payouts from those 5 accounts. And moved over $41,773 to his new live funded account. Trading gold and the NASDAQ. Nice job, Mohammed. Best of luck to you and your new live funded account. Next up, we've got Miles. Miles.
A healthy balance.
Very healthy balance, right? Miles closed out just a single 50K XFA. So not bad. Took a total of $25,000 in payouts from that account. $45,730 starting balance. Maxed it out. Maxed $50,000 from a single XFA starting balance. So
yeah,
nice job for Mike. Right? He played that perfectly.
Nice, yeah.
Single XFA. Looked like he pretty consistent, taking $5,000 payouts when he could, and moved over as much as possible. Just about as much as possible. Let's close it out with Hector from Texas. Closed out 2 50K XFAs. Took $25,000 in payouts and moved $36,270 over to that new live funded account. Trading micros. Nothing but micro gold for Hector, too. Impressive. Gold trader passing combines. Trading micros. Wonder if he's been following the opening range trade. All right. We got a drum roll. Ooh. There you have it, folks. The top 25 live funded traders here at Topstep. Couple of movers on the list. Justin O. Well, let's go through the top 5 real quick. No movement in the top 10, actually. Same top 10 as yesterday. KJ Future Spy Gig at 1991 joined us yesterday for Fast Markets. CFT, Todd S., Coach DBA in 5th place. That's Coach Dakota. Ben T in 6th. Rick Trades in 7th. Junyu, Justin O., and King in 10th. That rounds out your top 10. Justin O there in 9th place. Took a $17,000 payout yesterday. We just saw him on our payouts list. Chun Lin. Where was Chun Lin? Down in 11th place. Moved up 11 spots on the board. Profited $5,437 trading the NQ yesterday. He was on our P&L list just a little while ago. Who else we got? George T. Took a $20,000 payout yesterday. Matthew S. on our P&L board yesterday for picking up a $9,935 profit trading the NQ. Down towards the bottom, we've got Jimmy F. and Jason F. We mentioned them yesterday when we went through our live funded trader call-ups. Yesterday was their first day in those live funded accounts. They both started with a starting balance of $125,000, transferring over 5 150K XFAs each. So they're showing that they're doing pretty good. Looks like Jimmy made about $3,000. Jason didn't trade, or Jason gave up about $3,000. I don't know. We'll keep our eyes on them. And then, who do we got us? Can't forget Dr. Underdunk. Thanks for hanging in there. Good morning to you, sir. Made my day yesterday. Dr. Underdunk in 18th place. All right, that is your big board for Wednesday, May 21st. Get your cameras ready. Take your screenshots. Make sure you tag Topstep when you share on social. Hashtag Topstep. Hashtag TopstepTV. All right. That's the last
Hashtag.
weeks.
Any more hashtags?
How many more you want? Hashtag Power Hour. Hashtag Fast Markets. All right, guys.
Are you leaving like right now, JD?
No, I'll be around for another 2 hours and then I'm out of here. So have fun.
All right, awesome. Well, have fun. Don't injure yourself in another ATV accident.
Oh,
I will do my best. It's going to be nice and muddy though, so we will be having some fun on those off-road vehicles.
Thank you, JD. All right, we've got about 90 seconds left here. Fast Markets. We got morning recap coming up next. Hoag's gonna be breaking down all the action, if you want to call it that, as well as proving what we got coming up next. And we got Zamco joining us for Rising Stars. Get a low. You got to check out Zamco, Dolby, and myself. We got Lunchbox Trading with D and Anne Marie, and more D coming at you with the Topquiz. Gabe is furiously working behind the scenes to get those questions in. Can't wait to see what those look like. Then we got Dolby and Hoop and Cole for Back to the Future. So, it's Wednesday. David Green Wednesday. Dakota coming in here with Dolby and myself. It's just getting things started. We got about 45 seconds left. Anne Marie, thoughts coming into the for the rest of the afternoon. We're going to look at these 59.52s. Anne Marie, what do we think here in the ES?
Yeah, if we break above those, shorts will be on the run again. And we'll be heading up to those 59.70s.
Yes. Okay. D, we're going to see you in a little bit. Are you still in the platinum trade?
No, I actually completely forgot. I had a 500 daily loss limit on this one, which is just a combine that I got like a million years ago. So it stopped me out. So I'm probably going to get another combine for the purpose of Lunchbox Trading while I wait for the live account. I'm still thinking longs. It was a pretty big shakeout after the Euro close, not unusual. But now that we are, reaching some single prints here, if we cannot close those down, I'm still thinking longs. If we get back above 1080, that would be my cue to try again. So yeah, I'm just gonna kind of keep practicing and keep my skills sort of, reading the markets and controlling myself until the live account comes in. So that's what I'm doing today.
And congratulations as well. And Jack, what's the reaction to that nonsense you watched? Give us the update.
Skibbity Nascrack, baby. I don't know what I saw right there. We'll talk about it tomorrow. I'll share a few things that I nominate too for Michael Bay movies, including Duck Army, the greatest Vine of all time. So here, I'm just gonna share that in the chat. 9 seconds
Thank you,
long.
Jack.
Enjoy.
Thank you, Jack, for that. All right, we got morning recap coming up next. The president's meeting with the president. The president's meeting with the president of South Africa. We got Barkin coming up in about 20 minutes or so. And we got Zamco. Come check out Zamco. Andy is back. Thank God, Andy. I see you in the chat. Anyways, thank you so much, Anne Marie, D, Jack. This is Topstep Trader. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Welcome to the morning recap. Always lots of interesting things going on in these markets, but first I want to give a big shout out to my good friend Deanna. Great job, live funded account, fantastic. There was no doubt in my mind that it was going to happen, and just chalk that up to the accounts that you have and that you trade very, very well. I'm very, very happy for you, Deanna, and it's wonderful to see. So without a lot of economic numbers this morning, we're still waiting on our first talking Fed for the day. This president seems kind of quiet today. We've had some interesting opportunities in these markets, really based on nuance from the charts and from the profiles. We're going to start and we're going to look at gold now. Opening range trade was a good one to the upside in gold. It didn't break out the first time yesterday that it broke out above this trend line. It took a couple hours, and then wow, it popped, and wow, what a pop it was. Just kind of looking at where we are in relation to yesterday's range today. The market opened with a gap. Overnight inventory was long. The opening range was left at the high of the regular trading hour session range, putting the house account into 5 short micro gold, 33.0660. So the market, gave us a pretty good initial profit. We got out of 2 of them really well, according to the session range today at 32.9460. So then we kind of rotated back higher. On the rotation back to the upside. We were kind of looking quite a bit. Now I'm going to go to a shorter time frame chart here. We're kind of looking quite a bit at the anchored VWAP off the opening bar here. So we were trying to see if we could hold below this anchored VWAP, and we weren't successfully doing so. One of the things that we do want to note about this is we were unable to close the session gap between yesterday's session and today's session. We can't close the gap relatively early. We should probably start looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap, which would have us looking for longs. Now, we had the initial balance high, 33.1080. That's the high of the regular trading hour session. And when the market looked above it and then came back down below it, that created a failed upside auction. If you look at it on a 30-minute chart, you'll see it. Market initial balance high, initial balance again the first hour of the session. We looked above it and rejected. Okay, well, at this point, we're still short. We're still short the opening range trade. It did not take out our stop, which is up here around 1260, I think. Yes, 1260. So it didn't come for our stop. The market rotated all the way lower. And when that happens, there's a pretty decent probability of the market returning all the way back to the initial balance low, which was where we failed to close the gap to yesterday's range. Well, it didn't quite do that. We started to kind of close in on a narrowing range. Our good friend Dolby, I see him in the back there, would call that a Dorito. And we started kind of putting in higher highs and higher lows. Now, we could have lennied the balance of the 2 contracts in the gold trade. We just opted just to see if it could take out the high and take out that stop, which it eventually did. We ended up just a little bit on the opening range trade today in gold. Interesting thing in crude oil today. Interesting whole situation. Again, we saw last night, some threat from Israel against Iran. That was the big pop at 5 o'clock last night. Where did we open in relation to the range from yesterday? Yesterday's session range, right up here about 62.43. Market opens with a gap, a session gap outside the regular trading hour session range from yesterday, triggering a short for the house account 1 CL 63.72. The market starts to kind of rotate lower. It puts in the initial balance after the first hour of trade. The initial balance low, 62.41. Looks below it and kind of rejects. I was getting a little bit nervous for this short after that happened, but we did have the EIA petroleum status report come out with a little bigger boost in crude stocks than they were expecting. And I think that had a lot to do with pushing us back down below that initial balance low and potentially back into value from yesterday. Value high, I was looking at it at right around 62.15, I think was the TPO value high. When the market starts to show acceptance inside of that, the probability is that it will return to the low of the previous day's value, which we had right around 61.58. As a matter of fact, one of the targets that we were kind of looking at for the opening range trade was 61.60. Didn't quite get there. Stopped 3 ticks short of it. I would say that that's probably close enough for a value accepted play. We did, pull back up, and we got out of that trade at about 3.5 to 1 reward over risk on the way down there. We did not hold that all the way to the bottom. Maybe a little bit of lennying there, but still a very good, very respectable trade. Opening range, out of range, into range, basically right back down to settlement. A pretty decent trade. Let's take a look at the S&Ps. Oh, we had Anne Marie trading the S&Ps today. That is not the S&Ps. This is the S&Ps. So again, always trying to look at things from a bigger context or a bigger view. The S&Ps and the NASDAQ opened with a small session gap below the session low from yesterday, and the S&Ps, that's 59.2675. Opened, left the opening range at the dead ass low. Now, Anne Marie took a couple of trades today. One was pretty much a scratch. She was looking for shorts, kind of inside the range, but below value from yesterday. I think I see what she was looking at. These lows here, this high here, kind of looking to short up against those. Really didn't get much price action around that. I mean, it just kind of barcoded around that. And eventually she ended up just taking that off for a scratch. Seeing that the opening range, I think, below the day, she started kind of looking to the long side and ended up getting long here just before 10 o'clock at 59.30, couple of MES. And once we took out the initial balance high, we started kind of barcoding here. She got out at about 59.46. Pretty decent trade, 16 points in the S&Ps on a range like today. I would be very happy with that. And now we're just kind of take a look at the NASDAQ. Oh, one thing. Back to the S&Ps. Back to the 30-minute chart. Okay. Look at how high the value area is in the S&Ps. We haven't really shown acceptance inside of value. If we do, we could see price rotate back up to around the 59.68 level or area. Value acceptance. But the NASDAQ has already finished the value acceptance play. And here's what it looks like. All right. So market opening, this is the 30-minute chart. Market opens with a small gap below the range from yesterday. Closes the gap immediately. Value was a little bit lower in the range as of yesterday in the NASDAQ. Really, we kind of closed that first 30-minute bar inside of value, opened the next one, rejected below value. The value area special situation played out in the first hour and a half of the session. And now look, we're still seeing the market continuing to push above that initial balance high, right back to kind of an important level that we've been watching for quite some time. High, another high, another high. We got the 5% off the all-time high in the NASDAQ here at 21,534. And we've got last week's high up in that area. Just a lot of confluence up here. This is a very interesting area. A really good target for a long, and then watch to see if there's any decision making in and around this level, either back into the range or monitor for continuation. So again, we're looking at some talking Feds coming up here in just a little bit. Looks like Barkin's going to be barking here in the next few minutes. One of those talking Feds. But stick around. We've got rising star Zamco coming up. Zamco has been trading at Topstep only this year. He got 7 years of trading experience, basically trading the NASDAQ and gold. He's got payouts from Topstep already. Just started trading it with Topstep in 2025. Total lifetime payouts at Topstep, $25,000. He is a rising star. He's going to be joined by Andre and Dolby. So make sure and stick around. This is going to be a really good segment. I know that we've seen Zamco before, but let's find out what Zamco's up to today. Trade well the rest of the day, and this is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Soybeans, meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans?
Yes. Get those glasses off, Zamco. Yes, here we are, the ultimate rising star. We are very, very excited for this. The man in the middle, Zamco himself, just getting called up to the live funded account. We'll talk about that in a second. My partner to the right, you got Dolby Time in the house. Let's take a look at these markets because I see the president is speaking. Quick headlines. We're very close on the tax bill. I'm feeling good on the bill in Congress. Also, Barkin is scheduled to speak in the next few minutes, so we'll see how that goes. Zamco, welcome to Rising Stars. You're the ultimate rising star. You have taken some payouts. You're going live funded. Let's show that graphic. How many payouts have you taken and for how much? This is very, very cool, Zamco. Look at this thing.
Sure. Is there a graphic coming up?
There should be, yes. We've got that screenshot. We got that screenshot. Yep, coming in. We'll take a look at these markets, Zamco. 21,515. I know you're an NQ trader. We're going to get into know the trader, Zamco, as well. 59.44 last trade in the ES. Dolby Time.
Sir.
Zamco is a NQ trader. There it is. There is the graphic. Zamco, look at that. 22 large in that one?
Yeah, I did that 3 times. Well, paid out 3 times. Like pretty much that same amount.
Man.
Well done.
And you're gonna wait, do you have a menu as your background for your phone?
Oh, this is basically a picture with my wife in a pizza restaurant.
Oh, got it. I was like, damn, that must be some crazy good pizza to have that as your background.
The pizza's quite good over there, yeah.
All right.
Excellent. All right. Let's get into it. Here we go. Last trade, 21,515. Zamco the trader, talk to me. What are you seeing here in these markets? Wait and see. What are you seeing here in the NASDAQ? What's your trading style, your strategies on a particular day like this, and any levels you're looking at?
Yeah, so currently on NASDAQ, I'm looking at, if you zoom out, we can see this high that just is sitting right there. This was, I believe, within the Asian range. So that's a key level of liquidity, and I'm kind of just targeting price to sweep that high, kind of go for the all-time highs. So I'm just looking for some sort of retracement to then take the buy to sweep this high over here. It's a bit of a riskier trade because it is very close to, I believe, all-time highs, is it? Are we near all-time highs, or are we still quite far?
Ooh, NASDAQ,
Not quite.
That's fine,
We've got
that's
a ways to
fine.
go.
Cool. Because if it was
Yeah,
all-time
like
highs, then
500
I'd be a
points.
bit wary.
I like what you're saying, though. I mean, the ranges are really good right now. I like the idea of getting long, maybe around like 500s or so. See if we can sweep some lows.
500s,
Sweep some
okay.
lows around, yeah, 21,500, kind of sweep this low, come into this 1 minute fair value gap, and then kind of take the buy from here to the upside. That's kind of what I'm expecting.
Sounds good. Let's put some orders in.
All right. Let's see how we do this. 21,520. Dolby Time. It's Zamco's chart. Dolby Time, these charts. Look at the 500s. This is the range on the 5 minutes, I do believe.
Yeah,
Lower
we
end,
can.
right.
Yeah, I can do top down real quick.
If
If you
you-
have the
yeah.
bids in, we're gonna bid 480s up to 500s with 5 micro Nasdaq every 5 points apart that we have been doing. You know, I think what's really interesting, Dre, is that we are still stuck in the megaphone on the 4 hour. So Nasdaq or the market is clearly waiting for something. Zamco, I'm sure you've noticed this as well. Is like we're in a massive range going all the way back to May 13th. So it's probably the largest ranges we've had in the NASDAQ in a while, which typically means that we're just waiting for something, waiting for anything. And as Zamco mentioned, we do have, you know, all these almost a triple top here up by 21,550s. So other than that, the ranges this morning on the short time frame were actually very, very good. We had a really nice 5 minute range at around 9 o'clock that broke out, and we're living in a 5 minute range right now. Between about 500 and 550. So a nice 50-point range in the NASDAQ. But this is still a market that's waiting for something. What that is, no one knows. But I like Zamco's analysis. Let's see if we can get a little liquidity run of these 500s.
500s.
Yeah, that would be a nice move. Just
we
sweep these lows, come into this 1 minute fair value gap, get some sort of rejection, take the buy, and aim for these highs up here that to the left that just need to be swept.
Love it. Great plan. We got the bids in, so we're just gonna wait for those to fill.
What are we working there, Dolby?
Ooh, 499s to 479s. So it's the
Is there
same
a
as
489
usual.
in there? Yep.
Yeah, 499, 494, 490, 485, 479. So dollar cost averaging down. It's the exact same setup that we've used the past, I think, 3 or 4 trades. Taking 5 micro NASDAQ, splitting them evenly between a 20-point range, hoping to get the liquidity run that Zamco mentioned, see if we can sweep the lows of 500, get filled on some micros, and then anticipate that this ends up perking back up to the upside. So
Like that.
same trade idea. Yeah. Oh, Zamco and I are on the same page here.
Excellent. Take a look at the ES ladder. We have a 600 lot offered at 59.50, about 4 points away. 600 offered 59.50. Last trade 59.46. We'll keep an eye out, see if Barkin begins to speak. Nothing quite yet. President Trump is welcoming the president of South Africa to the White House right now. Nothing there just yet. On the hour incoming. Zamco, you're looking for someone in the chat had a question for you.
Yeah, it's Todd B. If you want to read it off.
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
Why the lower fair value gap instead of the one right above it?
Where do you see a fair value gap above that hasn't been tested? This is the only
Todd
one,
B?
right?
That was Todd
Because,
B's question.
Okay, well, this one right here, it's been tapped into numerous times, and if price isn't really making its way up, then clearly this is a weak area, and price needs to come down lower to collect more orders to then potentially be able to push up. So clearly this is a weak area. We're not getting much movement from here. So it only makes sense to come lower to then go up.
Like that.
And ask and you shall receive.
Absolutely. Zamco. Going live fun.
Zamco, do the higher lows in this kind of structure right now, how does that impact anything that you're doing? Does it make you want to chase at all, seeing that the buyers keep on pushing price higher? How do you manage a market that's always making higher lows?
Oh, okay, so I guess, look, we have this low here, pushed up, broke this high.
Yeah.
Now, potentially, yeah, we could expect to go up. But again, you could take this and you might miss the move and it might continue up. All right, cool. But how many times is that actually going to work out favorably? Most of the time, these areas, they just get swept, come into some sort of fair value gap, and then we finally get the actual move. Because this is very, very obvious price action. A lot of buyers are trying to get in over here, but to me, it's just noise. I need them all to get swept out, them to get scared, like, oh, we're breaking these lows, all of them get out, and then finally we actually get the real move, and that's when I want to be in.
So I guess to some degree, you could almost draw like a black box across sort of this range, and nothing in between actually matters. It's just the extension up and the extension down. All the price action in the middle is just straight up noise. Is that what I'm hearing?
Exactly. Yeah,
Perfect.
exactly. Like, we might continue,
That makes a lot of sense.
but then you miss it. But I would rather wait for my confirmation and get that.
Yeah. I'd be interested in shorts too. If we could get up to like
550?
560, yeah, 550,
Yeah.
560, it might be worth it. You could try 560s.
Hold on. Let me make sure the coast is clear. There's no comments coming out.
Okay.
We look all right. Yeah, nothing coming out right now. That 500 lot was filled in the ES at 59.50. They lifted all 500 to the upside. Dolby time upside range. Talking about 550s, 560s. That would be.
We'll do both.
Same entry.
It's like a mirrored trade, so we're just going to trade the range completely. All right, so we're going to also offer 560s to 580s. So we have basically a mirrored trade on either side. So same theory, we're just looking for a stop run to the upside, grab some liquidity, and see if it can, offer back down again. So we're going to bracket the range and see what we get filled on first.
Love that. Good stuff. Last trade, 21,540. Like Zamco and Dolby are talking about, just essentially noise right now. Anything in the middle of that box, wait and see. ES, about 3 points from the highs, 59.50. Last trade, their high, 59.53. With that being said, I ask you every day we're asking for more feedback. What can we do better? How can we improve around here? Well, show you exactly where to go for that. The Trustpilot review, if you like what we're doing and want to let us know, go over to Trustpilot and leave us a review. We appreciate your feedback. We read each and every single one of them, and we discuss it all the time. And we're always looking how to make this thing better, and especially what you don't like. I got lit up in one of these the other day, and
really, Dre?
I'm adapting. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What? What'd you say? Talking too much?
I didn't.
Not talking enough?
No, I'll show you. See you later. But
all right.
They didn't like. I'll keep it. No, we'll keep those private. Keep those in the house because we want
that's right.
full transparency from that feedback.
Yeah, don't need copycat reviews for Dre.
No, we don't. Take a look at gold here. 33.10. Last trade there. Zamco. Range trade with your entries. You've been in a range lately, like Bill be saying. How have you adjusted from April to May? Hyper volatility in April, May, we've slammed on the brakes for this trading. How have you adapted?
Honestly, I haven't really noticed that much of a difference. I've actually made my most amount of money ever in this month, like ever in my trading career. It was this month in May. It's doing much better than April. I don't know. I feel like market structures is following market structure much, much better now compared to like the beginning of April. And we're just getting taps into fair value gaps and just getting big runs, and it's amazing.
So the reduction in volatility is actually helping you quite a bit then, right?
That's what it sounds like, yeah.
You know, I don't know if this is a bit controversial, but in terms of volatility, I know a lot of people complain like, oh, it's just so volatile, and then now they're getting stopped out and things like that. But honestly, I think volatility means nothing. It just allows your targets to be hit quicker. Price will go to where it needs to, regardless. If it needs to come down to sweep an area of liquidity into some sort of inefficiency, which is a fair value gap, whether it has volatility or not, it's gonna do that and then reject and continue in the direction. So it doesn't really matter if markets are crazy volatile or not. It will do what it needs to, and I know how to position myself in that.
So do you widen stops then to adjust for volatility?
I guess not really widen stops, because highs and lows are still relevant. If I know I have a protected low, I'm gonna keep my stop loss below that. There's no need to widen it. If it breaks that, then I'm screwed anyways.
Oh, look at that, Chad. What an answer. If you have questions, ask Zamco.
Yeah. Volatility means nothing, you say. All that was on April. I mean, how many support levels
was controversial?
It's say something controversial. Yes, volatility means nothing. We saw okay. The market's going to go where the market's going to go. I understand that. I get that. But April, we just cooked. I mean, we were seeing 5% down days, but I guess I understand that. Good stuff. And yes, also we complain about volatility, and when there's no volatility, we complain about that as well. Zamco, as traders, we love to just bitch. Anyways, let's get back to these markets. 21,537. Working some offers to the upside.
Oh yeah,
the downside. Nothing on the
bracketing this range. Looking for a stop run to the upside or a stop run to the downside, whichever gets filled first.
That's a pretty good strategy right there. Now that I'm looking at what you're trying to do, that's pretty good.
Well, the range is so big, and I feel like with larger ranges, say like on the 4 hour, if you do get a rejection, I mean, it's like the odds are you're going to get a pullback of some sort that will allow us to, manage risk, because it's such a big, important level. So we could really sweep these highs and then just come right back down to a comfy spot within the range, which could be like 21,400s, right? We're talking like big level rejection here, so we should expect an equally big move if it fills and rejects. Otherwise, we just get totally smoked. But Zamco, nothing you can do about that, right? If it wants to bid 100 points into a breakout, nothing you can do about it.
I mean, I guess for me personally, I don't really trade the breakout. I kind of just try to catch the reversal once I get a confirmation. So it kind of prevents me from getting stuck in a big run that's not actually stopping.
Nice. Yeah, we'll see how this plays out. Chad, if you have any questions for Zamco, I mean, you gotta ask him.
Absolutely. Going funded. live fun with us. And I like that, Zamco. Version of the meaning, fading. Essentially, you're kind of fading the move then, if I, just to put it down so basic.
What do you mean?
Fading it. Like a liquidity sweep. We can see a sell-off stops go off beneath the 500s. We're selling off. You're looking to buy and get long to make for it to go back up into range, if you will. I'm understanding that.
Yeah, pretty much get the breakout of the range and then catch the reversal to the upside, and that's kind of just what I'm waiting for.
See if we get
So, okay, it's like, so for example, Zamco, as a range trader, I like putting in these bids before we even get there. So would you wait for theoretically the breakdown and then look for some sort of price action to happen and then maybe get long? So like waiting for confirmation?
Yeah, so I vary between the two in terms of I sometimes will just, once the moment, so like the moment price just taps into this area, I'll just take my buy with stops below this low over here. Or if I feel like I want to play it a bit safer, then yeah, I'll wait for some sort of reversal to the upside, then a retracement into some sort of 1 minute fair value gap, and then take that. So if I find this line, where is this? There's a little tool here where I can draw. I'm trying to find it. Here we go. Yeah, so if we get something like this, then price comes down here, taps into it, we break this little internal high, then we come down here, continue up. So yeah, if market structure is coming down like this, and then we tap into this area, push up, breaking this internal high, leaving some sort of 1 minute fair value gap here, that retracement there, that's where I'm looking to enter my buy to then continue up, and then stop loss below this low or potentially below this low, depends on how I feel that day.
Yeah, that looks people in chat would know this, but it looks, a pattern looks similar to Kevin Yu's pin bar reversal.
Pin bar reversal. I've heard of a candlestick pattern that's called a pin bar, but
yeah, it's it looks very so like that sort of like inverse head and shoulders pattern. It looks very
Right.
similar to the pin bar reversal, which is you get like a candlestick wick that pierces down, and then it bids back up, and then you kind of get just like a lone candlestick while you have other ones, you know, kind of creating higher.
Right.
Dolby time. There's too many ways to say the same thing in this industry.
I know.
I'm gonna die on that hill. I want it on my tombstone. I want it on my headstone. There's too many ways to say the exact same thing, but I know what you're talking about. All right, let's take a look. 50-50 on the tilt. We are in the range of a range. We did see that 8,600 lot, 59.50 get filled in the ES. Working some offers, working some bids. The range is getting tighter now. 21,530. Let's trade in there. James, come on in, man. On this day, May 21st. May 21st. What happened on this day, James?
Well, Andre, today on this day in history, May 21st, 1927, American aviator Charles Lindbergh completed the first nonstop solo flight across the Atlantic Ocean. On this day in 1927, he traveled from New York to Paris in the monoplane Spirit of St. Louis in about 33.5 hours. That's a nightmare. 33 hours on a plane. But this guy did it so that we could have our flights as we know it today. Yeah, and I think a couple years later, Amelia Earhart would do the same thing. I could be wrong about that, but I do know that she also is very famous for doing the solo flight. Don't fact check me. That's your on this day in history, Andre. Back to you.
Thank you. Fact checked him. Also, don't forget, we have the 20-year auction at the top of the hour. 20-year auction at the top of the hour. Keep an eye out for that. We'll give you those results from that on Topstep TV. 59.50. We are stuck right now on this in these markets all around. Zamco, you also trade a little gold, yes? Oh,
yes, I do trade gold. Yeah, I actually haven't had a look at it.
Yes, that run up to 3,500 in April. Was it just buy the dip on the way up, or what's your? All right, we're at 3,300 right now in gold. Give me a little breakdown what you're seeing.
Well, currently there's honestly nothing. It looks just sideways to me. There's no actual clean structure for me to enter off. Nothing. Like if we had a look, as of right now, it's just technically just sideways. Nothing really telling me to buy or sell, really.
Looks kind of
I don't
similar
see
to
any-
NASDAQ, to be honest, which is
We're in a
slow
holding
grind to
pattern,
the
right?
upside. We are in a
Yeah,
holding
well, I
pattern,
mean,
Trey.
on gold, I don't
Bitcoin.
see any zones for it to come down to then buy. As like the next ones would probably be all the way down here, but I don't see that happening today.
Yeah, like
So
3280s or
as of
something.
right now, I don't really see anything. I'd rather stick with NQ today. That looks much better because we're quite close to that area.
Do you follow macro stuff at all, Zamco, or was it all just show up in the charts at the end anyways?
So when you say macro, do you mean news?
Like economic events, yeah.
Oh,
like the news.
No, I don't
Fundamentals.
bother for news or any macroeconomic things. Nothing.
Is that right? Headlines. Do headlines matter?
No, not really, because again, whether the news is good or bad, supply and demand works the same. Price will come into where it needs to. I don't know how to explain it. It's you kind of just know where price needs to come to then push up. Like for example, if price wants to push up, it has to come down first, and you just position yourself like that. People try to just catch the move. It has to come down first to collect orders to go up. So that's just kind of what I wait for. So regardless of what the news is, if we're breaking lows, then I know, all right, fine, we're bearish.
Can you explain why it has to go down to go up and vice versa?
Well, if you think about it as hedge funds, institutions, banks, whatever, they want to buy in discount prices and they want to sell in premium prices. So if we have a structural move up and now we're starting to retrace a bit, would they want to buy at a high at premium? No, it doesn't make sense. They want to buy at a discount. So we'd expect a retracement of more than at least 50%, because if we're getting 50% off the price, that's a discount for them. They're happy to buy. But anything above that, they're not going to want to buy that. So it just doesn't make any sense. So same way on the way down, if we're trying to sell as price is coming down, and they just would these institutions want to sell at a low? No, they want some sort of premium price for price to come up somewhat, at least 50% off the move, to then sell in the premium to then continue down. So it kind of just, if you think about it that way, it makes much more sense. They want to buy at discounts and sell at premium prices. So price has to come down to go up and has to come up to go down.
That was an excellent description. Excellent. Set you up for that one, Chad. I hope that makes sense. If you have any follow-up questions,
They like that one.
You got to ask them. But that was a gem right there, an absolute gem.
Bit of a holding pattern right now. On average, how many trades a day would you say you take, Zamco?
Usually if it's going in my favor throughout the day, then I just hold on to that one winning trade that I take in the morning. If it's like a loss, then I'll take maybe another one. So maximum of like 3 maybe in a day, but usually it's around 1 to 2 trades a day.
And you're holding them for a long time.
How much screen time? How much screen time would you say on average you sit in front of the markets?
Well, I trade mainly through my phone, so it's always like look at it and then put my phone back down and continue like eating or just walking around the house. I don't know, but I would assume around about 9 to 12 hours I'm in a position where most of my time is just flicking through the charts, quickly looking back at it and then phone back down. About 9 to 12 hours I'm just on my phone every day watching my phone.
This is the first one, Dolby. This is the first one. Primary trading on the phone. No, the primary trading executions are on the phone. I can't remember we've had one. This is interesting. How
I would think it makes sense. You know, if it helps a trader not trade too much, I think mobile trading is probably great. If you're like super trigger happy, I think being on a phone it's hard to pull that off. So I think you have a style alignment. You know, Zamco can hold the trade for 8 hours. Doesn't need to be in front of his desktop. You know, it's not pressing a ton of buttons on the phone. It's like what 2-3 times you're pressing buy sell. You're not trying to actively manage a trade, which is difficult. So yeah, it makes sense. Totally makes sense for what Zamco is doing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's yes, it's new. That's what I love about it here. We're coming on here, new ways of trading. You're always watching the markets. You're entering, exiting. Love it. So you're sitting in front of the screen right now, yeah. So you got more information. How many charts are you looking at? I want to. What's your setup when you're sitting at the desk?
So I don't really ever look at my desk or go on my desktop. I have this whole PC setup.
Yeah.
I don't use it ever. Pretty much, I just go on my phone on TradingView and just quickly flick through like 5-6 pairs that I look at, and that's about it. And I just wait for price to come into my areas, give me a confirmation. I take my entry, and then I just hold that trade throughout the rest of the day and just watch it move. That's it.
Set it and forget it. Man, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Simple trading really ends up being, I would say, the most profitable. You just got to let the market do all the hard work. You just got to find the good entries and just let them cook.
I wish I could forget it. I set it, but I keep watch the whole time I'm in that position. I don't know if I said last time, but even if I'm in the shower, I'm watching my phone through the glass.
Oh no.
Dude, that's dedication, Zamco.
That
is
is
some serious
dedication.
dedication.
All right, we got some new highs. New all-time highs in Bitcoin, by the way. Micro Bitcoin, 110,200 new highs. I think those are all-time highs. New highs in the ES, just tapped on 59.55. NASDAQ just printed some new highs, 21,553 now. Prince, we're working 560s, I do believe.
560s.
Nothing on the tilt.
We're looking for a stop run of 560s, risking about 200 to 250 on the trade. So not a ton. That's why we're trading micros. Zamco, have you seen those glasses from Ray-Ban from Meta? They have like the screen built in. Would you ever like wear those and just have a chart like in the upper left corner of your eye? You can just, like,
Oh,
walk
that would
around
be
and stare
amazing.
at it?
I would love to have that. I mean, I've already ordered the Meta glasses. Literally, they should arrive this week.
Oh,
if they have
yeah.
that screen, that'd be amazing.
Dude, that'd be
Same
that'd
come
be
on here.
bomb.
Yep.
Yeah, you got to wear them. Got to wear them. Just have a chart just in the corner of your eye all the time. Bro, that'd be wild. That would be
All right,
wild.
might get these 60s here. Yep, we got Lunchbox Trading coming up next. Gabe, D, and Anne Marie. Topquiz after that. We also have a VIP check-in later today. Working those 60s.
Pulling our bids.
Zamco,
keeping the offers.
Right. As we continue to move higher here, I'm asking you, we move higher here. So are you only looking to the long side for perhaps an entry?
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
Yeah, so basically, as price is now moving up, I can see, fine, we might not come down here because we are still pushing up. So then I will try to just follow some sort of fair value gaps that I can potentially enter off to sweep the high. So I guess if we quickly get a retracement down into this 1 minute fair value gap, I'll enter my buy to at least target these highs up here. If we can just get that retracement down into this 1 minute fair value gap down here. So I'm kind of just waiting on that now.
Excellent. Okay.
Dre, do you want me to keep these orders on through Lunchbox?
Ooh, saying,
we might get filled like right now. I'm gonna make it filled real soon.
Yeah, keep the 60s in there. Yeah.
All right.
We'll see. I haven't seen it change anything. Yeah, we got the 20-year. We got this 20-year. Typically, bond auctions don't move us, but if there is a weakness in the bid to cover, we can talk about that later. If there's weakness in demand for the debt, you might see it fall into equities or affect the equities. How many we work in, Dolby? Did we define the risk?
5 micros, probably like 200 to 250. Nothing crazy. Standard trade.
Right. FX has a question for you, Zamco. What does your routine consist of?
I wish it was really, really interesting, but no. I wake up around 4:30 in the morning. I pray, then I go to the gym. I come back and I just lay back in bed and wait for London Open to trade. And I'm just watching my pairs, so German 40, USD JPY, and gold. I'm kind of just looking at those mainly, or NASDAQ as well sometimes. And I'm just waiting for London Open in my bed, bear in mind. So I'm just in my bed, laying there on my phone. Get my entry if I can in London session. Once I've placed my entry, I just pretty much leave it for the rest of the day. I get out of bed at around probably 11, 12 p.m. Have a shower, probably I'm still watching my trade through the shower glass that I'm still holding. Then I'll pray again. Then I'll eat and just watch my phone for all of this duration. And that's pretty much it. I just wait for dinner, eat again, then go back to sleep. I don't really do
There's your
much.
routine.
What
There
a
is your routine.
I just
What
pretty
a
much lay in
routine.
bed or eat.
What about hair care? Do you have a carve out for hair care?
Hair care, not really. It's just wash my hair with water. Once my
More
hair is
majestic.
dried up, semi-dry, I just rub in some oil, brush my
Mm.
hair, and just let it be. Right, so I'm
Absolutely
thinking of
majestic.
taking a buy from this 1 minute fair value gap here if we tap
Ooh.
into it.
Okay.
Just for a quick little scalp. It's not my usual trading style in time. I normally do like long-term holds. There we go. I normally do like long-term holds, but you know, this is still following structure, so I'm happy with this. So I've now taken this buy and I'm kind of expecting price to come up to this high over here.
Nice.
A long one. NQ from what price?
21545.
545. Okay, excellent. 21,545. Long one. NQ last trade 21,550. 549s. Trade ES found the upper end of the range there. What's your upside target?
The upside target is the previous high that we marked out, which was, I believe, just this high over here.
What's that price?
562.
21,562. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
Ideally, of course, I would like price to be down here before taking my buy, but why not? Let's risk it because we are in a valid fair value gap. Potentially, we could just have a smaller rejection up and finally sweep the highs. So that's what I'm kind of anticipating.
It really feels like it wants to. Really feels like it wants to. So is this like a typical entry for like a uptrending market? Is like looking for like a fair value gap and then like the pullback, and you kind of like try to buy with the uptrend.
Yeah, if I'm kind of late to the entry, then I do look for something like this. But this is like my worst case scenario. This is not the type of entry that I would prefer. I want to catch the bottoms, not
C
midway.
grade, maybe.
So
Yeah.
like if we start breaking this low down here, then I'd probably want to get out.
Got it.
Okay, let's see how this plays out.
We did not
So
get filled, Dre. Unfortunately.
Okay, are we still working on the 499s though?
Not right now because we were so close.
Okay.
I thought we were going to get filled, but I can put those back in like pretty easily. I kind of want to.
See it there, yeah. Well, we'll see how this Zamco. Are you in the chat? Where can they find you in the chat? Where can the people find more Zamco?
Sure, yeah. So Instagram, TikTok, and X or Twitter, it's just Zamco Capital, and I should come up.
All right, excellent. We'll put that in there. Zamco, keep us posted on how this trade. We'll keep you watching this. A flong from 21,545. Putting your socials in the chat right now. With that being said, we got Lunchbox Trading coming up. You saw Anne-Marie and D on Fast Markets. Gabe's going to be joining them. Gabe's going to put D through the ringer in Topquiz. Dolby Time, Back to the Futures, and I'll see. It's a David Green Wednesday also. So we got Dolby Time, Dakota, myself, David Green. I think I said that twice. Anyways, this is Topstep TV. Let's go watch this trade.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. We are here with Lunchbox Trading, and I am joined by two wonderful ladies. I have Deanna and Anne Marie. This time, I'm going to ask individually. Deanna, how's it going today?
It's going pretty well. Didn't trade that much today, obviously, because of the transfer to live. So still unpacking boxes. We still have a ways to go. So I spent the day mainly doing that after the stream this morning with Jerome. And yeah, so it's been kind of relaxing because the scenery here is just so beautiful. But yeah, not that much trading. I'm still in this copper trade, same idea as I had before, just slightly better price. So we'll see.
Copper or platinum?
It's me. Platinum. Platinum.
Platinum. Okay, gotcha. Now, I do want to say, because we were just talking about copper in the background a minute ago, so that's probably why that slipped out there. But you have a gift that you were given that I'd love to share while we are still
Yes.
on the cameras only without the charts. It'll be easier to see. What were you given recently?
Yeah, so when I came off the last stream from Fast Markets, my husband walks in and he's like, by the way, I have something to give you. And he hands me this, which is a piece of copper from given to him from his mom, because she used to work for somebody who was at the London Metal Exchange. So he gave this to me and I'm like, what is it? So I read and it says Olympic Dam Mine. So I don't know how close that
very cool.
camera will pick it up. And it's basically a piece of copper, real copper, from the fourth largest mine in southern Australia. And the mine is called the Olympic Dam Mine, which is what's written here. So yeah, I thought that was very sweet. My husband knows I've been trading a lot of copper in the last year. And yeah, I don't know where he stashed this, but he just pulled it out of nowhere and gave me a little gift. So I thought that was pretty cool. So I thought I would
Yeah,
share.
very cool. Absolutely. Anne Marie, how's it going on your end today? I know you joined us, both of you joined us this morning.
Yeah, it's going good. It's been a little choppy, but I knew it would be, so my size has been small and it's all good there. I did want to ask Deanna, that's very shiny to have been put somewhere. How did he have it sealed up someplace? Because, copper oxidizes.
I don't know. I mean, I'm guessing it was in a box somewhere because I haven't. We've been together for 20 years. I've never seen this ever. So he must have had it stashed in one of those hoarding boxes that he's got. One of the 100 boxes that we had. But yeah, today he found it, and yeah, so he just surprised me with it. So it's gonna stay on my desk from now on.
It feels heavy by the way that you're looking at it. So,
very heavy. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, let's take a quick look around the markets. I know that we are getting a little bit of a sell-off here in the equities. ES and both NASDAQ are rolling over a little bit from the high of the session. Currently, S&Ps are trading at 59.30 half, and NASDAQ is trading at 21,465. Gold kind of bottomed out a little bit at 33.05, currently trading at 33.12.8. And crude oil is starting to kind of come off the bottom of the range of the day, trading 61.96. So can we get a quick update? I know we already have the positions up on the board for you ladies, but can we kind of take a brief look at Anne Marie? I know that you are currently in the MES, and then D, obviously you're in platinum. So Anne Marie, do you want to start off with kind of just showing us a little bit about your current position and what you're looking for?
So thanks, Gabe. I am in this trade long from right near 59.48, 59.49, something like that. And my expectation was that it would sort of bounce at the bottom of my box here, which is the Globex low of the range of the opening formation. And so I'm looking for that to bounce. But that was a pretty swift move down, and the bonds are almost right into the lows of yesterday at about 109.20. And if those break, like Jack said earlier in the day, we probably are going to have a little bit more selling. So my stop is going to be at the bottom of yesterday's opening range, and that number is about 59.18. I don't like it that it just did that, but we are sitting in a market that has got candlesticks literally retracing each other all day today.
Okay. So you got your risk managed. You have an idea, an outlook of what you're still looking for, and you have a. Do you have any targets in mind if we were to break back to the upside? What are you looking for on the north end?
I would like to see 59.65 to 59.74.
Okay. Well, let's see if the equities can hold off from revisiting the lows of the day. But if not, obviously she's got an exit
The
plan.
bond
so that's
auction.
always good.
That's just what
Yeah.
happened. The 20-year
Bond
bond
auction?
auction. Son of a gun. That's exactly what happened. Crudsickles.
I guess that's a nice reminder to always keep an eye on the economic reports, even if they might be considered lower impact. I think that it's still something to consider. We might be just going to reach for your stop right as we're talking here, but
Absolutely, sadly.
small size for a reason, right? Managing that risk effectively. Obviously, don't know what the market's going to do, so it's always good to have your exits in place ahead of time. D, how about your platinum trade? What's going on over there? I know that you're in a couple contracts. You kind of walk through that trade a little bit and what you're looking for.
Yeah. So it's the same trade I tried earlier. It's just it's coming from a bit of a better entry. So if I go on the weekly chart, we do have the top of this weekly range, and we busted through that. But then while I was on the previous segment, we had the euro close, and I kind of wasn't paying attention to the time of day. So it ran through my first trading idea. But then I said 1080 would be my pivotal area where if we climb back over it, I want to be involved. And why? Is because it's right at the top of the weekly range. So if we were to go back into the range, we really need to see platinum below 1079. And this is not just for today, this is a longer term outlook, like for the next couple of weeks. But as long as we're above it, then longs are still in play. So I went in right at 1081 when we started rising up above that area. I'm still trying for 1100, but we're running out of time. So maybe 1100 is not on the cards exactly today. However, at the same time, I didn't want to be short against the move that we're seeing. So right now, the trade is in about 33 ticks profit. It's wiggling around. But right now, it's kind of working out. I'm using a pretty wide stop because of the size of the candles and the ATR that we currently have on platinum, which is currently 66, but it was 70 when we had a little bit more volume. I'm always trying to use stops that are wide enough to absorb the movement across a 30-minute time frame, and that's because I use market profile TPOs as my guide ultimately for what's going on. Today we have a sustained auction. We may have a double distribution day as well, but to me this is looking like a nice breakout. So it depends on what we do around this 1080 area. For the rest of the week, that's going to become my kind of pivotal area for either further longs or for shorts back into the range.
All right. Well, as we are talking, we are getting a major sell-off. We've dropped about 100 points in the NQ and about 30, almost 30 handles in the ES in just the last 5 minutes. We are about to take out the overnight lows in the ES around 59.05. NASDAQ would have a little bit more room to reach before we visit those overnight lows at 21,232. So we got definitely a lot of momentum to the downside right now. Anne-Marie, I assume you are currently stopped out of that one
Yep,
NES.
I did. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Chat, how we doing out there? You surviving? Anybody catching this move to the short side?
A couple of people. Joe Black.
Yeah, Joe Black. Joe Black's a little upset that I timed him out from the show, from the chat. I think last week. A little butthurt, but it's okay. I still see you there, Joe.
Yeah.
Glad you're able to catch something. All right. Well, let's see here. Anything? Okay. So, Anne-Marie, now that we are looking more like the structure has drastically changed in the last 30 minutes, are you looking at potentially flipping to a different bias, or are you looking still maybe for a revisit back to the upside, kind of nearing the second half of this day?
So what I did was expand to the 4-hour chart because of this break, and the implied volatility move, or the expected move for the day, is down here at 53.96. I was talking early this morning about how important 5,900 was for the SPX and for the ES. It has just carved right through the SPX. And so that looks like, wait a second, yeah, that 58.87, I don't know that it's moving so much that I can chase it down. What I'd like to see is how it behaves at the daily implied move down here at this 58.96 area. I expect a little bit of reflexive buying, to be honest, but this move is pretty significant. Also, advancers to decliners, advancers to decliners fell all the way to 1,800, negative 1,800, and we've got bonds printing a brand new 20-day low. So a lot of folks, Bloomberg and all of those guys, were talking about how tough this bond auction might be. And I even mentioned it this morning, and Knucklehead Fred over here forgot to put a timer and say, hey, listen, you got the bond auction going. So
Jack just said bond auction was horrific.
Yeah.
Bond auction was horrific. By the way, we also have Wednesdays. Today's Wednesday. Monday, the 19th's low of that day was 58.92 3/4. So we are about to take out Monday's low from the 19th. So I could definitely kind of go with you a little bit on potentially a reflexive bounce once we take out that liquidity, those lows of that Monday's trading, which we're about to do right now, actually.
Yep, there it is.
But beyond that, kind of the next kind of major low or pivot that we had was 58.67. So we could see another, 30 potential handles if sellers are able to maintain control and we continue to see that push. All right, so there's the low of Monday's trading broken, ES trading 58.94 half. Definitely some volume coming into the market.
I have the average dating range low sitting at 58.89, and I have the average session range low at 58.95. So if we break through this entire zone, maybe some more shorts. But as it stands now, we have a neutral day profile on ES, which tends to open up the possibility for that reflexive buying move back up. The only time that would change is if in the next 6 minutes we leave single prints on the profile. But these are one of those moments where if you look at the candle ATR, whenever we overshoot by that much, a mean reversion of some sort, if it's not like proper headline risk, a mean reversion actually ensues pretty quickly. And I do enjoy doing those, but again, I would need it to tag 58.89 first, and then see what happens, because that is the expected quantitative extreme for the day. It's similar to implied volatility, but it's much more simple. It's just like previous 10 to 14 days, how much did we move? More often than not, they tend to be near the bottom of the day.
Well, markets are really cooking right now. I was not anticipating this over the lunch hour. We are making new highs of the session in gold. Last trade 33.18. I saw that. What do we have in the chat here? Wildfire day 7 just passed 150K combine. Great job.
Nice.
Congrats.
Congratulations.
Love seeing that. You must have caught some of that
Good.
short there, Wildfire. Maybe a long in gold. I'm not sure, but great work.
Pretty sure Wildfire was one of my chameleonaires.
Oh, really? Fantastic.
Nice.
Yeah.
You got
Yeah.
Neil K passed my first 50K. Great job. You will typically hear about next steps at the end of the trading day once trade reports process. If you're on the old dashboard, if you are on the new dashboard, during its kind of early access phase, you could technically activate your express funded account right after you pass. It doesn't mean you have to wait till the end of the day until trade reports process. But all right, new lows still of the session here. ES trading 58.88. So now we've tagged that price that you were looking for there, D. I definitely would love to see a little bit of a reversion, at least a little bit of a correction after this, impulse that we've had. This would be a pretty good location to possibly see that. But in terms of a reflexive bounce, how would you manage risk? Like, where would you be your exit on the stop side to admit that you're wrong? Or would that be invalidated?
For me,
for you?
I usually use between 7 and 10 points on ES, but I would need to use bookmap or time and sales. So nothing is to be done until they start to create a little bit of structure to the opposite side. Once that relationship changes, then you can plow in with my stop. So I don't necessarily care where the low is established, because I actually want my stop to be further out from the nearest low. That puts me in a better position to survive any further attempts at moving lower and then kind of coming back up. So that's something that's worked for me in ES for a very long time. I would probably be using more 10 points in these sort of moves rather than nitpicking with 7 and 5, just to give the trade time to work out. But until they're printing shorts and until the price is not reacting to it, hands off, hands on the butt, as Hoag likes to say, and we do nothing. Once that changes, then you pounce.
Yeah, definitely would not be trying to catch a bottom right now. I think that that would not be very wise. But if you get a little bit of structure on some lower time frames, like a 1 minute or 5 minute, you might be able to catch a little bounce. But still, I wouldn't. I'd wait for a little bit more information to really, like you said, kind of confirm, give you a little bit more direct kind of clarity on where you could place a stop on that shorter time frame structure that just forms or is to form potentially. But yeah, we've already gotten that 10 points almost from your level, but we are getting definitely a little bit of
remember, that's just an orientation point. It's just an orientation point. Once it's kind of like when you're writing code, until a level is reached, you can't start monitoring anything. But once you reach the level, that's the point when you start looking for reversals. Now, whether that's going to end up being just touching the level and going away from it, which is something that most traders dream of, but it doesn't normally work that way. Usually we overshoot and then reclaim. So I look for the reclaim.
Well,
they're getting a bit of structure, but they're not holding.
Yeah, we're struggling so far. But NQ did take out those lows of the overnight from like the mid 5 a.m. That was the 21,000 kind of 230 level. We are trading currently below that. Gold actually rejected those new highs of session. Gold popped off and came off the highs about $3 an ounce, currently trading at 33.15. Crude oil is kind of rolling over again in the last 15 minutes as well, currently trading 61.50. Yeah, lots happening, but I will say I'm not really seeing a whole lot on the wire. It seems like most of that came from the auction itself.
Yep.
Kind of at the top of the hour. I'm seeing a little bit
Yeah.
about strategic materials.
Normally,
go ahead, Anne-Marie.
Normally the 20-year doesn't really do this, but for days and days, Bloomberg Television has been interviewing all kinds of people going, okay, are you going to buy the 20-year at the next auction? And everybody was saying, no. And I thought, I bet that's going to be a big event this week. And it's normally a nothing burger, but not today. Not today.
Yeah, not today indeed. NQ, there's a pretty attractive target. You got to swing low from, obviously I know ES already took out Monday's low, but the NQ has not. That low is sitting at 21,112.5. So that's a pretty attractive low for anybody that might have been chasing, the market into the beginning of the week before we just topped out. So there's, potentially some more room to the downside. I mean, we're accelerating pretty rapidly. We're only about 50 points away from Monday's low in the NQ. And then the ES actually, I believe with that recent push, is just about to take out the 15th, the low of the 15th at 58.67.
Yes, that's what I was looking at. That's the swing low event that I was looking at. Just kissed it. A big reflexive reaction. Now it just has to confirm, but the sellers are just piling in. I could see them on the ladder. They're just chasing price down.
Yeah, Sailor Moon says, zoom out to the 4-hour. We are due for a pullback. Absolutely, we were due for a pullback.
Yeah.
I mean, this rally's been overextended for weeks, but the question is, how far will we, how deep will we correct?
Yeah.
Could this just be a short-term little, maybe people exiting longs in addition to maybe some new sellers entering the market? I know Hoag would probably have some better clarity about the types of participants that are entering right now, but we're definitely, we're close to taking out some pretty pivotal lows from the prior week. And I think that until we take those lows out, in this situation, I don't think I'd be looking for many buying opportunities unless the structure started to present itself. But we got a pretty decent bounce. 15 handles off the ES lows there at 58.67. Currently trading 58.83 half. NASDAQ pulled off a little bit as well, currently back in the 200s, 21,240, and moving very quickly.
Yeah, I think those are sellers covering.
Yeah.
Right? They shorted it, and now they're just covering.
I'm not seeing a whole lot of size on the DOM here in the NASDAQ in terms of to the downside. I'm not seeing anything over about maybe 30 contracts. There's 33 sitting at 237 right now, but there's really just not a whole lot either way. It's fairly thin from what I'm seeing.
Let's see if the sellers can push it below 58.87 in the ES.
Not seeing
We still got that 58.89, and now that's a line in the sand. If we go above 58.89, it's reclaimed. If we bounce from it again to the downside, it's more shorts.
Yeah.
So we do have economic data tomorrow. We have unemployment claims coming out at 7:30 Central. We have PMI as well, existing home sales. So there's a little bit of data coming out tomorrow. I'm wondering if we're going to end up leaving some lows in today's session to maybe go approach tomorrow, or whether we're going to take out those lows and then that data maybe sends us back to the upside. Definitely, obviously not financial advice. I'm just kind of hypothesizing what could potentially happen.
Yes.
That bounce off 58.67 was fairly.
Yeah, that's crazy. Savage.
Fairly strong. Did we end up taking out that low, or was it just touched?
Just came into the tick. Maybe it might have taken it by a tick.
Yeah, that was literally dead on the low from the 15th. Absolutely crazy. Well, opportunities maybe to enter short. Anything that we'd be seeing if we're looking for maybe a continuation down, knowing NASDAQ hasn't taken out the lows of Monday yet. We've gotten a nice bounce. Is this the opportunity to get in anything? I know that, let's see here. Let me triple check. I'm pretty sure the house account was in a position. We were in a trade leading into this segment. We were long MNQ from 465. We got stopped out. Only down $100 on that trade. So we're still up 642 on the day in the house. But I definitely would be curious if this is a good opportunity to maybe sell. What are we thinking, ladies? Definitely not a buying scenario.
Because it's just a combine. I'm trying a long around here. So again, 58.89 is a pivotal level. If it goes below it, obviously trade is invalidated. But at this point, I would not be shorting here personally. It never really works for me to short after such big flush. You would really have to be at a proper outlier day. So, this is where I would turn into a mean reversion fisherman.
Fisherwoman. I mean, it's really fighting against your 58.89 area.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I actually did take that short, but of course, very small size. One, because we broke the implied volatility, measured the expected move. So my thought coming into the day was that we had a lot of heat that was compressing for price action expansion. And I think this bond auction might have been a little spark that lit a fire. So we could.
Yeah, we could liquidate. Yeah.
We could.
There's both sides of the story here. This could be the start of a liquidation move. Yeah. But again, 58.89 as our guide. If they cannot hold the price below it, then it's going to go back up. But if they do, then more liquidation, obviously. For now, it's a huge fight, and they're trying. They're really trying. My next area of orientation here is this 9 EMA on a 2-minute chart. It's trying. Again, we need to see strength here. We need to also see the volume. Volume is now still not great to the upside. Some buyers are coming in on the tape.
We've got
let's see.
The dome is pretty thin, right?
I'm still not seeing anything really over 20 or 30 contracts in the NASDAQ. I'm sure S&Ps look a little bit different.
There's about 180 of them at 5,900.
Yeah, there's a little bit, but it's thin. Yes.
Well, for those asking in chat, we do have a VIP form dropping today. It is coming up here in the next hour or two. So just hang tight. Keep hanging out with us. It will be very soon. And on top of that, we got Deanna. Congrats, by the way, Dee. I haven't said that officially. I know this is your
thank you.
kind of call back up to live. And I was actually really curious on what, because this is right. You're one of the most transparent traders I know, in addition to people like Dakota. And I think that, being called back up to live, that's really where we should be, right? In a live account, real markets, real environment, real money. But at the same time, I'm wondering, are you approaching things any differently this time around? I know that, you maybe got called up with a different balance for initial, risk management purposes. I'm curious on kind of what your take is as you're getting into that live account for the second time with us here. What's different?
That's
what's
a
the
great
same?
question. Yeah. So I think with me, it was a change of product. Crude oil trader for a very, very long time. But then obviously crude oil in your career, not all products stay volatile forever, just like nothing stays quiet forever either, right? And for me, it was a huge sort of learning moment to get proof of concept that copper, platinum, and natural gas are really where I should be. And for me, the second call up to live is more proof of that. The fact that I was able to do it from the moment that I went out of the first live account back to live again within barely month and a half, 2 months, under 2 months time. That's probably more of an achievement for me. And I spent a while trading small size last year just to kind of get that proof of concept as well. And here we are. But when it comes to actual setups, actual playbooks, that's not going to change. So not, it's still the same.
Yeah, I
I'm
was
still
about to say,
doing mean
why
reversions.
change?
Yeah.
You're doing really well in the XFAs with your process on these products. So
Exactly.
why
And
adjust?
I've used the same setups. Sorry, yeah. So I've used the same setups for a long time. My problem with crude oil was that it completely stopped moving. And for my type of trading, I need enough ticks in as an available range to actually do well. I cannot, like, I'm not really a scalper these days. It actually annoys the hell out of me. I'm kind of on the side of things where if I find a setup, I want to be in it for 2 to 3 hours and I want to be rewarded for my time as well. So I don't want to be sitting in a trade that's not doing anything. I am sitting there and it's moving in my direction, I am extremely good at sitting in a trade for long periods of time. That's where my higher risk reward comes from. So as far as that side is concerned, that's not changing. The only thing that's really changed is the products. So the first live account was based on crude oil and gold, but those two changed for me. And now this account is based on copper, platinum, and natural gas. However, the methodology, the levels, number of trades per day, it really hasn't changed much, if at all. So yeah, I suppose it was a different problem for me. It wasn't necessarily mismanagement of my emotions. It was just the market that wasn't playing ball with my strategy, and that's perfectly fine, right?
Yeah.
We have to,
And you
like, how did
adapted.
Mick put it on one of those shoulder taps? Yeah. So he went adapt to die, which I thought was quite funny.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's very true. Adapt or die, right? We have to keep learning. If something is not working, you either have to move away from that product or you have to work on yourself. I think I'm a pretty patient trader. I think when it comes to emotional management, I'm pretty advanced. But that's not going to help me if my strategy breaks down. I can still survive for quite a long periods, but if crude oil is no longer the product for me, we have to get a divorce, right? So you move on to other things, and
it could be temporary,
yeah,
right? It's not like you can't ever return to the
yeah,
product, right? All you're doing is you're just moving
yeah.
to a market that's going to fit the current
Your
season,
style.
the
Yeah.
style.
Current market state, yeah,
Yeah,
the current
100%.
market state. Now, unfortunately, the current market state, I've had a bad experience with something similar in 2012, which is how I came to futures. So it's not the first time that a product has dried up on me. The first one was euro dollar, which was moving a lot from 2007 when I started trading all the way up to 2012. And then the austerity measures did a number on the liquidity. They were trying to keep everything stable. So they started to lower interest rates to the point that the momentum between the products completely died out. It's like, because in the Forex, you need the differential between the two countries to drive the momentum. When that was locked down, that was it. That was like, no more movement. And that's how I was like, okay, well, I need something else. But the problem with Forex is that for years, the volatility stayed very low. Like it was, well, like watching paint dry. So I'm very well aware that a new market state might be here to stay for the next few years. So I'm not, I wasn't expecting for crude oil to come back after like 3, 4, 5, 6 months. And after 6 months, I was like, I'm getting out of this thing, man. This is just not working. But obviously looking for other products and then gaining experience in them, that's where the issue was for me. So it's like, now I have products that I haven't traded all that much. So now let's see if we can actually get experience and then make this work in the long run, right? So for me, it was like just a big adjustment of my current strategy onto a new product, relatively new product. It's not like I've never traded them, but I haven't done like thousands and thousands of trades like I have done in crude oil, which means nothing when the market state changes. You're just sitting there and going, well, that's not working.
Yeah, got to do something because you can't really make the market do
needs to
something. So
change.
you got to do something.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well,
So you have to be the one
thank
to
you.
initiate change.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you for sharing a little bit about, kind of kind of mindset going into this live account. And congratulations again. Very excited for you. I think that's what I'm working towards. That's what I know a lot of other traders are working towards. And it's really exciting to see the people that you love and care about and are so passionate about what we do and who we serve, our community. And we're grateful to have you on the team. Real quick, so we made a quick pop. So off the lows in the ES of 58.67, buyers did come in and we rallied about 50 handles, made a range high here on the 1 minute of 59.07 half. And then the NQ bottomed out at 21,159 half and topped out here recently at 21,328. So quite the bounce on those lows of the session. But we'll see how we handle the middle end of this little 1 minute range. We obviously have a pretty pivotal area where buyers stepped in when we started to fight around this 58 kind of 90 and 21,002 kind of 70 to 50 region. So we'll see if we trade back below, we might get a little bit of a revisit down to those lows, but I'm kind of in a very important area. But I wouldn't diddle in the middle, right? I would not diddle in the middle right now if I were you. I struggle with that. I don't know if either of you
both
do
sides of
at
the
all.
story.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, I'm only a combine
Absolutely.
here, so yeah. I'm still thinking longs towards VWAP and then maybe shorts from there, purely because the neutral day and the fact that we've nearly closed off the entire single print trail that we left on the downside. We're also still holding above 58.89, which was my pivotal area. And I always allow for one test of my entry. If it then bleeds all the way through it, so be it. But I will always give it room for at least one test of the entry. And then if we don't get further movement, well, then you need to adjust. But for now, we're sitting above ADR, closing off the single prints. There's still a little bit of a single print trail between, let me see exactly here. So single prints from 59.07 up to initial bounce high at 59.12.13 sort of thing. So if we cannot close those off, then we're just going to get stuck in a range here. But yeah, it was a pretty harsh move, and I'm surprised. I'm looking at news as well as we were kind of talking. Apart from that bond auction, which must have been absolutely atrocious.
Yeah.
I don't see anything else.
Yeah, there was a couple little small things like U.S. found strategic materials used in Iran's missile programs. Trump ended some remarks with Ramaphosa in the Oval Office, but really nothing that you would think would be major or breaking. But the market definitely responded to something, and it definitely seemed to be those bonds. I actually would really love to. I know that, Jack is kind of our bond guy. I would love to. I know some traders were asking in chat to get a little bit more of an update whenever there is like a major kind of bond auction event like this, to get Jack to pop on and kind of give his rundown. So maybe that's something in the future we can bug Jack about.
Yeah,
getting
for
him
sure.
on for like post auction.
Definitely.
If something major happens like this, but because I think Jack is out for the rest of the afternoon. But well, Cameron, if you're back there, man, would you go ahead and throw up? The markets are kind of ranging a little bit now. Let's go ahead and while we're in a calm moment, let's go ahead and hit that jab, jab, jab graphic for me. So here's a couple traders that shared in chat kind of where they were at today. So we got Trader Mike, made about $730 on that gold short. Thank you guys. Great work there, Mike. You got Gorillionaire, frequent flyer, up 140 on the day, trading 1 micro. 1 micro. That's all you need.
It's awesome.
Chopper, already up 1,600. So I'm locking myself out. Done for the day. Thank you, gold. So it does look like some people are kind of branching out and getting away from the NASCrack. So great work, y'all. We got trade for pips. I'm up 8K on a 100K account today. Great work.
Good on you.
If that's a combine,
wow.
I'm going to say your consistency target might be a little jacked, but hey, keep trading away. You're doing well. If that's an XFA, then hey,
read the rules as well.
Good stuff.
Read the rules.
Yeah. Investor Z, Coach Vince. Shout out to Coach Vince. I joined your class a couple days ago for the first time, took in your lesson about volume and moved my time frame up to 5 minutes in trades. Winning rate went up a lot. Thank you. Getting away from that 1 minute time frame. I should probably do the same.
Yes.
Duncan, we
Yes.
got jab, jab, jab. First time successfully building into a micro ES trade. Took profit and moved stop into profit, so I can't lose. Good stuff, Duncan. And then we got Wheels. $378 win this morning gets me 5 winning days in the XFA. You are payout eligible, my friend. Great work. I'm not taking a payout yet, though, but it feels good to be eligible for it. I know some traders kind of react differently to being payout eligible, but make sure to make it real. Make sure you get a little bit to hit the bank account, even if it's just enough for dinner tonight, just to
little bit.
reward yourself,
Yeah.
pat yourself
Yeah.
on the back a little bit. Deanna talks
Yeah,
about
don't
this a
put your
lot.
back
She's,
against the wall.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Absolutely. And then we got Futures Frank, 600 beta on gold buy. Great work there, Frank. So all in all, sounds like there was some good opportunities today. I'm sure there's some people on the red side. So if you are hitting a loss limit today or you are struggling in today's markets, don't be discouraged. I hope you come back tomorrow feeling refreshed, and we'll obviously be here for you. But let's go ahead and we have Top Quiz coming up here momentarily with Deanna.
Nice.
Whose printer was that? Was that yours, Anne-Marie?
Mine. Sorry.
I was like, what was that? All good.
Anne-Marie
yeah,
just casually printing stuff in the background.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe she's printing money back there. Who knows?
Never tell. Oh my gosh, listen, that is like the worst joke. So let me tell you a very funny story before we leave.
Why?
I'm
Did
in the
you
grocery.
print money back in the day?
No,
Oh, okay,
I'm in the
okay. All right, go ahead,
grocery
go ahead.
though, and I always have those silly jokes that I'm right. So I was just come from the bank, I had a crisp 20, and I gave it to the gal at the checkout, and she went, "Wow, that feels really new." And I said, "Yeah, I made it this morning."
She probably got a kick out of that. Did she immediately
She took
take
out
a
her
pen
black
to it?
pen.
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
she took out her black pen. I was
Exactly.
like, I was just kidding.
That's funny, but not really, right?
Yeah.
Kidding, but not. Well, so we have a few minutes left here. So at the moment, D, you're still in that platinum trade, right? And I know that you kind of doubled up
No,
here.
that got stopped out.
That got stopped
No,
out.
it
Okay.
got stopped out because it went with the equities, so the bond auction had
Gotcha.
I'm just looking at a whole bunch of stuff. It had a knock-on effect on nearly everything. So yeah, it's just a combine. Today, to be honest, I have not done the full, plan and options levels and this. I'm just kind of winging it here, and it's not the best idea, obviously, but it's kind of half day off because I'm waiting for the live accounts. It's like I don't want to waste my mental capital on super analysis when I know that it's not going to matter because I'm not going to do serious trading today. But yeah, so usually I'm a lot more careful. I have hypotheses. I've about 3 or 4 of them, and then I will be tracking what's going on. Today I'm not doing that, and the results are exactly as you would expect when you're winging it. But yeah, so I still think maybe longs on platinum if we go back over 1080. If we stay below 1080, that means we're back into the range, and then the range rules apply.
Sounds good. Well, you'll be hanging out with me for a little longer, so don't go anywhere.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching this one. It'll be.
Are
I'll
you?
be
The
cheering
question.
You're ready for D to suck at Topquiz? Yes.
Oh, I think you'll be okay.
You'll be
I'm not
awesome.
as harsh as Eddie when it comes to questions. And I did listen to everybody's feedback in chat. I'm only giving one answer per question this time. I know the last round with Anne-Marie, I accidentally had 2 answers for one question.
No.
But on top of that, I am kind of trying to spread the questions outside of just the US. I know that there's some traders that aren't familiar with, the US kind of history or culture. And so I want to make sure I kind of move around a little bit. But well, the equities are really struggling at the moment. We are currently just kind of back and forth in a little bit of a 1-minute range, about kind of the 50% mark of the extreme pivots that we had around the bottom of the hour. And I don't really know where we're going from here, but we
Yeah.
are currently trading 58.89 and 3/4 in the ES and 21,257. 260. Buyers stepping a little bit, but definitely some volume entering the market. I'm curious if we're going to slow down at all during this next hour, or if we're going to end up continuing this speed throughout the rest of the day. But we will see. It should be a great afternoon. Top quiz coming up, obviously. So stick around with us, hang tight, and we will be right back with an opportunity to end up getting an extra entry into the VIP Season 3 in June if you play. So stick around. Ladies, thank you so much for spending some time with me today. I appreciate you as always, and we will be right back.
It's time for Topquiz.
right, welcome back, everybody. It is Top Quiz time. I do not have the jingle, so Deanna and I, once again, will not be dancing. Eddie will be back for Friday's Top Quiz, I believe. So you'll have the host of the most and probably the best dancer that I know, Eddie Horn. But let's go ahead and get into things real quick. I wanted to kind of shine light on the markets real fast, and we'll get into Top Quiz. So equities still kind of trading in the middle of the extreme pivots we made during the lunch hour. Gold just broke above to some new highs of the session, trading 33.18, and crude oil not doing a damn thing. So let's go ahead and get over to the Top Quiz screen. As always, those that get 3 out of 4 correct will get entered into a drawing, and we will draw 20 names to share in Power Hour to win an additional entry into the next drawing or next season of VIP coming up in June. And of course, the top 5 are guaranteed an extra entry. So 25 total winners. I'm not seeing any crazy names that jump out at me, but I'm sure there's a few out there. But hit that link in the chat. If not, scan the QR code on your screen and come hang out for a few minutes. We got about 400 people and counting. Dee, are you ready?
As ready as I'll ever be, Gabe. Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. So I'm going to call out Jay in the chat here. Jay says that when you and I are on together, we're very awkward. Do you feel like we're awkward together?
No. I mean,
don't either.
we WhatsApp enough, so yeah, I don't know what he's so.
I'm not sure
Jay
either.
Streezy, take your meds, man. That's all I'm gonna say. You seem
You
to
know
be
Jay?
unhinged today.
Is Jay in
No.
your oh, you just been seeing him in chat blasting everybody?
Yeah, just seeing the comments and they're a little unhinged. So, you know, I feel for people. So
All right.
get better,
Sean
man.
says you don't like me, but that's okay. We can still work together and not like each other. It's all good. All right, y'all hooligans in chat.
Guys, I'm just tired
mind
from
your P's and
the boxes. You're reading way too into this.
You're reaching. Definitely reaching a little bit, but
Yes.
it's good.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and get this quiz knocked out. We got about 470 people hanging out with us for this quiz. So let's go ahead and start it up. So here's your top quiz for today. It is Wednesday, May 21st, 2025. Here's your first question of the day. In what country did the first Starbucks open outside of North America? Was it Thailand, Japan, Italy, or Australia?
I have no idea, so I'm just gonna guess Australia.
Okay. Is that because you got that little copper gift from Australia?
No, I'm just thinking they're quite similar in the way they run things, but yes, I'm totally
Gotcha.
wrong. Awesome.
Well, it was Japan. There's a couple people that said Thailand, a little mixture across the board between Italy and Australia, but the answer is Japan. So here are your top 5. We got Carbone, Sharkeisha, Kaylee, and Trippy Troppy, and Bababooey, something like that. All right, let's go to the next question of the day. What sport were women allowed to play in the Olympics for the first time? Was it tennis, skiing, curling, or gymnastics? What do you think?
You're killing me, Gabe.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna
I'm
say
trying
gymnastics.
to switch it up a little bit. Okay. Gymnastics is her answer. Well, let's find out. Segi says boxing. Probably not it, but that's all good. We got tennis.
Yeah, I'm wrong
It was
again.
tennis.
Hey.
It's all good. I'm really not trying to like intentionally throw you off here, but I had to pick some different questions today. All right, here's your top 5. We have Sharkeisha, Kaylee, Isabella Smash, DWK, and I Love D. Pause.
Oh, okay. Well,
All right.
too.
Third question. What is the largest land predator? Is it lion, a tiger, a polar bear, or a cheetah?
Well, it's gonna be the polar bear is the largest.
This is probably the
But
easiest question
I really
I'll
don't
throw
know.
into this quiz. Just think about the size of all of these. Which one's largest?
I don't know. I lived in London and Belgrade. There we go.
You are correct,
Yeah.
though. It was a polar bear. And everybody else got the majority there. Somebody
Yeah.
said cheetah. All right. Here's your board so far. 3 questions deep. We got Sharkeisha, Isabella Smash, Mac82, frequent flyer, DWK, and D-Bon. Let's finish this out. 4th question of the day. Which is the only metal to be in liquid form at room temperature? Is it silver, palladium, copper, or mercury?
Maybe mercury.
Okay.
Again,
Good guess.
no idea. Just completely guessing here.
All good. I had to throw a precious metal one in here for you because I know that you're a metal trader. So, but it is not copper. It is mercury. Y'all are correct. Somebody paid attention in science class. I did not. But that's going to be the 4th and final question for Top Quiz. Let's check out the top 5 of the day. We have Mac82 taking the number 3 spot. We have Isabella Smash coming in at number 2. Number 1, it looks like it's Sharkeisha. It is Sharkeisha. Great work there. And runners up 4th and 5th, we got Droppin' Ticks and Lemix. So if you made it in the top 5, congrats. You get an automatic entry into the VIP drawing coming up in June for season 3. And then if you got 3 or 4 questions correct, we will go ahead and draw 20 more random names, and we will release those during Power Hour. So hang out with us. We'll be right back. We're going to take a brief break, and then we have Cole coming up. Now, Cole is a first-time guest here on Topstep TV. We are thrilled to have him on. Already repping the Topstep swag. So let's go ahead and send us to a quick break. Deanna, thank you again for spending time with us today. We are very appreciative of your time as always and wisdom. And we will be seeing you, I'm assuming, later this week as well. I think Friday, right?
Yes, I think I'm on Friday. And obviously tomorrow, another Eurotrade session in the morning.
Yes.
Always a pleasure,
Absolutely.
Gabe.
Perfect. Well, Cameron, send us home. We will be right back after this brief break.
Oh, hello everybody, and welcome back to the futures. Got a brand new, fresh face. We got Cole in the house. We also have Hoop, a face that we know and love. We're talking in the green room. Cole is not yet a VIP, but he is trying to become one. If that's not the best segue ever, Gabe, do you have the form drop for the VIP?
We do. We do indeed. All right, y'all. So it is time. It is time for VIP form to get pinned in chat. So Hoag, whenever you're ready, go ahead and drop that bad boy in the chat. It is VIP scouting check-in form number 21. 21. So we will be scouting for new traders to join Topstep VIP. We have season 3 coming up in June. We are very excited. So make sure you sign up on the check-in form that will be linked in the chat. It'll be up until the end of the show. So 3 p.m. Central. The more you're here to check in, the more entries you'll have in the draft coming up in June. Topstep VIPs get 3 free months in the Trading Combine, 2 free resets each month, a private team chat room in Discord with exclusive access to your coach, special events, and on top of that, if you pass your Trading Combine in the VIP program, you will get no activation fee for the Express Funded account, which is excellent. So stay tuned this week for more check-ins, and make sure to be here for Topquiz on Friday as well, because we do draw additional winners for extra entries into the VIP. So that's all I'm going to do for the VIP form. I want to get back to Cole, Dolby, and Coach Hoop. So let's throw it back to the guys. Love to hear about Cole's journey.
Oh yeah, well, thank you. Let's Cole. How did you even get started in trading? What got you into it?
Sure. So what got me into trading was, funny enough, Dogecoin. Remember we had that, the whole cryptocurrency craze back in like 2019, 2020.
Oh yeah.
And I figured, if you can make money with a silly coin such as Dogecoin or Bitcoin or whatever, then imagine what you could do with the real markets, And so I started with options, and I did okay with options, but I found Topstep. I found Topstep, and it was just a lot easier to manage risk with you guys, instead of risking my own capital. So.
It is. I know, Hoop, you were shaking your head. I'm assuming you were shaking your head because once again, another trader got their start with options, which is arguably one
Crazy,
of the hardest
man. Dolby,
instruments.
it's got to be when people just talk with their buddies and stuff, and we all started in options, and they all, half of them aren't in it anymore. But it seems like, it's the same story. You said that last time, Dolby. It seems like everybody gets their start in options. Crazy.
Dude, it's wild. It's wild to me. It's like the most ass backwards thing ever, is starting with
And it's
options.
not easy,
No, they're so hard.
Straddles, yeah, there's a lot of moving parts. I think you're right, Cole. It's a lot simpler in the future space.
Yeah. So how'd you find Topstep? What was that transition like from options to futures?
Well, for one, there's a lot of gurus on social media, and so you kind of get caught out on your For You page, and I found Topstep, and I went ahead and did a combine. I did a couple of combines actually. Passed one, got funded, and got a payout, and I was like, okay, this is real, So here I am.
That makes it real, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
The payout makes it very real.
Yeah, man, I love hearing that you've taken a payout. You know how much you've taken out? Can you give us like a ballpark of how much payouts you had from us?
More than 10,000 for sure.
Wow,
awesome, dude.
Okay, so more than I've gotten out of Topstep. That's also because I was trading it like 10 years ago, and it was way harder back then.
The $10,000 combine with the $1,000 daily loss limit. Remember those? Those are
yeah, dude. I do remember.
Those were piece of cake, man.
Yeah, hey, but
and no micros, by the way.
Yeah, no micros back then. So we got a little over 10K from Cole, which is fantastic. Did you get it all at once, or has it been like payouts over time?
It's been periodic. With the funded accounts, you can make a certain amount, and then within that threshold, you take half. And so I've been doing that, $1,000, $2,000 here and there.
Man, that's awesome. Love the consistency. We'd love to get into these charts here. Cole, what's kind of like your primary like trading strategy?
I like
Yes,
liquidity
for the lows.
or stop runs. You know,
Speaking of which,
today I was looking at this high at what is that 21,561 on NQ.
Yep, love it.
Just diabolical market, right? We got a couple of ticks away. What is that? Like one tick, and then it just completely reversed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'll just watch
Yeah.
you two guys talk NQ. I'm going to sit in the background.
Get your journal out. Take some notes.
Right.
Here. We're
I'm
talking
going to take some
NQ.
notes here. Yeah, we were talking in the
So-
green room before.
Like, Hoop will come to you when we need an update on.
Yeah, when you need something, let me know.
cattle. Update on cattle or something. We'll tag you in. Okay, so you're looking for essentially sweeps, liquidity grabs, stop runs. Did you have any orders in at 21,560? Because we did, and we missed it by about I think 3 ticks or 4 ticks.
Yeah, I did. I was in, I think, 3 micros, you know, just trying to catch a scalp to that liquidity level that we were talking about. And the bond news came out and just tanked the market, ran the stops. And so I was flat after that because, you know, there's no reason to be in a trade.
Right. I mean, look at this move. What was it? 400 points? 400 points? Yeah, 400 point move. Holy crap, that's crazy. But we are getting to the bottom of another range here, so we're still stuck in this 4-hour range. What's kind of your assessment of this area around 21,200s, and how would you approach a trade if one presented itself to you?
At this point, you know, since it is late in the day and we've kind of already had these major moves, I would be hesitant to take a trade at all. But I like how we're in this demand zone, right? It's between 21,154 and 21,212. We bounced off of it initially, but here we are back in the zone. So if that can hold up, maybe we'll bounce back into, you know, halfway into the day. But
Ooh, I like that.
Fairly, unless we see like a sizable reversal, I'm hesitant to take a trade from here.
Okay. So how did you get that box in the first place? Between, what is that, 160 and 212?
Right. So this is back on Monday, I think. Is that Monday? Sorry, it's yesterday. We made these lows, slow grind down, and then just massive buyers came out of nowhere. And so I like to mark out this accumulation, right, as demand. And that's kind of how I got that. And here we are a day later, a slow grind down, pop, and right back into the zone with the same reaction. So,
Yeah, it was a hell of a day, too. I mean, we covered the entire range in like 10 minutes. It was absolutely wild. Hassan Hope says, this action is not fun at all. Well, someone sure as shit had fun if they were short in 21,520s. They had a very, very good day. Crazy.
Adobe, you called it earlier. Look at the 4-hour range. I just pulled it up because, you know, I got to trade with I got to look at my other traders, and 4-hour range is, there's, you know, right, Dobie, you can always find a range, right? Just got to look at sometimes the bigger time frame. We're still in the 4-hour range right there.
Still
Thank
are.
you.
I mean, we bounced.
Yep.
I mean,
we
really
hit the
well.
top and scammed right off of it, and now we hit the bottom. So yeah.
I mean, God, typically you
Doesn't
never
feel
see
like
that,
it.
though.
No.
Typically you never see
Not
a
in the-
4-hour range get covered in one day.
No, typically not. Yeah, when you look at it
15
on the
minutes?
30, it looks way uglier. Let's just put it that way. I mean, the 30-minute, the bar looks extremely bad. Yeah.
It was the whole thing. So,
Mm-hmm.
Cole, you've identified kind of like the range here. What is the setup itself that gets you into the trade? So you got the level. What's the setup?
There's multiple setups I like to take. Like you have fair value gaps. You know, a lot of people are familiar with those types of ICT. This would be, I guess, decent. You know, was that a 5-minute fair value gap to the downside? Got tapped and we're projecting it, but we're also still respecting that demand zone. So this would be a good setup, in my opinion. A good risk to reward. Maybe to do 3 micros, 5 micros, stop loss under that 5-minute wick that just formed, and try to take it back to the side. You know.
Cool. So if you like the trade, feel free to take it. Hoop, do you have a house account or no?
I still have my combines, so I'm in a 150K. So I
You're a 150.
was
Okay.
short natural gas overnight. Had like a 9% move yesterday, so I was just looking for a little retracement and got most of it, but kind of consolidating now. The meats are super slow today. Everything's kind of rangy until the one bond auction just crap out. Gold, I was long overnight, so I made a couple bucks there. But I got sniped a little bit in that, putting my hand on the stove on the brake, so I gave a little bit of the day back. So it's all good.
It's all good. It is what it is. Chat, if you have any questions for Cole here, feel free to drop them in chat, and I will relay them to the man himself. We've got Cole here. Express funded accounts taking at least 10K in payouts, which I know some of you in chat wish you've had at least 10K in payouts. What's like your struggle been with trading? What's the journey been like? Has it been smooth sailing, Cole, in trading, or is it just sunshine and rainbows? What's it been like?
I think the hardest part for me has been just that discipline to to keep a funded account. It's one thing to pass a combine; it's another thing to get a payout, and then it's another thing to continuously get payouts. Holding an account longer than 1 month or 2 months. Just sizing down on trades and not getting caught up in trying to meet a consistency target that you set for yourself, or things of that nature. Just being consistent overall has been, I think, a challenge for me. I think the strategy that I have works, but it's on me to, just continue to get wins and not overtrade.
What size account do you usually trade, Cole?
I usually trade the 50K account, and I try not to go over 5 micros. But I have had times where I'm like maybe 1 mini, 15 micros for a setup that looks good, but obviously it's over leveraging and moving your stop loss, getting stopped out over and over, and that leads to blowing an account. So that's been the biggest challenge for me, I think.
Well, especially in MNQ. So yeah, it moves.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you say 50K account or 150K?
50K. I've had a couple
50K.
150K, but same thing. I'll get like 2 payouts, and the account would be gone after that.
Yeah.
Right.
Which one do you prefer over the other? I'm actually kind of curious.
I prefer the 150K account long term. Right. It gives you a little bit more cushion to trade with, but I haven't been good with
the money management side. Yeah.
Right, staying at the size that I would in a 50K account in that 150. So I'm usually tripling the amount that I trade with in the 150 rather than staying small.
Oh, nice. There was a question. Yeah, I always like the smaller accounts too. I felt like the smaller daily loss limits helped me manage my risk a lot better. Or else I'm having like 4,500. It's like, oh, I got all this room to go absolutely crazy. Question from Trader
let's over leverage. Yeah.
Yeah, let's over leverage. You give me the room to do it. What was your background before you got into trading, Cole?
Sure. So I was actually in school for English. I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do with the degree. I wanted to start a business on the side and become a professor, which is still one of my one of the things that I'd like to do. But I definitely want to have the capital to do both of those things. Like go back to school and not have to worry about debt. But I really like the markets. I think the markets they just help you become a more disciplined person, because it carries out through your life, right? If you're not going to be disciplined enough to stay in your trade, are you going to be disciplined enough to manage the rigor that comes with starting a business?
100%.
Yeah, I love that. It's like, is that really famous? Who is it? Like a former Marine or Army guy who had that speech. It's like the first thing you do in the morning is make your bed. You know, it's just like
Sure.
that's like that little bit of discipline, just sorts of like butterfly effects, like throughout your life, right? If you can't do it in the markets, you're sure shit can't do it anywhere else. I mean, the markets is by far the hardest place. This is where you execute discipline. I don't know if it's where you want to be practicing discipline, unless you're in like a trading combine. But
Right, for
markets
sure.
here to test you. Yeah, I mean, did you have any experience with that, like getting tested by the markets? You know, did it ever surprise you how hard it was?
Options is a killer. You know, I traded options for 2 years before I started futures, and obviously with options you have to use your own capital. I remember, like, I mean, you have really really good days, right? Sometimes like the companies have earnings, and you might do a swing trade, and it works out in your favor. But on the other hand of that, you know, you can't. There's no stop loss on a swing trade. Like you'll lose everything.
Nope.
You know. So I've had some of those experiences, and it
so
really
true.
has to,
Yeah.
yeah, to answer that question, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm chat. What did you learn about yourself when you started trading? I always feel like someone learns something about themselves when they start trading. We all expect it to be technicals and numbers and stuff, and it gets you right in the fifis. And that's always a little bit interesting. So NASDAQ here, man, this range is holding up, Cole. I think you were talking about it supporting. So what's kind of your take now that we are supporting here, 21,200s?
I'll take a stab at buys. You know, just a small stop loss underneath that wick that we were talking about earlier. I'm in with 5 micros.
Oh, that's
nice.
Heard an order filled.
You need the Hoag one. You need the Hoag one in there. Order filled.
It's so confusing.
Yeah, I like the voices on there. That's so cool.
Yeah.
I can't tell the difference between him and like the audio.
Yeah, he's popped in a couple of times and done that, and it's been him, not the computer. And I'm like, you got me.
Totally trolling us. It's like, dude, I can't even tell the difference.
Oh man,
how come you don't trade micro Bitcoin at all? If you were a Bitcoin Doji guy, do you look at micro Bitcoin at all?
I've tried micro Bitcoin, but it doesn't follow the same structure as Bitcoin itself, which is kind of confusing to me.
So you don't think the spot follows the micro Bitcoin as much?
I think it lags too much to trade it in real time.
It does, 100%. And you know, one of the reasons that is because you know there's a lot of hedging going on between that. That's been pretty evident. Yeah, if you ever see the size and the amount that goes through, like if you have level 2 data on the dome, you can see that. So there's that. You can see the space in between there. Traders are taking advantage of, because I mean, when you traded crypto, what platform did you trade on? Coinbase or something like that?
Yeah, I traded on Coinbase, and then what was the other one?
So you see how fast the time, like 24/7, that time and sales flies through there. So if you watch it relative to micro Bitcoin, you can see someone's playing the hedge game between that space. That's why I'm saying I think that's why micro Bitcoin as a future has taken off, because someone's playing in the space and making some bucks.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Are you still a holder? Are you still interested in crypto, or was it like a phase? I know some people get into it and kind of just dip out.
Honestly, I think it was a phase. I don't like. Obviously, crypto has a major effect in I guess 2025 investing, because so many people are into it. But I don't see the I guess I want to say the long term value, and a lot of people are going to hate that, but I like tangible assets, like gold, silver, things that are irreplaceable. People say Bitcoin is irreplaceable, but we really have yet to see the the functionality. Like you have other competing cryptocurrencies like XRP, XLM. Those I'm more interested in. But I would much rather buy gold and silver than Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. Not that I don't have any Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies, just to hold it and see what happens. But I definitely I like precious metals a lot more.
Yeah, just in case it turns into Mad Max, you can't, like, when you start trading hard drives and like, hey, I promise there's Bitcoin on here. I kind of easier to carry around some gold, some silver, whatever. I get that. I have the question too with the whole crypto thing. What if you have like no power? Like, what are you doing with your crypto coins?
Right.
I don't know.
Is this
Well, nice
top
trade
of
here
range
so
here,
far.
Dolby?
What? Yeah, I mean, we're range within range. So we're stuck within the 4-hour range, but we're starting to get a smaller range on the, I'd say like the 5-minute. Really nice, clean 5-minute range here. I still like Cole's trade. I think Cole's in a great trade, right? We're bouncing off the bottom, so might as well assume that we're just going to bid back up. Also, Cole, great call, but 50%, I think that's an awesome level. Do you typically look for, like when you're setting targets for trades, is it based off a structure? Do you set it based off ratios to loss limits? What do you?
100%. I look at those stops that we're talking about, like we would call it liquidity, or supply and demand. It's just areas that investors are likely to put their. So I don't really do it based off of risk to reward. Although if I'm not going to take a 2-to-1 in the opposite direction. Like this is a good trade, I think, because we have a lot more room to the upside than the downside as long as this zone holds. And if it doesn't, then I'll just be out of the trade. So I just look for those areas of interest.
Nice. I like it. Nice and simple. What's like your average hold time?
Probably between 15 and 30 minutes.
Oh, nice. Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's a really solid hold time for NASDAQ.
It's difficult, because NASDAQ likes to they like to do the move for about 15 minutes and then consolidate for an hour. In the recent market, anyways. But yeah.
Yeah, Hoop. What are those other markets doing? You seeing anything? You got what, 6 screens, Hoop?
I'm looking at
I'm
looking at Bitcoin here. It hit that 110 earlier today, and then we pulled back about pulled back almost $3,500 from there. It's kind of been mirroring the equities, so whatever the equities have been doing, it kind of follows suit. So I have to. My kind of feeling is I've always been a correlation or negative correlation guy, so I kind of look for some confirmation. But right now I'm looking at ES right in the middle of this most recent range. So I would have likened to take probably the short a little bit higher. And I think right now we're stuck a little bit. So I'm going to wait a little bit here. And gold's kind of everything's kind of ranging a little bit going here into the close. So.
Yeah, RTY, it's quiet. MES is range bound. Bitcoin, everything's in like a little sort of a Dorito pattern, actually. NASDAQ is all locked up. What's like your favorite time to trade? What period of
morning session in New York?
Morning in New York. Try to just wake
everybody.
up, get your trades out of the way, get on with your life. Is that what you're thinking?
Absolutely.
Not sit in front of the screen all day. What's like how long you sit in front of the screen for in the morning?
I usually do. So I'm Central Time. So about 8:30 a.m. when the market opens to about 11, and try to catch some of those clean setups. And yeah, if we've seen like consolidation like we've seen this week and last week, then I'll just come back in the afternoon session and try to get a trade.
I like that. I used to do that too. Hey, chat, what's your average screen time per day, chat? Let us know. I'm actually kind of curious to see. Did you find out that you have screen fatigue? Did you see like trade degradation if you were sitting in front of the screen all day?
I don't think so.
Oh, nice.
I have one of those blue light screens, so it doesn't really affect. I also don't really sit here too long. If nothing's happening, I'll just walk away. I don't like to stare at it. You have the structure. It either works out or it doesn't. I don't really like to stare at it too long or try to overcomplicate.
Yeah,
that's the discipline of it, right?
Absolutely,
it is. Yeah. It's almost like all the traders who take payouts all have similar discipline.
Yeah,
it's crazy. It's almost like there's a trend between traders
pattern?
who take payouts and traders who don't. Yeah,
very much.
It took time to tell myself you don't have to take a trade. You know,
Yeah,
you can.
that's
You can
probably.
go-
I think that's traders. Sometimes we used to say the best trade is no trade, and people go, "What the hell are you talking about?" And I'm like,
Right.
"You'll see." You know, I said,
Yep.
you know, we bullshit around and say, we go look for, you know, you go looking for a trade, you'll find it. Sure as hell
Right.
you will. And that's
Oh yeah.
you not waiting for your setup or not waiting for the right trade location, or, you know, it's a million things, right, Cole? I mean, you learn that as you go along. So like you said, the discipline part of it, I mean, 35 years into this, I still, you know, we're guilty of it, you know. We just have, you know, a little bit more, you know, war wounds along the way from, you know, like we say, touching the stove, getting burnt, making bad decisions. And like you said, sometimes stepping away is, you know, is the good thing to do.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah, good
100%.
question. Yeah, good question from Maverick here. Cole, in your opinion, how can you train yourself to stop over trading?
I think being limiting your trades, right? If you have, I think my biggest lost days have been days where I trade more than than I normally would. I usually trade 1 to 5 trades per day.
That's
And
it, huh?
anything over that, probably a red day. So I guess
Yeah.
just limiting yourself to the trades you take, you know. And I like that Topstep X has that lockout feature. You know, you can set your daily loss limit. You can set your what's it called, your profit target for the day. All those things really help. So I like Topstep X. I remember when there was no Topstep X, and you know, you kind of had to do it yourself. But you'd walk away from the computer and come back like, you know, 30 minutes later and lose more money. So
Yep.
that's a good
man.
feature.
In there.
Yeah.
In there. It was chat. It was so much harder back then. It was so easy. It's so much easier now. You have like all these risk features built into your trading platform. So it's like, oh, I don't want to risk any more money. I'll lock myself out. Like that did not exist.
Right.
You had to physically remove yourself from your chair, your computer, your home, like take a lap around the block. I mean, you had to really, really test your discipline back then. But Cole
I
remembers.
shared in Discord, Dolby, that, you know, you
Yeah.
can, there's a risk setting in there. If you're struggling, Maverick, with over trading, go hit your settings button, and, you know, if you normally, like, let's say like Cole, normally if you're 1 to 5 trades a day, so he could put in there 15. If I trade over 15, lock me out for the day. So that's the
Right.
beauty of one of the items, that if you're an over trader, and the beauty of it now is you can lock yourself out, that you can't change the settings. Because even I have set there like, hey, I know that my daily loss limit is between 10 and 15%. And then I'll say, you know what? I've been trading for a long time. Let me unleash that a little bit, and I can trade out of it. And we all start going down a little bit of the wormhole. But when you can lock yourself out from touching those settings within a day, you know, once again, that's a little bit how you can create some discipline, in my opinion. So
Right.
that's what those features are there for, man.
Yeah, and they are great, great features.
Mm-hmm.
And always having, you know, just that out in the back of your mind that you're trading for the next day, right? We're not trying to get rich in a day or make your, you know, pass a combine in a day, anything like that. You know, if there's a good setup, take the setup. If there's not, then don't force your way to profitability. You know,
It never works.
I like.
It never
See
does.
what Donald Keys put there through chat. He says, I like to make
Hmm.
a feature request on how many contracts he can trade. So he wants, for example, if he only wants to trade 2 MNQ, and, you know, we're all a little bit guilty of, oh, I normally trade 2, but I'm going to size up and do 5.
Ooh.
But that's a good one too, to limit, you know, that you don't over leverage in one trade and, you know, get in there and eviscerate an account by over leveraging. You know, yeah, that's a good one too. It's a good idea. Chat's always got good ideas.
Chat is infinitely good ideas.
Good or bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Cole,
they
are
have
you
ideas.
into the social media financial scene? Do you have like a Facebook or a Twitter or anything? YouTube?
Yeah, but I don't really make content. I have a Discord group, and we communicate through there. But yeah,
Oh, good.
I'm not really a creator.
Oh, it's probably for the better. I mean, it really is you got a special mindset to be able to put out content day in, day out. All the transparency that's involved, especially, it can get a little bit
Right.
hairy. But you do have a Discord group. So, when you got into trading, did you have somebody that you found as like to be a mentor, or did you like lone wolf this entire process?
When I first started, I kind of lone wolfed it. I watched tons and tons of YouTube videos and YouTube University. But once I got into futures, luckily one of my friends from high school, he was making content and was very successful. Actually, through this platform, his name is Carlitz, and so I joined his group, and it really helped me a lot. So yeah, lone wolfed it for quite a bit, and then I was able to join a community that.
How many people do you have in your Discord, Cole? Would you say?
I have about 50 people.
Nice.
It's called Kingdom Trading, and so what we do is we try to trade not out of fear and greed that usually moves the market, but with that discipline that comes from walking with the Lord. And so we do Bible studies and things of that nature.
Cool.
Yeah, it's just a really good community to be a part of.
Oh, that sounds awesome and really positive. That sounds great. Unlike, some other people on social media, a nice positive Discord. So it's everyone, is it like open to everybody, or is it like invite only? Is it like a group of friends?
It's invite only. I try to make it spread through word of mouth or like friends and family. But if you want, I can send the link. It's completely free.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I mean, if you want to
Yeah.
post it, I'm sure you'll get some people. We were seeing a couple crosses in chat, so I think you might get a couple new people in there. So if you want to send me the link in vMix, I can grab the link and then post it in chat here, because you are going to get not able to post.
Man, this chart is looking awful.
Yeah. So where you type logged in, you can put the Discord in there.
Okay, cool.
Then I'll relay it to chat. But that's awesome. I love seeing the positivity in trading. Also, like the support. Trading is so difficult. I mean, have you had any instances of that in your Discord where you just have someone who's just eating it and they just need a hug?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everyone goes through that, kind of washing machine when it comes to trading, right? But you have to take losses. The point of trading, I think, is not to be right all the time, but a measure of how well you can be wrong, right? How can you minimize your losses? How can you bounce back after you lose a funded account or a combine? So there's definitely people that have hit those roadblocks, but we try to encourage each other to bounce back, like you guys say, jab, 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 right? Because you can't get a payout if you don't trade, and you can't trade if you don't continue to trade. You just have to keep going. But yeah, I mean, there's people on the Discord that have funded accounts and trade options as well. We still do that, but
this trading thing isn't all about Lambo. And trust me, I traded in the era where I watched a lot of traders come and go. It's not all about Lambos and all this. It's the sustainability, is that we all are trying to get, right? Like keeping XFAs and all those things are way more important than. We've seen a lot of people come and go in this industry, haven't we, Dolby?
Oh yeah, I mean it's daily. People are coming and going, daily. A lot of people are trying to become millionaires overnight. I think that's probably one of the big ones. I think social media as well. If you see people posting 10,
That's money. We're all fascinated with
10-figure
the almighty
days.
dollar. Yeah.
And it's like, I want that, tomorrow. And the problem is you don't know what it took for that trader to get to that level.
Yeah, for
sure.
So, Cole, if you look at different time frames in your chart, and remember we were talking a little bit to keep an eye. I told you, I said, I slapped a little wisdom on you and said, keep an eye on the bond. So I threw up a bond chart on a daily, and we're teetering you know, and I'm stealing some of Jack's thunder here, so he'll have to forgive me, but it's been the elephant in the room a little bit, and we're getting to levels where if we start piercing through the bottom of this range, and we came down here, and Emery was talking about it earlier. Bonds are we all I know they're not a great day trade, but man, like today, they move markets. So if we start sliding, you know, this could continue. Is all I would say. Either that or it's a perfect Dolby trade. We bounce off the bottom of the range and rally, right?
Love it. I would take it 10 times out of 10. Every single time. Every single time. Cole, we're coming up on time here. I want to ask you two questions. First one is for any of the traders who are trying to get where you're at, which is, you know, have up to 5 figures in payouts. What would be like your first bit of advice?
I would do honestly one combine at a time. One combine at a time. I know, the goal is to have as many XFAs as you possibly can and copy trade them. You know, maybe long term, but I know that he who is faithful over little is faithful over much. So if you can master one combine and then master one XFA, then you can move on to multiple XFAs and multiple combines. So I would just say take it slowly. You know, I think progress over time is better than fast success because you get more wisdom that way.
Oh man,
100%.
Great answer.
Well said.
Love that one. And then last one. Any shout outs? Anyone watching, Cole, that you want to shout out, thank?
Shout out to my wife. Shout out to my wife, Keely. She's been very supportive through, my trading journey. So, yeah.
That is awesome. Shout out to the wife. Yeah. Hell yeah. Shout out my wife too. What's up, Hannah? Thank you for grabbing the cat litter.
You too.
Greatly appreciate it.
There you go.
Cool. Great having you on, per usual. Cole, I'm going to grab the Discord link from you in the green room. So chat, hang in there for a little bit. I'm going to get that Discord link and y'all can join it. It is free. Cole, lots of love for you in chat. So much. Thank you so much for coming on, sharing your story, your journey, taking a trade as well. It looks like that one might not have worked out, but I did like the idea. Might be a wild power hour here. We will see what happens, but markets are moving, starting to test the bottom of this 4-hour range. However, there is 1 hour left today. That is hashtag power hour, and it is David Green Wednesday. So that means we're going to have Andre, myself, David Green, and Coach Dakota coming on for the hour. It is certainly going to be action-packed. NASDAQ is giving us the volatility we want today. So stick around. We've got 1 more hour left.
man, let's get right into it. It is Wednesday, so it is a David Green Wednesday, and Dakota as well. Dolby time. Also, let's get. Oh man, Dakota, you were just short from 21,170. We were cooking lower.
Yeah, I just closed it out too. Just closed it out, man. I was going to do the above below at 160. I ended up getting short at 170. Just closed it out at these 120s. So a quick 800s banger, $800 banger right there. And I'm going to change my above below now, Andre.
Yeah. Hoop, he's going to
Don't change it on me. But
no, you got to leave it the same, man. You called it.
I have to. I was going to say 160, but I'm going to have to do 120 right here. We'll do 119 quarter.
All right, 21,119.25. 21,119.25. David Green, we had the Moody's downgrade on Friday. Now the 20-year auction came in with weaker demand. Uh-oh. What do you think?
We're bidding.
Row is right. Yeah, I mean, when we're yielding over 5% in bond yields, stocks become less attractive. Bottom line.
Yes, it is. 20-year auction got the party started to the downside and tapping on new lows in the ES. 58.55 new lows there. Look at the NQ. 21,105 just printed new lows there. Gold moving to the upside. 33.25. Dolby time, we're bidding. Give me some prices.
Yes. 85s down to 64s in the MNQ. So 5 MNQs. There is a 1 hour candle wick that our 21,064s is sitting right on top of. So there's a little bit of a range that we're trying to buy. So this is a 4 hour range. It could get really wicky to the downside. So we're giving it lots of room. Lots of room.
Yeah, I got 209.64 for a nice support level in the NQs. Where are you starting, Dole?
85s down to 64s. And our stop will probably be around 50s. Is that okay, David?
I like 209.64 is a really nice level.
Love it. See what happens.
All right, Dakota, update that P&L. Update the P&L when you get a chance, Dakota.
861.
I'm sorry, one more time.
861.
Thank you. All right. We are rocking right now. Yes, gold making new highs. 33.26.
We have a little level right here at 52s in the ESs, and then we got a gap down at 24. 52 is a tiny level. I like your levels, though.
It also lines up with the megaphone bottom, too, that we've been stuck in forever. It's like maybe one of the cleanest megaphone patterns we've seen in NASDAQ in a while. I just pulled it up. But really clean higher highs, really clean lower lows. And so our bids kind of line up with that a little bit. We almost got held. We'll see.
59.52 last trade. Yeah. I'm sorry, 58.52 last trade. 58.54. Gold's still cooking.
I had a little level down there at the 58.52, but I think we just missed it by like a quarter or half of a point and ripped up 7 points.
NASDAQ. Come on.
So when I get close to hitting something, guys, like I had my order out at 58.52. Probably missed it by a point or two. I canceled for a lower level. Just wanted a quick 5-10 points out of that. And it's exactly what it gave us. I don't know what the low was. What was the low right there? Let's see.
52 in the orders.
Yeah. 91s for MNQ, 90s. And we're bidding 85, so missed by about 5 points. We're already up 40 points. I mean, God. It's a game of ticks.
Yes, it
is.
It's a game of ticks.
All right, we got the poll cooking here. Oh, people like the below for right now, about 58%. We'll see how it closes. And you got the countdown clock, lower right-hand corner, 46 minutes till the bell, 36 minutes till MOC. What do we have in store for this power hour? Again, what got the party started to the south, to the downside? 20-year auction came in with weaker demand than expected. All right, a little bit of a bounce here.
The low was 52.75, so we missed that 52 by less than a point for a 10-point bounce. That was a 65 EMA on a 1 hour chart. So we just missed it by a point, less than a point.
Game of ticks.
It is. Taz Trader, anyone got a delta? I got a delta for you. Minus 6,400 in the ES, plus 300 NQ. Nothing significant there.
I thought you were going to get sassy with it, Dre.
I wonder.
I wish.
So we missed that trade by less than a point for a 10-point pop.
Amazing.
That's exactly what I was looking for.
Join my club, David Green. It's a fun
I'm
club
with
to
you.
be in. A game of missing amazing entries by ticks, not even points. Just ticks.
Short
Hey,
side.
chat. Andre, David, I have to
What?
say this. That 1,500 contract that got filled, those 800s, those 400 contracts getting filled up there. You think they're happy?
Dakota, spinning your head
What
all
price
week.
was it, Dakota? How
man,
far
listen
up
to this.
was it?
$399 3/4. 21
God.
$399 3/4. We've seen 1,500 contracts all week this week. I've been seeing big orders get filled, and they were the sell limit orders, and they were sprinkled around that 21,400 level.
Wow.
Tinfoil hat, man. Tinfoil hat. Get with the paper.
With you.
Yeah.
So what's your theory, Dakota? That institutions are selling?
Who knows? I mean, you have big positions coming in using a limit order to sell, whether it's a hedge, whether they're closing a position, something. And now the market's starting to test these lows. You never know. I just think it's so interesting to seeing that, because I've never seen that in my life for like the years that I've been trading, that big of an order, and all those orders basically being sold at limit throughout the past week, week and a half. And here we are. I have no idea. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. If this marks the beginning of a little bit of a sell-off down to, 21,000, maybe 20,000, and getting a pullback, then, I mean, journal that in the back of your mind next time that ever happens again.
We got a little short out if we get up to the 76 level.
76.
76.
All right.
Yeah.
Do a little trend trade. Short side.
Last trade. 58.61. Robert Darcy in the chat says, well, there you go. Who cares what the order book says? It's completely irrelevant. Oh, no, there you go. Completely irrelevant.
I beg to differ. I know a lot of
Right,
traders
of
who
course.
beg to differ.
Of course. It was dangling out there for the entire power hour. Completely irrelevant. I love it. Just joking. Just playing around. Let's see how this goes into the bottom of the hour. Still got about 13 minutes to the bottom of the hour. Do we have another push lower?
I hope
And
so.
low. Yeah. What's the range today in? Range today in the ES, 100 points. Volatility back. The NASDAQ, 500 point range, 500. I'll call it 500 point range.
Stair step shorts are kind of interesting. We could not get above 21,160. So that's just range under range right there.
I was looking at just a little longer term chart, a daily chart of the SPYs, which the ESs are going to absolutely mimic. And the trend in the SPYs is right around 577.50 in the SPYs. So I think we got room down to there. I mean, that's down another 5-6 points from here.
115 quarter, short for a little scalp.
Little scalp-a-doodle.
Little scalp here.
115.25. Dakota short one, NASDAQ. See if the ES wants to go gold. About a $2 pullback there off the highs, 33.24. What's going to move first? Gold.
This is not a pretty looking market right now.
No. But all it takes is one tweet, David Green. This whole thing it's just reversing. It's all it takes.
We'll be back up to the highs, right?
2,400.
I mean,
Yep. 21,400. Where'd you go? We saw you for a little bit. So I saw you for the last 2 weeks. Now we got all right, Dakota, talk to me. What's your down? Are you just going to mark it out of this thing?
I'm going to join bid. I'm going to join bid out of this thing. Just looking for a nice little scalp down to that 21,100 level.
Okay.
Almost there.
No result.
I'd say 100-point scalp, Dakota. What are you talking about?
Hey.
No, it's only 30 points or 40 points.
21,100, not 21,000.
Oh, I thought I said
Just a nice little 100-point scalperoo.
Yeah. I
What results
nothing
are
less,
that?
Dakota.
52% say below 21,119 quarter. We'll see how that plays out. In the green room, I asked David Green to set the above below price. He says, I stink at it. So he handles Coda's going to give it a
I
shot.
think I'm off by 100 points every time I do it.
You nailed one, I want to say.
Yes,
Pretty
both
damn
of you
good.
have nailed one.
Broken clock is right twice a day, right?
Yes. Stair stepping lower, found a little bit
All
of
right, I'm
ranges.
out.
I would like to see a rally to get short.
Yeah, I got 1 point off that one. Plus 1 point.
Hey.
Or a big dipsy doodle down.
Dipsy doodle.
Feels like it's coming. Feels like it's coming. There's got to be some stops down here, right?
I hope so. That's where our entries are.
What are we working? 85?
85 to 65. 1 micro, 5 points apart. We've been running the exact same sort of system, Dre. Just doing the 5 micros, 5 points apart. You try to bid or offer a 20-point range.
Back in.
Hope you get build as
What
many
price,
as you
Dakota? Same?
113.
Short.
113.
One NASDAQ.
Trying to get this momentum.
Let's get it. 113. 113.
Yes, sir.
Short 1. That's right, Arthur.
What do
Nothing
Arthur
on
have to say?
Arthur said a shitload of scared stops, Dre. I think he might be right.
Usually if we hit the whole number.
Yep.
Whole numbers are scary. Can't handle
Just
it.
teetering right here. What do we got? Something
Numbers
popped
are
in the
scary.
left. Yep.
Truth.
All right. Nope. Minus 10 points on that.
10-year yield. Uh-oh. Don't look now. 10-year yield, 4.58%. They're going to tap on these lows right here.
Yeah, I think we will. I'm
I think we are too.
trying to get back into this for a break of those lows.
Longs are trying to hold it right now. Hoag, you got a delta?
Come on down.
I'm going to smoke this thing.
There we go.
Come on down.
There's a little bit. We could break through these 105s. I think we'll see those. We'll break below 100.
Come on.
Let's break below the hundreds right to the 85, 65 gold, right?
Yeah, there's 100. There's the 90s.
Yep.
There you go.
Yeah, let's go. Look at this low volume. Look at this low volume
There's
sell-off.
new lows.
Yep.
There's 20 points.
There's your stops.
And
New lows,
Let's get
21,000.
follow through on that.
oh, you dog. Come on.
Apple getting worked as well. Thank you, Jay Sim.
Ooh.
We'll see a break
Henry.
below those 80s.
Come on.
We got nothing. We got nothing.
Stay locked in
High-risk
here.
trade. Come on. You still short, Dakota? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm short. Yep.
Nice.
113?
111.
Okay, 111. Thank you.
I like the 64 target. I like that. We can get there.
064. All right.
Yep.
And nope, nothing yet. Nothing yet.
Another.
Dakota, you probably like this price action. You know, you get 20, 30 points pretty fast. You can just ride momentum. You have great intuition.
For the way this market is, yes. Sometimes I don't. But this market, of course, right now, when I'm going with momentum, it's nice. Ooh.
Bro.
Man, we rejected those 90s.
What are we doing, Nazi?
It's like pulling teeth. It's going to be like pulling teeth.
Yeah,
Another move down. Holding the 100s. 21,000. 107. Bottomed out at 86. The we almost got those 85.
Come on.
Just by a tick, though, a tick and a half.
One of these days. Tilt. Got the bottom of the hour at 6 minutes. This is Power Hour. Got David Green in the house. Question for David Green. Was David Green destined to be a profitable trader because of his last name? These are the questions they're asking you, David Green.
Absolutely not.
There you go. Nah. Ooh.
I think there's no destiny. I think this is just hard work. To be quite honest with everybody, it's just hard work. Patience, it's discipline, it's work, it's sticking to your process, it's going through. I tell you, real quick, when I first left the Florida Stock Exchange at the end of 2000, and this is a true story, I lost $300,000 in less than 2 months trying to trade.
Oof.
I had no clue what I was doing, and this is someone who traded every day of their life. I didn't know what technical analysis was. I just bought something and kept buying it until I ran out of money. So it's a process. It took me a long time because I knew I was going to do it for the rest of my life to start learning some technical analysis and having some patience and discipline.
David Green, if they want more technical analysis from David Green, Wall Street Global, It's Wednesday. What do you guys got today?
We got nothing. We got free trial for everybody. Pop in my email. We have had a ton of people from Topstep come into our trading room and come in for the free trial, and their results have been really, really good. I never talk about money, guys and girls, but combines are passing left and right, and they're doing really, really well. So pop up my email, send me an email. You guys can come hang out and trade with me all next week. Doesn't cost anybody a dime. And we'll hang out, we'll have some fun, and we'll do some trading.
What's that email again?
And teaching. dgreen927 at yahoo.com.
Love it. There you go. We'll put up there in the chat as well. There it is. Thank you, Hoag. Saw that 100 lot to the downside in the NASDAQ ladder got filled. Let's see.
We just look like we're consolidating to make it go lower.
Come on, bro.
It's still
like
85?
a triple bounce.
Yes. Still 85?
Yes.
We'll get it.
What's the hand signal for wanting to buy 85s?
Blow on the chart a little bit.
All right.
I bet. There it is. Bottom of the hour coming 4 minutes. New lows.
Oh, well, that was close.
New lows in ES. 58,
there we
51.
go. Now we're in.
One micro.
85.
Micro.
I will join you at the 65s to start.
Okay.
But I don't want it to go down. Actually, you kind of want it to go down so you can buy more, correct?
Exactly right.
Or get 30 points out of it to the upside real quick.
Chat is fired up right now. Click like, follow, subscribe. Under 1,000 likes. We got David Green and Dakota in the house. Under 1,000 likes. Man, Dakota, tough crowd out here, but we're making new lows. Look out below.
There's 3.
21.
Tough crowd.
You got the 73s. Dakota, you're still short, right?
No, I closed that one out. I'm flat now.
Cool. We are long 3, 21,080. MNQs.
Micros or minis?
Oh, micros for sure. Yes, micros for sure.
Macros.
Yeah. Still bidding 70s and 65s. Stop at 55.
64 is a very big level. I got a gap down to like 2,100. 209.89.
This thing go. Also, keep in mind, we have a 10-year auction, 10-year tips auctions, inflation protected, but we got another auction tomorrow, noon central. So all eyes will definitely be on that based on what happened today. Again, Moody's downgrade on Friday, noon central, 10-year tips auction tomorrow. Auctions are going to get a lot of eyes on it now.
We're trading a 4-hour range. What are our targets?
Someone said there's a 200 contract sitting at 2,100 evens.
Upside? I don't see it. With the ES, nothing really on the ladder. I know, David, you're looking at 064.
A little better. ESs are kind of hanging here, not breaking the lows like in Qs. All right, getting a nice bounce.
Hello,
there
bounce.
you go, Dole.
Hello,
Little bounce.
Not moving the stops. We know the rules. Hands up.
The question is, when do you start taking profits? Never mind moving the stops.
Bro. That's what I'm saying. Well, here's the thing, David. If we're doing 4-hour range rules, we want to look for at least the midpoint. That's 21,318, which is a long way away.
I love it, Dovey.
Hey, all it takes is one tweet. One tweet. Everything changes.
We're waiting for it.
21,000. Okay.
320. What? You think that's crazy, David? Rewind.
320s up 200 points? Is that what you're talking about?
We lost 500 in like half an hour.
Remember when David Green came on and said, what do you say, never see you take profits or something like that, Dolby? Just taking shots.
I'm not going there again. I'm not going there again.
I'm just
First
stirring
of all,
shit up,
it's
man.
not what I meant.
I'm just stirring shit up. I know.
Starting
It's
fight.
I meant
shaving.
when you have
You meant
multiple
shaving some-
contracts, it's okay to take some profits as it goes in your favor. That's what I meant. This way, you put a little money on a bank. If you get stopped out, it doesn't hurt as much. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, this is just a range trade. These are range trade rules. Yes, it's a big ass range, so you're gonna have big targets. Big targets. Maybe we lose $200. Maybe we make 500. Who knows? Get above these 115s. As long as it's looking Real nice.
Yeah, I mean, we got room now. 21.1. Listen, next real resistance is up in the 40s. I'd be taking profits before that.
Okay.
Yeah, we had $100
That's the trend line
in the
now.
pocket, but
holding on right
21.142 is a trend line, but I don't think we're going to see that. I mean, I hope we do that.
this 4-hour range is going to take a long time to resolve. Yes, love wetlands. We will definitely adjust targets. If this thing starts getting pokey into, like, say, MOC, then yeah, we'll adjust targets. But for range
put it this
trade,
way.
these are the rules.
Pushing.
I will be
Gold's been
short
pushing.
if we get to the 21.440s.
440?
442.
Oh.
Well, that's way before.
Bobby will take
320.
that. Hell yeah. How's the count?
21.
Take that. Push here. 115, 21,000, 120 now.
Yeah, 21,142.
Oh, 142.
It's a trend line. 142.
Gotcha.
It's the trend line.
Hello,
What was my above
NASDAQ.
below?
You got
What was
142s.
above below is 119, right?
Meanwhile, great call, Dobie. Boom.
Hell yeah. Got that fill.
Anything is possible with micros. Anything is possible with micros.
Yeah, we got 142 and then 170.
Well, the hard part now is just staying disciplined and not lennying the trade. That's the hardest part.
19 minutes. MOC.
Okay.
What do we got on the ladder? We got something on here? Not seeing anything in Q just yet. ES.
Just got the 27s, huh? Okay.
FASA wants this market to go higher, I see.
Everybody probably
Coda, what
wants
was the
market to go
over-under?
higher.
What was it?
21,119. Quarter.
Okay. Ooh. Like it.
Ooh,
I'll be
here we
short
go.
a little at 42s. We spike up.
Here we go. 130s trade. 21,132. Looking for 42s upside.
Some
David Green is trend
Take
line.
some profits, Dobie. Take some profits.
All right. This one micro contract is for you, David Green.
There you
Yeah.
go. I'll give you the
one.
difference
You
if it
get
goes
one.
up another 100 points.
Yeah? Venmo me?
We got the 42s. All right, pushing higher. 21,134. David Green cutting deals. Adobe Time live on Power Hour. Absolutely love it. Dakota, any price you're looking for? Are you strictly just watching the momentum
I'm
and
looking
price
to get
action?
short this. I'm
I would
just
some from
finding
42s for 10 points, guys. 32s. I'm just looking 10, 15 points.
See you
Did you
guys
get
on the
short
moon.
42, David?
Nice trade, Dolby.
See you
Great
on
trade,
the moon.
Dobie.
We got about $100 off that one micro, by the way. We were
Beautiful.
down about 100. Now we're down about 5. So that was nice.
I
think
just
for our
got
first
15
week trade.
points off the short, guys. 42
My
to
man.
27.
Oh, let's
Oh,
go.
wow.
Damn.
Yeah, he
We
called
just
it.
went down 20 points off 42. So
You got the
see
42s?
that? We all made money.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got
Green.
36s.
So 42 is the exact 9 EMA on a 5-minute trend line.
Oh, interesting.
Now we get above that. I like 72. So go Dolby, go now. We'll pull out
72s.
72 just in case something stupid happens.
Buyers are coming in here. 21,144.
Dude, these shorts are so effed if they can't hold this.
They're going to be running. Yep.
They're in such trouble.
Well, now's the time, right? It's 3:30.
Yep.
Meanwhile, great trade. What are you up? 40 points now, Dole?
You told me to get
65.
out.
I said one.
I did. We got 2. We got 2 left.
Oh,
I gave one to
Yeah,
David.
you only sold
Oh.
one.
Right on. All right.
Yeah, we got 3. We had 3
Yes.
micros. We're letting
yeah,
these other
huge
these
trade
other
here.
2 go.
All
Other
right,
2
looking
go.
for 72s, David, upside.
I'll be short at 72s if we get
Sounds-
there.
All right, 21,145 trades. Now 150s trade. Let this thing go.
Yeah. That's it. Get out of the way.
Nice trade, Dobie.
Woo, all roads.
You guys know what our entry is? 21,077 half.
Let's go for a 100-point banger.
Volatility's back. Thank God
Going
the
for, like,
volatility's
300
back.
point banger.
This range was
Oof. How high did we just get? Get into the 60s?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we might start hitting some turbulence here. There's 30-minute candle low is at 21,160.
We just hit
So
57.
if you're doing like stair step shorts, then this would be the 30-minute low of the stair step. So we've got to get above 160s. This is gonna be real nice. Real nice.
All right, Gabe. Gabe, come in here. They're asking for the top quiz winners, and we got about 15 minutes till MOC. Markets are rocking. House is long. 2 micro NASDAQ. Gabe, come on in. What are those top quiz? Who won top quiz today?
All right, here you are. See if there's any names that we've got. Yeah. Oh shit. You got Thunder Trades, Baba Booey.
Oh shit.
Baba Booey.
Dropping ticks. Dan Trader.
Well behaved.
Shout out to all the frequent flyers. But yeah, pretty well behaved, pretty tame. But congrats. Once again, you guys win an extra entry into the VIP drawing coming up in June.
Nice.
For season 3.
You want to do it, Gabe? Should we do it real quick?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, hell yeah,
Guess
let's
what?
do it.
I'm passing the reins over to somebody new today. We got Tim in the background. I'm going to pass it over to Tim. He's going to do the series 3 with y'all.
Here we go.
Hey guys. So series 3, our question is, when an investor sells a put option to open with no other option or futures position in the account, the investor's maximum loss is unlimited. A, true, or B, false?
False. Selling a put, that's
That's
bullish. Selling a put's bullish.
Yeah, selling a put is bullish, but it's
so
it depends. Well, you consider the future like crude oil going negative, then yeah, you can say it's unlimited.
Right. Otherwise, it's false.
But
yeah, false. Pulls up. Ooh, what we got here? What is up?
But I'm sure they made this question before it happened, right? Before that happened.
Who's saying
Oil went
it is unlimited. Maybe it is
This
unlimited.
was made 60 years ago, Dakota. They have not updated it since. 160s.
If I sell a 150 put in NVIDIA and it's trading at 160,
You have until whatever the underlying goes to 0.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying, unless it was crude
It's
oil.
not unlimited. You know what your risk is, don't you?
I think so.
Risk is
All right,
150
let's find
points.
out. What's Chad saying? What does it got?
You want to wait a little bit longer?
No, let's do it because markets are cooking
Okay.
here.
Okay, so the answer is
maybe it's unlimited.
False. E.
Hoag.
Yeah, that's why I said it.
Yeah.
If you consider crude going negative, then yeah, you could say it's unlimited. But
all right, thanks.
in theory,
Thank you.
Let's go. Let's go 160s.
Yeah, here. Good job,
Here we
Tim. How
go.
about that? Here we go. 21,163 cooking here higher. 58.66 cooking higher in ES as well. About 20-point pop in ES. 100-point pop in the NASDAQ.
Oh, Nelly.
We have a stop sell for another contract at 132s in case this decides to reject.
Hey, I love it though. There you go.
Market Stalker D says they say that futures can't go negative in the study guide. Wow. Okay.
Little did they know. Little did anyone know.
Yeah. They found out.
We all did.
Apo?
Yes, we did.
I am personally done trading now. Too late in the day for me to want to do anything. Get run over doing anything now.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's get these 320s. What do I get? If we, like a prize or something for like a 300
Yes.
point trader?
I will buy you a steak dinner if we close at 320s.
Ooh.
Oh.
How about that?
320.
Oh, there we
okay.
go.
Hell yeah.
We got 70% long in the ES
Oh,
tilt
let it
right
go.
now. Let's
Keep on
go.
talking.
870. Let's do a ladder. Anything jumping off the ladder right now. We are cooking to the upside. Bears running
We're
for the
getting-
hills right now.
Wait a minute. That's only up 50 points from here.
Don't look, David Green.
320s?
Oh my God.
It's like
I
100.
thought it was up like 150 points. Well, I said
Wait,
it.
what was the price? What was the agreed upon price?
320.
21,320. It's like forever. That's like a 300 point bounce almost. Like
Yep.
I thought you meant 4.
Got it. They have a good
20.
Morton's in Chicago.
Oh yeah. David, if you're buying me a
You're in.
steak dinner, I'm going to like Maple and Ash, and I'm just ringing up
Wherever
your
you
credit
want.
card.
Wakey.
Ringing up your credit card.
I'm going to put 7,000 contracts at 21,319.
You heard it here. You heard it here.
Save yourself
right.
from buying a steak dinner.
That's it.
And
You
house
got
account long. Double time house account long from 077.
Yep, shot it from the rooftop, Dre. 20,077.50.
Over 100-point banger already.
9 minutes. 9 minutes.
I got we're walking up one take profit at 21,156. We'll just move it up with small time frame structure, just so we don't get.
I think that was.
Love it.
Something insane.
I'm looking for a short up here in these 80s.
Yeah.
80s. Okay.
Kind of what you, Dakota. If we get below the 72s.
Tilt 71% along in the ES. That's about all we got. Dakota looking for shorts. David Green looking for shorts. Up around here. Let's see if we get to the 200s. Pop this thing higher.
Get some turbulence here. Another
Yep.
1 minute range.
Ooh, yeah, we held those 72s, David. No short.
Yep. Couldn't break it. 21,225. I will be short, even with 10 minutes left.
225?
It's up 27 points from here.
Look at this reversal. Look at this.
Insane, man.
Hell yeah, man. David, it was getting sleepy, man. This week, these markets weren't doing nothing. Here we are. We're back.
What do we got?
Get those 200s.
So
we ripping.
VWAP.
So I need to clarify something for Sod Buster 2018. So Sod, the pattern we're trading is the 4-hour megaphone pattern. So that is the thesis of the trade. Therefore, all of my levels to get out of this trade are based off of the 4-hour megaphone that we're trading. I'm sure there's like other formations happening on other time frames, but the only time frame I care about is the time frame that I got into the trade with. So that's the 4-hour one. So anything can happen here. Anything could happen.
You're right, man.
Which is how it should be, right?
Close comes in too big to the buy side. Anything can happen.
We're just riding this wave.
That's the correct way to do it, is because if you get in on the 4-hour and then you take profits based off like the 1 minute, that doesn't make sense. So good job, Dobie. I like that.
That is not nice, Side Buster. I'm not sure what's not a good way to communicate with people.
Fired up, man. Chat is fired up. And you want more Dakota? Check them out on slow markets.
I'm short 187.
You're in 187.
Nice. Okay.
Short 1 NQ 21,187.
This might be a fast one.
Yep.
We'll see.
Gold on over a little bit. $5 from the highs. 10 years selling off a little bit again. 10-year yield above 4.58% last I checked.
Nice little short there. Yeah, we need these 200s, big round number, to break above.
Well, we need the 72 to break below for Dakota. So we're kind of in the middle now.
I know, David. With these 72s. Well, I'm looking at this 200, these 190s becoming resistance again, right? This was resistance earlier, right before we started Power Hour. And that's where we broke down from. We came back up, and that's basically where we kind of rejected that first time. So I'm looking for this to hold. I'm not looking for it to sell all the way back down, but maybe these 150s, maybe we go back down to 160s, or maybe that was it. Maybe that's all that was there.
63 is a little support. If we could break here, the mid-60s.
This almost is going to be nuts.
Yeah, it is.
And I got 21,231.
21,231.
What's there? What do you got?
21,231.
We got to take profit there. What level's that for you?
I will do a little shortsky-wotsky up there to start.
Oh, okay. I'll swap you contracts. I'll give you one of mine.
Dobie over here.
Love it, man.
I'm trying to get out at 21,000. I'm not even kidding. I'm trying to get out at 232s. If he wants to get short, I'll give it.
We're eating steak. Let's do it.
Make
Let's see what we do with these 200s. We go 200s print.
Oh, you get a steak if we go up another, 150 points?
Yep.
Yeah.
120. 120. Yeah.
120. That we got plenty of time for that to happen. Give us like 5 billion market on close.
Ooh.
Eating steaks.
Oh, you heard it.
$1 billion to buy early, guys.
Shit, for real? Okay.
Hey.
Yo.
$1
Now we're
that was
talking.
I need to do. We doing rally cap again? We might have to.
That was 4 minutes ago at 340. $1 billion to buy.
Giving us the goods now. $1 billion. Again, 5 minutes. 5 minutes till MOC.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm out. I'm not gonna risk holding it. It's too strong right there. We tried it once or twice, but nothing right there.
Mm-hmm. Sellers are not. They don't have quite the velocity like they had earlier.
No, we've had a 100-point move off the lows, and we're going sideways. I thought we'd come in more, Dakota, also.
I feel like short covering. Or those longs coming in.
Oh, I think it's
Maybe
short covering.
Maybe a little bit.
What are bonds doing? Have bonds rallied?
Sideways right now.
Off the lows, at least, though?
Oh, yes, they're off the lows. About 5 bips off the lows.
We have a
sounds
walk
good.
to
Big
TP
Andrew.
up to 21,171s. Keep on walking it. Got to get out
I'm
of this
back in.
range, though.
I'm back in.
Okay.
We rejected those 200s again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What price?
93 half.
Thank you.
Nice.
Short one. Nasdaq 21,193 half. 193 half. Boy, this is the line in the sand right here. The tension's building. You can feel it.
These 200s are sticky. It feels like if we do
They
get
are.
above, it's
They are.
just going to shoot.
I might close this one out for scratch if we can't break these 90s.
Come on.
Higher
Ladders.
highs. Higher
Nothing on the
lows.
ladder. Upside, downside of the NASDAQ.
We'll get a TP at 171.
Break some
Yes.
80s, Dakota. We could get some follow through.
I know those 72s, though, have me nervous. We have to get below those 72s.
Yep. And 60 would be a nice little trade, right? Get down to the 60 level.
How cool is it? Watching these guys talking out their trades in real time. Talking stops, risk management. Here we go. No, 180s print, 176s print. Someone hit some bids.
We did.
Oh, where is one of your stops up to?
We have it bracketed. So on the low end at 21,171.
Oh,
and then on the high end is the 320s. So I'll pull our limit sell at 232s if we get tagged on 171. So we'll go for the moonshot, the last one.
Guys, that is trade management at its finest.
So awesome.
Locking in almost 100 points.
Through those 72s.
All right. So we're out. Now we're plus 176. So we've realized 276 if you count the loss, and then unrealized 200. But this one's for the steak dinner. This one's for the steak dinner.
68's where the
This one for the steak dinner.
you never know. You still got 13 minutes, man.
Oh, we got plenty of time. We're at break even though, so we're risk free on this.
68's, coach. We got a break. 68's. It's a trend line now.
I know, and we immediately rejected
exactly
those
hit it.
70s again. So
Yeah.
Maple and Ash. They're saying Maple and Ash is the steakhouse. Dolby time.
It is. Got to
You know
get
what,
there
Dolby?
though, chat.
Dolby, I owe you a dinner anyway. You tell me when you want.
No, you made a bet.
Aw.
320s is the bet.
No,
320s is
no.
the bet.
Between you
Have
and
effort.
your
Love
better
it.
half, you tell me when you want to go.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious.
Scratch
I'm in.
that.
I'll get you a gift certificate.
that,
You
Andre.
tell me where you want to go.
All right, gotcha. Dakota scratch. Update the
Market on
P&L when you
close
have a chance.
switch to
Yeah.
sell 150 now. So the buy is
Million?
gone.
Ooh,
No,
even Green
150.
giving,
Yeah, 150 million now sell. So
even
nothing.
Green giving us the goods right now. Hell yeah, David.
I mean, that could have been the little pullback that you just saw. Who knows?
Yo.
Oh, you heard me, and everybody here's my witness.
Too kind. You know, I do have a let's see, my wife just graduated grad school, so that's great timing.
Yeah, you go and have it.
Officially-
You tell me where you want to go. I'll give you a nice $50 gift certificate.
Gets me,
Oh,
I didn't
gets
say
me
how much
one
it was going to
old-fashioned.
be.
oh,
One
brutal.
old-fashioned.
You tell me
Yeah,
where you want
yes,
to go.
Andrea.
You got $500 to go spend dinner. On
Oh my goodness, David. Get
Oh,
out of
wow.
here.
What was
Get
that?
out of here.
Oh, wow.
That's my
That's
treat.
What a guy. What a guy.
Very cool.
Send
I
me an
love it.
email or
That's-
text me. All right.
Yeah, what is it? DG at Starlink?
No, I don't know what it is.
What is it?
All right, MOC in 10 seconds. Dave, you said a
Here we
switch
go.
from buy side to sell side in the last, 2 minutes or so?
Yeah, small. Nothing then.
All right.
Zero.
All right, cool. Here we go. Buckle up.
Hold
I'm
it.
out.
Yeah, nothing much. 700 mil buy side S&Ps, buy side NASDAQ, buy side Dow. NASDAQ plus 400, Dow plus 133. Those will change, but nothing crazy. All right, everyone's flat.
Let's see.
Out.
Flat.
We're still cooking, Dre.
Oh, hell yeah.
Until close.
Take him to
Toby's
Sizzler.
going for it.
Let's get those.
Yeah, we broke through
300s.
these.
All right,
For baby.
We broke through
Range
these
is gonna range.
205s.
We got
You can
rules.
get above these 31s would be really nice though.
Got steak
Oh,
dinner
yeah.
on the line.
How cool would it be if we got above 21,300 in the last 8
It'd
minutes?
be awesome. We can do it. We got 100 points to go. 100 points to go in the NASDAQ. We bottomed out at 21,072. Those accounts long from 077. Yeah, any Bitcoin, anyone? Yeah, Bitcoin making new all-time highs. Today, 110's printed, I do believe.
Come on. 200s. Gotta find
Yeah.
some buyers here. At 200s.
Jimmy asking about the Trader Station contest. Oh, it's in the works. I can assure you that it is in the works. They're judging it. Panel is scrutinizing every single Trader Station. I'm voting for the pizza box, but we'll talk about that later. Yep.
Yeah, this market is been trying to hold below these 200s, and every time we get back below them, we end up bouncing right back above. I've
Higher
tried it
highs, higher
3 or
lows.
4 times in this range. I'm down $400.
Yeah.
Can we see
Almost still buy
230s? Can we get some 230s?
We are sitting right on our EMA, our 9 EMA on a daily chart in the SPYs.
Oof.
We got a gap down to 577 just for tomorrow's. But we're sitting right on support. Almost exactly 584. Keep an eye on that tomorrow. We got room down to 577 if we break these levels.
Okay, I'm back in short 202.
202.
Nice.
21,000 short one. NASDAQ 21,202. NASDAQ's trying to figure out what to do with 21,200. Gold selling off a little bit here.
We're gonna walk our stop up to 21,125, which is basically just $100. So if it comes back, we're out another 100. But we'll start walking this up as we start losing time.
All right, Gabe, come on in. Let's do hashtag power content. We got 2 minutes till 5 till. So we get some
Let's
more
do it.
fireworks there. Come on in, Gabe. Great job today.
All right. Appreciate you, man. Likewise. We got a couple fun ones today. Once again, I'm avoiding the battle station picks because our marketing team is still working on that. You guys killed it, by the way. Just a bunch of responses on that. So, but here's a couple pieces of comedy for us. We got a Lost Trader behind the scenes of Topstep TV's desert trip. You got MP there and Andre.
It better not be me.
Andre's,
Here we go again.
It is you.
It's like E.T. Man, who did that?
And the next
Lost
one,
Trader.
what's part 2? Let me see part 2. Oh, we got part 2. The reason why MP named Topstep.
Yo. That's pretty good.
Throw me a freaking trade.
Brutal.
Amazing.
Just brutal, man. Andre's been just getting all the hate this week. All the memes.
Pinata.
Should
Not
probably
fair.
flame Dolby next for that rally cap, to be honest with you.
Man, oh man.
But
That's all right. I already got
Short
called a
again.
manlet this week.
All right, and one more piece here, and we got
Another one?
David Green's Tape Bomb by Carl
Yeah.
Hungus, the myth, the legend.
Ooh. David
So
Green.
David, we got you in some feature films now, all right? So we got you
Yeah.
on salary for some
Love it.
movies coming down the pipeline here.
Here you
David
go,
Green,
Dakota.
you ever get into the disco era, David Green? Before we get in, did you do the disco shit?
No. No, never was. No,
Enough.
no discos. I was
Here we
into
go.
other stupid things, but not disco.
There's got to be some pictures out there.
Mm-hmm.
Crude selling off. Here we go. 5
Yeah,
seconds.
I took
till-
profit right there at 64, 65.
Nice.
So
Nice trade.
nice little
Done.
Big wiggle.
Great trade.
40-point banger, finishing off plus 33.72.
Amazing. Well
Studio
done.
54. Yep. All right, we're still in this Dakota. Dolby time.
Yep. Stops at
300s.
145s. Stop is at 145s. We're gonna walk it up since we're getting low on time.
Yep.
What's the total profit
Power
now?
hour is
Toby?
back. Power hour is back.
Realized 276, unrealized 180. But if we get stopped out of at this current one, then that should put us up 300. So the entire trade is worth approximately 400
Beautiful.
Nice.
with only micros and only 3 micros too, which is pretty cool.
Power of the micro. Dakota, update that P&L. You took a nice little scalp to the downside there.
Plus 372.
72. Nice job.
If we can get this
Go.
back
All
up
right,
to 200.
No one cares how much I'm up today. I might.
Yeah, I was going to ask you because you're talking about being Dolby.
I might be number 164 out of 167 now.
Leave you hanging.
We know you're green, David.
A whopping
That wasn't even
$384 in my live account.
Well done.
Nice.
How long have you been in that account, Dave? It's been a while. You hit the 1 month mark yet?
That's a good question. I don't know. I've gotten some good payouts. I got some good payouts from the XFAs, a couple of good ones from the live.
Oh yeah.
This week I have not had time to trade anything because we're in the live boot camp. So I really haven't had a lot of time to concentrate on it, which is fine.
And
It's all good.
man, David Green went live in April, which was just an insane month, and he navigated those crazy waters. He went live. Good job, David. All right, here we go. We got about 3 minutes. 3 minutes till the close.
Mm-hmm.
Again, above, below.
Oh yeah, what was that?
119 quarter.
It was way down there. I originally was going to do 160, which I should have just stuck with it, huh?
What happened? Yeah,
Oh,
well,
that would have been a crazy good one.
look at that. So we do these 200s. Here we go.
Is that what are they called? I Lenny the above below.
Don't want to
Sure,
Lenny
Hoop was
trades.
going crazy, man. All right, make sure you stick around for At the Buzzer. You got Coach Jay, Coach Paul breaking down the madness that happened in the afternoon. We stay patient. We stay patient. We stay patient. Mornings weren't given. The morning wasn't giving us much, and then sure enough, boom, noon Central Time hits, and volatility came back. That's why you manage your downside. So when the big moves do come, padding the accounts. So well done there. Dolby time, nice 4-hour range trade there. I mean,
almost twice, Dre.
back. Is volatility back?
I hope so.
Guys, for anybody who emailed me, I will send you the link over the weekend. So if you don't get it in the next couple of days, you'll definitely get it Saturday or Sunday for next week.
Do you respond to every single email?
Every single one.
That's amazing.
And don't be spoofing me trying to get a steak dinner. That's mine, chat. No imposter.
We have over 100 traders in our boot camp this week. 100 people that signed up that are in the boot camp.
That's awesome.
The live boot camp this week.
Awesome to see.
And it's been a good week
Right.
of learning and trading for everybody. Knock on wood.
All right, we're gonna bump this stop up to
Is the ES ladder?
160s. No, that's too tight.
Yes, ladder.
57.
Got a minute left.
Yes, we do.
Keep it
Let's
tight.
see the firework. Look at this
Keep it
ES
tight.
ladder, seeing all the bids and asks. See size coming in on both 300 lots, 500 lots, 58.64 last trade in the ES. Dolby time, talk to me on this trade. Last trade, 21,172.
Yep, our stop is at 157.5. Probably gonna get stopped crash very soon based off of this price action. But you never know.
You never know.
But yeah, we're getting tight on it. This trade has run its
Whoa.
course pretty much.
How do you sign up for
Great.
boot camp? We'll get David Green's email in there one more time.
Thank you,
Sign up
guys.
for the boot camp.
I should have stuck with those 160 above below, man.
Dakota, I love the things that stick in your mind. That 15 hard lot sticks in your mind. This 160s. Here we go. We are selling.
Exactly.
It's so
Make
wild.
you make 4,000 in a day. You're more worried about the under over.
Yeah, it's so amazing. So amazing. Remember, Dakota, slow markets, him and Coach Jay. We got more Coach Jay coming up after this at the buzzer. 5 seconds. What's going to be
Great
Flat.
trade, Dolby. Great
We are
trade.
flat. Well,
Plus 339.
yes. Up 339.
That's a good one.
All right.
Love
Great
it.
job. Awesome stuff. It's a David Green Wednesday. We'll get that email in there one more time for you, James. Starting to sell off. All right, with that being said, I want to thank everyone. David Green, Dakota, Dolby Time, great job. Everyone behind the back. Tim, great job reading that Series 3. You absolutely crushed it. Shout out to all the Bellers. Without y'all, we could not be doing this. Click like, follow, subscribe. We got more coming at you. Now the auctions are getting some attention. Things might be unraveling now a little bit in the markets. More uncertainties just come in. That being said, my main man, Gabe, take us out of here.
All right. Well, it's been a fun day, as always. And it's hump day, middle of the week. We've got a couple days left. So let's go ahead and finish it out strong. We do have a great day planned for tomorrow. Stick around, though. After the show, of course, we have At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. Double header, actually, because Coach Jay is coming back to join Dakota this evening at 7:30 for slow markets. And then we have Aaron Luce, London Open, 1:30 in the morning, Central Standard Time, and Euro Trade with Deanna at 3:30 in the morning, Central Standard Time. We got a coach's powerhouse tomorrow. JD's out the rest of the weekend next week. So for opening call, we got Eddie back in the house. We got Hoag, Coach Jay, and Coach Ray in the morning. And then we have Dakota and Baiynd coming in for fast markets. We have Dr. Fib joining us again for power players at 11:15. We got a coach's takeover during Lunchbox Trading. We got Coach Jay, Hoop, and Hoag. That should be a great time. And then we got Vanessa. Vanessa is going to be a first timer with us. Spoke with her yesterday. Very excited to have her on. Should be a great time. And then Alfie. Alfie's making a return. We haven't heard from Alfie in a couple weeks. So excited to kind of hear what's been going on in his world. But that's going to be it for tomorrow. So let's go ahead and get some rest. As Eddie would say, now it's your time. Get off the computer for a little bit, come back, hang out with us for some shows this evening, and we will see you back tomorrow at 7:20 Central for opening call. But in the meantime, have a great evening, and we will see you soon. Take care.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.